you, Father, for knowledge. Thank you, Bis. Thank you for the blessing of understanding and not being deceived and being able to be prepared or as best as I can at this point. You could always be more prepared. Preparedness is a lifestyle. Thank you for sending Christ in flesh, and then he said he's going to leave and prepare. So he's still not done preparing. So preparedness is a process like salvation, or preparedness is like repentance. Repentance is a process. So like salvation, we have to endure to the end to be saved. So all these things take time. Like a baptism is a process. You just can't be dipped. It's not an overcoming. It takes time. So it's like time is a process as well. So been some time since we had a full pole shift. Figured I'd make that the subject, see what people know. Thank you for giving me the understanding, the knowledge of the magnetosphere, the magnetic umbrella, like a protection, like armor, like a shield, the magnetic shield canopy that covers the rock that we walk on. It protects us from the solar wind and the ionized and deionized gases that come from your greatest weapon that you're going to use to bring the fire, to bring the, well, it's electric, right? So it'll be lightning, but it won't take much because everybody is so hooked up to the grid. I remember the last time that we had a solar event that took down the modern day grid at the time was in the 1800s, and that was telegraph. So everybody's much more connected now to the grid, and everybody's like it's literally like the skies sometimes look like waffle fries. That's what the city's, just like a checkerboard of stripes, or chess. If you got some more moves in you other than something simple, 5D, can people think ahead? So thank you, Father, for the blessing. The last time we had a polarity magnetic full shift, not an excursion, was 780,000 years, and we used to have it on as a cycle, like a clock. Every 360,000 years, we could see through our paleoclimatology records that the strategy of the data allows us to, boy, watch out, what are you doing, buddy? So we can go back and see when we've had at the rip zones, the isotope data, and the magnetism, and we're overdue. So we have been experiencing a excursion since the 1800s, when the canopy of the sun, it has a heliosphere, or we have a magnetosphere. That's the protection. It's those two, like, opposing magnetism, polarity, that you can't push two magnets. It's what's keeping and protecting us from the ionized and the deionized gas. Is that the plasma, electric, that comes from our sun, energy that penetrates our magnetosphere. We had an event in the 1800s which started the migration of the polarity of our magnetism. So that started to wander, and it wandered to the west before in 1900 it turned around 180 degrees, like to repent. That means to do, in the military, it's about face. And that means I need to see some elbows and assholes, or, well, talking to the group of you, get out of here. That means do 180 degrees, turn around, stop doing what you're doing, go in the opposite direction. So that's what it did. And at that point, the field strength of the magnetic canopy was at 100%. So since then, it started weakening, and now it's failed. And that's why we've shattered the records in 2023 with a 2 normally in a 12-year, solar cycle, solar maximum, solar minimum. And we had 5, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 in 1 year. So this is what's going on, and this is why we've seen the dramatic changes in our, comfort weather system, which is absolutely being crushed by the upper jet streams, which are changing the high pressure, low pressure on our rock that we walk. This has everything to do with our cloud sails, and when we get more radiation, solar radiation coming from our sun, that excites the cloud nucleation and the fission, the coming together of the particles, and that makes for more water in our atmosphere. It actually makes a whole nother layer of vapor. And don't forget, we have Honga Tonga that went off in 2022. So we're just starting to see that ring out into our atmosphere after, well, look at all these things that have happened. So should be blatantly obvious that the weather is not 70 and sunny all the time anymore. It's definitely shifted. Like we're not having a pole shift. That's when you're, let's go outside. You guys want to go outside? Hold on, these puppies gotta go outside. We'll continue our conversation. Go outside, buddy. No, I didn't say give me hugs. Oh, I love you too. I love you too. You guys want to go outside? Go outside, you guys. All right, I'll let you out. Okay, you guys have to give me a minute. The puppies want to go outside. We're at the farm out here, so they want to go out. He's a dingo boy. He ate the baby. Did you eat the baby, Jesus? Did you eat the baby, Jesus? The cracker, Jesus? Did you eat the baby, Jesus, Bobo? Did you eat the baby, Jesus? All right, hold on. Oh, no. Still sitting there on the... Oh, somebody put the baby Jesus on the windowsill. The dingo ate the baby. Dinner's up there. Yes, your boy. My kitten boy. There you go. There's some dinner for the big kitten. You guys do such a good job at keeping all the mice away from the cabin. Oh, so all right. That was Bone, Yatterbone. He's our dingo out here, and he's our good boy. So we got good puppies out here at the farm. So Silver Rock Ranch out here in the high desert, Oregon outback. Got the sun shining through the window there. It's gonna be dark for another hour or so or longer. So, all right. So we were talking about the excursion, not a shift. The magnetic polarity, when we had a pole shift, that would mean the compass would be pointing to the south and not the north. So that's a pole shift, and that hasn't happened in 780,000 years. So it used to happen every 360,000 years on like a clock. Ding at the top, ding. So we're overdue, and we're currently experiencing one as we live and walk this rock. So the excursion has been happening since, again, we had a Carrington event in the 1800s, and it took down the technology, which was telegraph at the time. 1859, 1900, again, the magnetic polarity reversed. Not polarity, excuse me. It was headed to the west in 1900. It turned around, and that started the degradation, the negation, the weakening of the magnetic protection that covers this rock. It's called the magnetosphere. It's one of our layers of our atmosphere, but most people don't know much about the atmosphere. They don't look up, and they think that there's some kind of gods up there and the balls and the gods and all that nonsense. So idiots, idiot toss. That means they don't know. Never heard it or seen it in their life. Don't have any idea. You can't hold them accountable. That's the word ignoramus, to be ignorant of the fact. that it's happening, but it should be quite blatantly obvious that it's affecting the weather. So look at these atmospheric rivers that have been dumping, what, I don't think we're in a 400-year cycle anymore. I don't know. I think we're definitely in the 12,000-year sixth extinction event. Correct? Yes. So that's information can be found everywhere. Well, this has been happening since the 1800s. This is not new news. But in 2023, like when the golds, the central banks bought more gold since the history of the central banks in 1913, we shattered, remember, the records because our magnetic canopy is failed. And they don't want to tell the general public that because they would panic. So, and we're also currently in a magnetic excursion that's been happening since the Carrington event in the 1800s. So get with the news, northeast, west, and south. The magnetic canopy is weakened. It was happening, right? And it wasn't so obvious until we shattered the records and they saw equatorial northern lights at the equator. Northern lights at the equator. Hey, that doesn't add up. They saw yellow and was it pink in Florida, and was it Ukraine, and they saw red, and yeah, same thing, Texas, New Mexico, all that. Yeah, equatorial regions, they saw northern lights at the equator. That's not normal. So yeah, that tells you that the magnetic canopy umbrella is shot. It's been weakening since the 1800s, so don't act like 1900s, excuse me. In 1900, this when that polarity again, it reversed, it turned, it was going towards the west, and it turned around, headed back in the direction it was going, and it's been headed towards the east, towards Siberia, Russia ever since. Yes, we're there. Sorrows, we're there too. So should increase intensity of waves of pain, like a woman in labor. He said he come like a thief in the night. Hopefully don't but yes, it's not the end, it's the beginning of sorrows. So hold on, we got waves and ways to go. Ha ha. It's not the end of the world. You're not going to get out that easy. Ha 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 ha. I love it. It's the end of the world. Everybody wants it to be the end of the world. I can't stand that mentality. Everybody, oh my God, it's the end of the world. Stop it. You better hold on. You're going to fall asleep when it pulls back and you think it's over. And then bam, it's going to come back stronger. That's what sorrows means. Everybody thinks it's over. There'll be wars and rumors of wars. I've been warring since the beginning of the age. So, yep. And they'll say rocks hide us, fall on us, and hide us from the face of the Lord, right? We know. There we go. So the bowls of wrath to be poured out on the nations that fornicate with the beast. So it's a neuter gender, it beast. So they don't know what it is. So Father's control, have no fear, put on the armor of God. Remember, I was talking about the magnetic protection. Read Ephesians 6 and 11. He tells us twice, and he always declares two witnesses. There's those two thieves that'll take your cross. Well, your crown. He said, Revelation 3:11, I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. So if you don't have a crown to set at the feet of Father Shiloh during judgments, then you got to gnash teeth. You love that flesh, you better get rid of it, cut it off. Paul said, circumcise it. So fear no old man who could take your flesh, only fear who could take your flesh and your soul. It's like Hokodash. You speak any Hebrew? Most people don't. That's okay. So I know it might be going over your head, but that's not God. He's not in the sky. God is not in a ball in some sky God. So take your sky daddy, Jesus. There's more than one Christ. He one of many. So he mirrors, not some red leotarded little spandex wearing devil. Devil's never written in scripture. There's no such thing as devil. There's no such thing as planet. Are you spinning around on a block on a planet? Father didn't create any planets. Don't add any words. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Paul. In Ephesians 6 and 11, finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord. That means master. It's a pagan word. May the power of his might put on the whole armor of God. That's also a title, but that you be able to stand against the wiles, the demonion is what the word said. It didn't say devil. There's no such thing as devil. That word doesn't exist in the text. You add these words in Christ, the Hamashiach, I am, Shiloh, my love. We can use a translated word, Jesus, your transgender Jesus. There was no J's at the time of Rome, Christ, nor there was in Hebrew, so stop adding. He said don't add a jot. That's like a period. Now they've created a whole planet ball, and they're on it spinning around. On Planet of the Apes, I think is what they call it. Well, that's true. You'll know them by their fruit, but they're already chosen, remember? Goku, remember? They're already bought and paid, purchased possession by self. They could have their name blotted out of that elect 144,000. That's not a number, it's an idiom. There's a difference between an idiom and an idiot, but people couldn't tell me the difference. Most people think God's in the sky. They think hell's below their feet. They think earth's below their feet. None of that's true. They think heaven, that's not, people don't die and go to the sky. Stop it. You're Sky Daddy Jesus, and you're Sky Daddy God. You don't read the word. So remember that you be able to stand against the wiles of the demon, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood. That's right. Christ in you. That's what Paul said. Circumcise the outer man. That's a threat. You're such a threat, Goku. They don't want people to know that. Then they're going to figure out that they don't have to go to, he said that the Most High doesn't dwell in temples made by hands, correct? Twice, as he always declares 2 witnesses. Remember? That makes it a contract, because we're under contract, not under the law. He said it was fulfilled. He didn't abolish the law. He fulfilled all laws of flesh. All the covenant of this old has been blotted out. He made a new. He divorced his bride and called her a whore in the book of Revelation because she cheated on him. Added balls in the sky. Ahab married Jezebel. Son of God is doing the will of the Father, so they're not fallen. You can't be a son of God and be fallen, and angels don't have wings. The word angelos is the word messenger. Do you speak any Greek? No, probably not. Nobody speaks any Greek. Why do these people, pastors, reverends, deacons, bishops, what do they call themselves? You're supposed to have a title, but PhD or whatever you, MD, ND, nutrition, never mind. But, they call themselves, they're in the pulpit, as I stand here worldwide ministry and share this gospel with you. It's not some other it's the Hados. He said, I am the Hados, the narrow way. The only way through is Christ. That is the Hamashiach, is Father in flesh. He didn't have breast and he didn't have flesh. These people go after another Jesus. Paul spoke of that as well, said another gospel. So remember, wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness. Once he fulfilled the laws of flesh. There you go. He said he doesn't dwell there, Matt. That's a threat to the system, and that's why the Pharisees hated Christ. He was such a threat because he was telling you that Christ in you through Paul knew the gospel. Obviously, Saul, who became Paul, was overcome by the God. Remember on the road to Damascus? Read this word, brothers and sisters. No weapon, he said, formed against you shall prosper. Remember? No fiery darts will penetrate that armor. He said earlier in Ephesians 6:11, put on the whole armor of God that you be able to stand against the wiles of the demon. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world. It's all spiritual. We're under a spiritual covenant. Remember, he called his bride a whore and made a covenant, and there is a wedding feast of the lambs. He divorced her, and now there's a new. Remember, that's why you want hear your name, Shem, called out in that book, your authority. Remember, the eye is supposed to be single. A little leaven leavens the whole lump. Can't marry truth to a lie. Sons of God are doing the will of the Father, not of the will of their own. That's the word idolatry, pornea, idolatria. They're serving their eyes. He warned about they send those 2, right? Those 2 witnesses, and they would take your crown. And I'm telling you, remember, right and left is those 2 thieves right there hanging on your face. What was the new covenant? The new covenant was the one that was not of flesh, for we wrestle not against flesh. Paul knew, not in flesh and blood. Yes. Finally, my brethren, right? He says, be strong in the Lord. So you have to, Matthew, he tells us, In Luke, he tells us, my disciples. Matthew, he tells us, deny yourself daily, take up your cross daily, and follow after me daily. It's in his book. That means Bible, and it doesn't, Bible means book. Apologize, got that a little backwards there. It said he must be as esteemed as the potter's clay, must turn their works upside down, brothers, sisters. In the end of days, we were talking about that earlier, because Goku came in and said sorrows, their agape will be pornea. They'll be lovers of self. They'll go after their own idols. And he said, idolatry and imagery. He warned us of those two things. Don't worry about what you see. I am. He said that, remember? I am the Aleph, the beginning, the Alepha, the leader, the ox, the beginning and the end. People don't take this word very serious. And that's why they don't define the words that are in the book, which is called Bible. Yes, he told that to Peter, remember? Because he faltered on the water as well. Be comforted, right? Before Abraham was, I am. Remember the Pharisees were laughing at him. They're like, he's like in his 30s. This guy's talking about Abraham. You don't know Abraham. It's like, remember they were asking him, remember all those disciples were out there and all those people were out there with the apostles and they knew that it was Christ and it was Father, the God of wrath and the God of war, the God of fee and fine, the God that required, didn't love everybody God, only loved his house, Aaron and Levi. And they wanted to know his Shem, his name. You know what I'm saying? So, name is authority. Name is Shem. Name is agape. Name is what he said. Remember, hallowed be thy Shem. Hallowed be by name. They'll know me by my name. They'll know my voice. As he said, anybody any other way is a thief and a robber. You're fooling yourself. Trying to come in there all masquerading with some other Jesus. If you sit and read the word, he is the word. The beginning was the word. This was all spoken into existence. Like breath, air, pneumatics, pneumonia, compression. That's the word. Theolobos. That's a Greek word. Theolobo is a noun, to be pushed from both sides. Your friends hate you. The world hates you. Your family. And it just pushes you down. Theolobo till you get theolobos over time. So you'll fit through that straight gate. So, yes, they knew about that. Tesla wasn't stupid. I mean, that's why you're seeing that now, Matt, too. You're seeing that now. So, either way, again, what Christ did, remember, he was there with his, he was there with his apostles, and they said, what is your Shem? What is your name? Because there was no such thing as name. Noah had 3 sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, okay? The second born of Noah was I am John's son. I am the second born. And my name is Revelation, Apocalypse. But on this walk, here I'm on this rock, they give me this flesh, Tracy, John. My son is Elijah, second born of John's son. He's Elijah, John. I am Tracy, John, John's son. But the second born of Noah was Shem, and that was meant leader or Aleph or ox, or authority, and we're not under the law. So who's your master? He says you can't serve 2. As I said, he said he'd send those 2 witnesses, and I'm telling you, it's those 2 thieves that hang right there right there in front of your face. He warned about idolatry and imagery. Idolatry is the word latria, idolatria in the Greek, or idolatry in English. Latria is to serve. Idols, the things you see of this dirt, little things of the dirt, little statues, little things and it doesn't matter. Don't be covetous because you have more. He said, give that shekel to the rich man. He didn't use what you were given. Right? Remember, the eye is supposed to be single. They don't mix oil and water, truth to a lie. He doesn't want us to covet, right? Sup, yoke with another that's not in the narrow way. Hados, I am the way. The only way is through the Father, through the Son. Shiloh, the scepter shall not depart from Judah. The one who holds the high priest, he is the Levitical priest. Kieseldek in the scripture, in the celestial firmament, in the gospel above our head. Not in the heavens. The heavens aren't above your head. Heavens aren't above your head. Heavens are the ruling class. And I said, who is your master? They knew he was the master, and they knew he was Father. He was Aleph. They said, what is your name? What is your Shem? And remember what he said? You tell them my name is what? Can you concentrate long enough in the scripture? It's on your heart. It's inside us. Paul said that. It's written throughout any other texts. I don't talk about them, but you can find it. The kingdom of heaven is within. Paul said we must go through much thlipsis, tribulation, to receive that kingdom of heaven. Because Christ, through his prophecy, being the last prophet to walk this rock, because everything is written and there's nothing by chance and there's no free will and there's no such thing as luck. I did the stream earlier. You can't be saved. You have to endure to the end to be saved. There's no such thing as being saved. That's the word sozo in the Greek. S-O-Z-O. Picked up, carried, lifted from beginning point to an ending point, healed. So, yes, much agape and phileo. But remember, he said, Peter, I'm not asking you if you phileo me. Do you agape me? So, hold on. That puppies want to let in. You boys are so spoiled, boys, that I love. Oh, Juniper's eating dinner. Hi, Juniper girl. We got the Juniper kitten girl up there eating her dinner. Like a big girl. She's on the diamond lamb and rice. Ooh, we're on the last bag of diamond lamb and rice. So, we got to go to town like going to the city, to the Broadway. You notice all the cities got a broad way or a main, you know, the big wide gate. Remember, you enter through the wide gate in the big city lights. I don't like going to the city. So, with all the towers and the G-Whiz spewing the 5G cheddar whiz wave, whatever. Nimrod towers. You guys don't understand what they put in front of you. You standing right in front of your face on top of a church. That's the steeple. That's Nimrod's phallic. That don't get your blood pumping, and that I don't know what will. So I don't like going to the city. But anyways, I got to go get some dog food because I'm on my last bag. So I'll have to go to the dog store to get some more puppy food for our puppies. Normally I have extras, but it's been a little lean. We just had a pretty big bill to cover out here at the ministry, but we're working on going to the south to share the gospel down to the south and get to the equal door. As I was speaking to the magnetosphere at the equator, equal door, Ecuador is where we're going to have a second ministry. So if you don't follow or subscribe to this ministry, you can. And follow us over the next whatever, how long Father's plans is. Don't make any plans because he'll wreck them. He creates all things. No such thing as free will. No such thing as luck. Remember idolatry? That is the word porneia, the service of self. There's idolatry and there is agape. There's nothing else. No luck. You have to endure to the end to be saved. Sozo, Greek word sozo, carried, picked up, lifted, beginning point to an ending point. Anybody who hurts you, he will heal. Anybody screwed you, he will straighten all that out when you get there. But you have to endure to the end to be saved. So you can't be saved. Once saved, always saved. Shut the front door. Seriously. Like the dog star Sirius. They thought God's in the sky, so they prayed God's in the sky. You know where people think God is right now? Above their heads. And guess what? They're losing out on the fact that he's right there with them. The promise he would never leave you. Where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my Shem, my agape, my authority, my new covenant, there I will be in their midst. So he's not going to visit you behind a veil. You are the veil. Correct? That cover, that flesh. That's why Paul told us to cut it off. Circumcised, not the male genitalia like the Nimrod phallic we were speaking of earlier. That's Jesus Christ. Hope you don't follow Jesus Christ. Baby manger Jesus, birthed in the middle of the winter. Then they bang. They have a sex orgy Jesus ritual. They're Christ. They're anti-Nimrod, Satan, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with. I live with over the world. That's a bunch of idiots. You know, Time Magazine's Man of the Year. Voted for him twice. You've seen Stinky Muskrat doing that too, right? A about not being saved. What? You have to endure to the end to be saved. Dude, what's up, dude? Shaka bra, dude. Are you from the valley too, brah? Like valley girls, for sure. Oh, my bad. Just going back in time. Oh, here I am. I'm back to the future. I put some trash in the flux capacitor there. You know the movie Back to the Future is 100% about Donald Trump, right? The man responsible for dropping 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes using the Tesla tech and pyrotechnics, right? Well, pop. They decided to pull it. That's a term of, anyways. You know what EOD is? The Ordnance Division. Bam! Explosive. All right. Get them up out your chair there. Get up off your feet. Lift you from beginning point to an ending point. So, all right. Well, we'll go over. Yes, do me a favor, dude. Write this down. Write down informed. And I'm not a Christian, but Daniel Elijah Vallis is a beautiful. He's got a beautiful voice. And no, shut up. You're not going to come in here and speak lies. 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. President 9/11. Shut the up. You're a demon. Means you're a distributor of fortunes of lies to others. That's what you're a Nephilim. Stop bullying people. He is part of the whole gig. I understand that. But with this whole, he's a fake. Remember, he says God. He doesn't have any no salvation, no forgiveness of sin. He does not love the Hamashiach. He doesn't believe in Jesus Christ. Believe is, you can't believe in Jesus Christ as a thought in your head. Believe is an action word. It's a verb. So if you come in here, what's that, uncle? I'm going to have you screaming, uncle. I'm going to put you in the pressure point. The word is theolobos. I'm going to pinch the bull. It's like to be put through the wine press. So 100%. Blind 11. Are you that stinking blind? You let the Biden, when you skip Joe Biden, you want to go back in time, and then we'll go back to the future. 4 + 5 is 9. If you skip Joe Biden, remember, you knew I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let the Biden. Let's go back in time. Like Uno, we'll play a game of cards of Uno. You want to play skip or whatever? You're not going to be able to hang in here, buddy. And does anybody want to hang you, uncle? You can say uncle whenever and say, all right, you can tap out whenever you like. You can do whatever you like. Okay, yeah. They didn't hang anybody from crosses. Nobody ever hung on crosses. Nobody ever, that's unk. Cross, unk, get it? All right, you pagan, probably an idiot. So 4 + 5 is 9. Skip Joe Biden. 4 + 7 is 11. Are you that blind? President 9/11. And he's in office right now. What do you know? What are you going to do about that? Oh, I'm going to re-erect a One World Trade Center, 44, 4 triangles up and 4. I'm going to have my buddy Barry, my behind buddy. We like to trade lightsabers on our ice holes. Yeah, Barack Barry Sotero. He was not known homosexual. Get out of here, uncle. You can tap out whenever you like. Yeah. Pressure, huh? De Lobos. Pinched. Are you convinced? I don't have to do it by the number. Joe Biden, skip Joe. You knew I was a snake. Then he let the bite in so you could get the bite in. Is that what happened to you? You got bitten, you got that fang, the hood, the serpent. Watch out. Oh, wait, the scorpizo. Colnoman teacher. Horizo. He's the divider, the separator. I'll divide your bull crap, your nonsense Nephilim. So who did 9 blind 11? Would you like to change your story? History's written in a book, you idiot. Shut up, loser! You get left out of history. You think you're reading history in a book? Because did you read the 9/11 Commission? Get out of here. 2 losers is in a box. I think you've been living in a square peg or spinning on a block or a ball, aren't you? Don't say anything about blind 11. Revelation. Remember, they have a messenger over them. The man he has his house decorated with. Satan, myth, or the sun god. Jesus Christ with breast, you idiot. Uncle, you can tap out anytime. Say, yep, it's called reproof. We're supposed to reproof each other. What you got? You want to tap out? Anytime. Go ahead. Say something. Don't come in here and speak up, be a Nephilim, be a bully, and push your bull on everybody else, because that's the word Nephilim. A bully. You're a bully. You're a demon. You're a liar. Revelation 9 and 11, they have a king over them. The angelos, the messenger. A messenger is an angel. Angels don't have wings. Angels don't come from the sky. Fallen angels don't come from the sky. Are you that much of an idiot? Don't open your mouth and speak about Blind 11 in my chat, our chat in this ministry, because I'll smash, crush, pinch you with the truth like wine. I'll put you through the press. Push that nonsense out of here until you either leave or you submit. They say, oh, well, that's hard to deny. Yes, Revelation 9:11, he has his house decorated with Satan, the sun god, Mithra. Why is his house decorated with Satan? The blind 11 sun god. Are you that blind? Why are you not saying anything? Come in here and speak a bunch of crap, dung, feces. You want people to eat your bull. So stop lying. We know who's doing it. He's who's behind him, but put it the responsibility where the blame, call the tea kettle black, right? Hello, EpiPen Island boy. Are you an island boy? You protecting him or something? You one of these people are protecting the does? Oh, I gotta take a pee. Oh, in a file, in a pod. You're like you're like a two peas in a pod. Apparently, they're Uncle Cracker. Crackers and grape juice. Is that your Jesus? Your Massey Jesus? You got crushed, didn't you? You just got you got cooked. The man obviously has his house decorated with Mithra. That's Satan, Apollyon, the sun god. Revelation 9:11. I am Revelation. So don't speak on the book that I am. Don't speak on the book that I am unless you know what you're talking about. And you don't. At least you didn't blame it on Bush. Everybody is, oh, well, Bush did it. Stay out of the bushes. He said, don't hide that light in a basket, right? Behind a bush. Don't be an idiot. Don't be a liar. Don't be a demon. Fallen angels are liars and demons. Because they've fallen from grace, because they've fallen from truth, not from the sky. Fallen angels don't come from the sky. Tango, hold on. Fallen doesn't mean from over your head. So don't be an idiot. You're way over your head there, Uncle. You learning anything? I take this super serious enough to have this right in front of my face. I have it right here too on the board if you want to, go over your 9/11 sun god. Go back and look at all the work of this ministry. We'll take you back in time and show you some real aletheia, the word truth. So welcome to the 9/23 9/11 ritual. What you know as a 9/11 is now happening. It's right in front of your face. It happens every year at the equinox for this ritual, and now you're already in it. Yeah, this third, World War I was always called the Great War. They didn't call it World War II or one until World War II. It was called the Great War, and we're already in 3, and now you don't even know it. Welcome to Revelation. Welcome to the last book. You didn't even know you were in the last book either, did you, in Scripture? They're doing it by the script. There's no such thing as luck. There's no guessing what's going to happen. They're doing it by the book, like the wheel in the sky keeps on turning. King Solomon said, nothing new under the sun. He said there'd be signs in the stars and in the sun and in the moon. There would be signs like for times, right? In the firmament for seasons. So I speak of the book, especially when I know that we're the remnant. You come in here and try to put the blame on somebody else. We all know that he's got them in their pocket, right? But put the blame where it goes first. Osama bin Laden was an oil tycoon who did oil deals for over a decade with the Bushes. And I told you already to stay out of the bushes. But you won't listen, will you? Are you an ass, stubborn? Well, they didn't even speak up, So anybody learning anything here? Too? I'm going to take an interruption. You come in here and make a lie, be a Nephilim, be a bully about I am Revelation. I'm going to talk about something that's in that book, 9/11. 4 + 5 is 9 if you skip Joe Biden. And he's the one who let the Biden. So you get the bite. Did you get your little jab? Did you get your sticker? Your little gold sticker? Were you a good citizen? Did you trust the science, or did you have faith in Father? Did you have faith in the Hamashiach, in the Word? So take that. Because I'm not going to, I'm going to just keep giving it to you. I take this extremely serious. We're right here, right now, in this 923 ritual that's happening right now. This is a live 1945 exercise that's going right now in 2 = 3, right? Well, second dose in the same narrow way. So they're repeating this Antichrist spirit of 1945, of 923. So it's not a date of 923. Get over it. Oh, I thought it was going to be a date. It's not. Don't pick dates. You're an idiot. It doesn't mean 923 is the amount of executive orders that Barack Obama passed during his administration, like your Ether 44, this false ether that they've created. So this is I'm the only blogger on all of the internet. There's no other blogger doing this 923, 1945, Executive Order 11004. Yep, ritual that they're. That's a backwards, man. This thing was okay. I can't get this too, so you guys just have to do with it backwards. So the 923 is 923, 2017 was the birth of the Hamashiach in the celestial firmament, which marked that second, as he said, first in the stars. There's only one man on this rock. There's only less than 1% of the populace even knows that this event even happened. This is something 2,600 plus years ago that Christ spoke of. That would be the sign of the second coming. First, he said he came in flesh, but the second of his second coming would be in the celestial stars. Here is that sign of the Revelation 12 of the Virgin. This is 923 at 40 weeks to the day, because the birth of their new system. They're going to birth their Antichrist system. This is what this is revealing, the revelation. So there's that. The moon. There'll be a great sign in the heaven. That's Revelation 12. This is the sign that Christ gave John at the island of Patmos. Remember, not John the Baptist, the one who was sent to the gold mines of Revelation, of the great firmament marker of the Virgin, clothed with the sun, the moon at her feet, right? She'll be in pain, labor, because you remember the king, Melchizedek, entered into her belly, which represented, remember, first it passed Shiloh, right? Past Leo, remember, just like it did for the second sign that the Magi saw. Most people don't. I could go talk to pastors, deacons, reverends, biblical scholars, and they don't have any idea what I'm telling you right now. I told you less than 1% of the population knew about this revelation of John that was given to him by Christ, the Hamashiach, at the island of Patmos on the gold mines, where he gave him the sign, the great sign of the Virgin, which represented Virgo. And she would be clothed with the sun. That's what this is. This isn't just something that happened in one day, or like an eclipse for like an hour or something. This didn't take 4 days or 4 weeks, or this took 40 and less time than it took Revelation 12 sign or a woman to come to Pat through right? The child, the birth of a child. See, this is 923 right there. That is 923. That's the date after 40 weeks after Jupiter was in the belly of the Virgin. She would have a crown of 12 stars upon her head. Remember, when Jupiter was not the first sign, like the conjunction of the, right, Saturn and the, remember, Jupiter, the triple conjunction, in 1939 is how they formed the nation of Israel in the house of Aries, the ram. You know, you're like a donkey, you just don't want to learn anything. So get off your high horse there, idiot. Stop pushing drugs. Said don't sup with vipers, don't cast your pearls before swine, pigs, people in government. Is that who you work for? You're out of your league there, superhero. You want to be a hero die for his country, right? It's a corporation, so you might want to, step to the side, take exit, stage left or right, go somewhere else. Don't push drugs in here, you child. This is an adult-only stream, and people, it's not what goes in a man or a woman that defiles them, it's what comes out of us under this covenant. But don't come in here and be a drug pusher. So stop being a drug pusher. You're pushing drugs. Oh, something's wrong with me. Now you want me to lay down in a chair and give me drugs, right? Because something's wrong with me. So get out here, Robert. You're a drug pusher. You're a drug pusher. You are a drug pusher. You have been programmed like an android to corrupt the mainframe. You tried to do it and it didn't work, like a virus. You're an idiot, child. A virus ain't even alive. Remember Jimmy Crackhorn? You can't serve two masters. Your master's dead to me. Get out of here, child, and stop pushing drugs on people. You're a drug pusher. You don't even know you're doing it because you've been programmed like a robot or like an android, like a computer. Remember? Hello, number 5, alive. A virus ain't alive, you idiot. Go somewhere else. Go get educated. Just because somebody knows something, you're going to say that something's wrong with them, right? And then push drugs on them. That's your insinuation. I already know. Get out of here. You're a narcissist is what you are. So. We don't mourn in here. So, but anyways, thanks for coming in there. And but don't push drugs in here, please. Seriously, I don't want anybody booster 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many drugs are you gonna take? So, all right. Anyways, 923, birth of the Virgin. Christ spoke of this celestial firmament marker. Remember when the sun? Remember, right? They thought the sun was dying at the equinox. They prayed to Saturn to try to slow the sun. People don't understand these firmament markers, brothers and sisters. They think heaven's above their head. Heaven's not above your head. Dead people don't go to the sky. They think hell's below their feet. Hell's not below your feet. Hell's an empty space in between your hell. Hell's the word bis. Revelation 9 and 11 says they have a king over them, a messenger, the messenger of the angel. Remember, Christ visited John at the island of Patmos and gave him this sign, Revelation, as the messenger. It says they have a king over them, angelos, the messenger of the abyss. The abyss is the word. All right, we got to work there. We got some energy coming from the sun. The magnetosphere being failed. That's what's going on. So, and I live out in the country. So you just have to deal with it. The sun. So, God is a title, and Father. God is a title, and Father I am is not in the sky. He leaves, as he says in this book of Psalms and David's writing, markers, firmament. It's in the firmament, declares his handiwork. Okay? That line, that ecliptic plane that goes out is right here. This is what David is talking about. This is where all these signs are declared on the line. Look at where all these stars are lining up here. Should be clothed with the sun, the moon, her feet, Jupiter in her belly. She will have a crown of 12 stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Venus, Mars, and Mercury. All right, so we'll just time out like a child. Okay, so Venus, right? Mars and Mercury are wandering stars. They don't stay on the ecliptic plane, brothers and sisters. They stood still for 40 weeks under, remember, the scepter shall not depart from Leo, Judah, the lion, that from the tribe of Judah. This represents Christ in the firmament, a celestial. Leo is a representation of the king, the lion king, as Disney calls him. This, remember, when Jupiter stopped at the head of Leo, this made Father, right, was no longer high priest or Aaron. Christ became high priest at judgments, the day of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. That's how the wise men not knew just the star conjunction. Remember, the wise men, they were watching the stars. And when they were looking up at the firmament, at the stars and the sun and the moon, they were watching Jupiter, Kieseldeck in Scripture. The king, star. It gets his name, the king, because it's out the longest and it's the brightest in the night sky. And when it conjuncted with the morning star, this is known as the Star of David. Remember, Christ was from the house of David, born of Bethlehem. David was born of Bethlehem. Ring a bell? Hello? Or are you just some Jezebel? All right, anyways. The sisters. When Jupiter pointed at the head of the lion, the first conjunction was the Star of David, remember? A star upon a star over to another star upon a star. Why do you have this all marked over your body? That I am Revelation. I've been ministering this apocalypse for a long time, okay? I've had these markers. I'm the only person to have this on my body. There's only one man on this rock. It doesn't make me better or above anybody. It makes me set apart. So welcome to Revelation. Welcome to the last book. So don't get me on this blind 11 subject, and because we're supposed to be talking about the magnetosphere, where he's going to bring the fire, and they know that. So they're getting ready. That's why they've been digging in, building deep underground military bases, shelters, bunkers, dums. But anyways, all right. Freedom, dum. So anyway, so remember, when the wise men were watching, they saw the conjunction of the morning star, Venus, not Lucifer. There's no such thing as Lucifer. Doesn't exist. That's not a word that's ever written in Scripture. So stop using it. That shows you what kind of an idiot society you live in. The word Lucifer doesn't exist. That's as real as Yoda or Darth Vader or Spock, maybe George Jetson, maybe Bart Simpson, maybe Beavis and Butthead. So get your butthead out of here. Yeah, you're a goat. And I don't do that. No thanks. I'm a dog. Remember, I got sheep, dogs in here. I'll bite your ankles just like a sheep. Lead you. Remember, exit stage left or stage right. I don't sup with vipers. I don't cast my pearls before swine. Low energy. So no, Revelation says she'll have a crown of 12 stars. The stars were 3 wandering stars, Venus, Mars, and Mercury, and then Leo made up the 9, 10, 11, 12 in Revelation 12. The 3 stars that wandered were Venus. These are constant. These are constant. Constellation, remember, they don't move like the Virgin. It's a constant. It stays. So, but these 3 stars wander off and on the ecliptic plane. So I want you to fathom for 1 minute. This didn't stay there. These stood like it. Remember, when Jupiter, wise men remember, there were not 3 wise men. That's just an image. I put that on there so you'll understand the image. They were watching, like he's pointing up at the night sky. They were watching. There he said there'd be signs in the star, in the sun, and in the moon. Jupiter was the king star. When it conjuncted with the morning star, this is what is known as the Star of Bethlehem or the Star of David. They didn't fall asleep. They continued to watch. When Jupiter moved to opposition, it pointed to Leo and stopped at the head of Leo, making Christ the high priest. right? Like the Levitical priest or the high priest of Aaron for judgments. Now Christ, right? Come the seventh shofar, the great and dreadful day of the Lord, right? The wedding feast of the lambs. He will stand in as, right, to cover the sins of the world, because under the Old Testament, one sin was death. The wages of sin, whether venial or mortal, it didn't matter. So you need you that covering of salvation. But remember, when the king star conjuncted with the morning star, this was known as the Star of David or the Star of Bethlehem. They continued to watch. It moved to opposition, and it pointed to the head of the church, which is a representation of Christ. Jupiter there's many representations of our king in the firmament, but this is Leo. Disney mocks him and calls him Lion King. Remember, the scepter shall not depart from Judah. The lion remember, he sprang out of Judah. He was from the house of David, born of Bethlehem. Okay, so these three wandering stars connected to make this 12 stars. Now, remember, it pointed to the head of the lion to declare Christ. The scepter shall not depart from Judah, the king, the Lion King from Judah, till Shiloh returns. That is Christ Jesus. So we know how powerful this marker is because it took Father, who were under the Old Testament, under Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, there were 613 laws, statutes, commandments, and under one sin, whether, again, venial or mortal sin, it didn't matter, though. Sin was a sin. The wages of sin, one was death. So Father covers this through Shiloh when he returns, as the Hamashiach did in flesh, hung himself. We must be, crucified by this world to receive our inheritance. If we're not a disciple, then we're not being crucified. And we're being crucified because people don't want these truths. There's many are called, but only God, means a puny number, are chosen. There's only one person on this rock, brothers and sisters, that's taken the time to mark these celestial firmament markers on my body as a canvas. And I do have this Revelation 12 sign, and I'm the only man that has this. So I can explain this. I've been explaining this on the internet for years, okay? So there's plenty of work. If you're not getting it now, you can go back and go through my work. There's thousands of hours I've been doing it. I'm the only person right now that's declaring this 9/23 and 4, right? It's so ironic that my son was birthed on 11/4, but whatever, on their pagan calendar. But this is happening. These star firmament, he says in the book of Matthew, he says in Genesis, there would be, remember, those star markers would be for times and seasons. There would be signs in Matthew in the stars, sun, and moon. It tells us in Genesis, in the very beginning, that they're up there to tell us it's a calendar, if you will, normally to grow food, like pagans used it to grow food at the equinox, equal night. This is your yin yang symbol. A little bit of darkness gets more and more dark. Same, whip around the other way. A little bit of light gets more and more light. Going around and around and around. That's that same paganism where that is your clock. So now they think a clock is some number pointed at a wall, and they go to work from 9 to 5 and sleep 8 hours. Nobody ever in history slept for 8 hours. They navigated by, remember, it was those families right off the ocean. They navigated by the stars, and they would fish, and move by they were in the desert, for Christ's sake. They were moving in the desert. Much easier. I'm in the desert to move by night than it is by day. As far as heat, travel, you have the right to travel without a license, so Are you just one of these bootlickers, pig lickers, government lubbers, people in government? So Pharisees, you're a Pharisee. You're doing the same thing as Christ stood up to it, and they threw him in jail. If you ain't been in jail for standing up against the law or in prison, then you're not Christ-like. You're some other Jesus that Paul warned of. You go after some other gospel. So yeah, if they don't want to put holes in you and throw you in jail, then you don't know who Christ is. They didn't love him. As a matter of fact, the Pharisees hated him so much. It wasn't Pontius Pilate. It was the Pharisees, the corporation, the modern day America, brothers, sisters of the day, the police state, taxes, fees. You've turned my father's house into a den of thieves. Remember, they were feeing people, making them money changing, exchanging the rate from the old money or the new money, the old to the new, the rate of exchange. Remember, they were overcharging, making it a market, turning for profit and turning the word to profit. We're not supposed to do that. Remember, Mr. Wartspeed's the one who brought the whole 501c3, the whole money back in the church. Thank you, Mr. Warp Speed. Nobody talks about that either. Why am I the only one talking about, some of these things? Here, let me give you another single thing. And I know it's out there, but I don't see anybody else talking about it. I mean, there are some things that are wonderful. How come nobody's talking about the American women being drafted? Nobody cares in America. America, you're going to see when you die, all these things will be revealed. The most weak men to ever walk this rock was the American man. They're weak. They don't say anything. They're supposed to be freedom, or whatever, have rights. Then they choose to shut up. They're downright silent. The silent majority. They go down in history. They will. And they didn't say anything. So why are the American women drafting? Why are they drafting American women? Why are American men not standing up and overthrowing this government for that reason alone? That's enough to overthrow the government. You don't send your women to war. So anybody who supports this crap is my enemy. And you know what? I keep my friends close and my enemies closer. So that's why I won't permanently ban you. You might be able to come back around, but I don't sup with vipers, just so you know. I don't cast my pearls in the mud. Poor swine. So if you have an eye to see, a spiritual eye, a celestial eye, a biblical eye, you'll understand, you'll see it. But if not, don't worry about it. Many are called and very few are chosen. Father doesn't love everybody. He only loves his bride. One sin under the Old Testament was death. So there's not going to be a whole bunch of people from the past. They're going to be, when the final judgments come, that are going to, if you weren't under salvation, redemption, repentance, baptism, these are all you didn't have this. There was no salvation. There was no repentance of sin and forgiveness of sin. One sin was death. You better be thankful in the time that you live in, the time of grace and mercy. That time ain't going to last forever, brothers, sisters. You better hold yourself accountable. You better, purify yourself as he purified himself. Cast off the works of darkness. Remember Paul in Ephesians 6. Go back and read Paul's writings. Put on that whole armor of God, that breastplate of armor, the helmet of salvation. Continue to read on what it is that you're supposed to be doing. There are 7 things in Scripture that it tells us that we are supposed to be doing to be matured. 7 is the number of maturity. You want to be childish about when you walk this rock, then you're not going to move along in your spiritual eternal walk, because it doesn't always include flesh. Sometimes we leave this flesh. You think because you leave the flesh, you're dead, you're an idiot. You're supposed to be dying to flesh daily, every day, death to self, spiritual death. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily. Take up your cross daily, and you go fight it. I've never told anybody this thing. Ever once have I ever told anybody. You need to find that. That's what he does in you. So you go see Brother Jim Brown covers it, but I don't cover it in here. Maybe I could do a one-time deal on it or something like that. But that's something we need to find for ourselves. Brother Jim will go over there and see. No, it's okay. You haven't been here long. That's fine. It's just there are some things I don't give away. Some things takes me a long time, and it's like, the whole Blind 11, the whole masquerade during the whole COVID. I'm a veteran, and to see people wearing a blue mask, folded mask. My grandmother was a Jew, practicing Jew. I know these old traditions. The master would be there, and eating at the table, and the servant would be in the darkness and the shadows waiting to serve the master. And, that neatly folded napkin was the return. Is it, if he was going to come back, he would leave it neatly accordion folded. If he was not, he'd wad it up and put it on top of his plate. And that's exactly how Christ left that veil that they covered to him, that apocalypse, that bow, that cover that was put over him. Okay. And he left that when Mary had declared, that gave women a voice, that the king had risen, and that and he was not there. And that neatly folded resurrection is the redemption of the bride. That is Shiloh. And I never told anybody that for years during the COVID. And it used to just beat me every time I'd see one of those blue masks. It just, I'm a veteran. I got PTSD from the whole, I thought veterans had, wore masks so you didn't have to. That was the right. They didn't fight for freedom. They defended your right to choose whether you wanted to wear one or not. If the mask works, then shut up. You assert your right to your Fifth Amendment and Mirandize. I'm going to tell you, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be, just shut up. If your mask works, be quiet. What are you worried about? See, what about the right to choose? So as a veteran, I was very offended to begin with to see people wearing masks, let alone a neatly accordion folded, style blue mask. It was just, and I never told anybody. So some things I will reveal, but it takes me time. Some things I keep to myself. And that's something I think we should all sit down in scripture and read the things, because our 7 is the number of maturity. Okay, Jen, it is. 7 is the number of maturity. To be 7 is to be completed or matured. There's 7 ram's horn. There's 7 bowls, those trumps. There's 7 seals, like the 7 stars, the 7 candlesticks, the 7 Pleiades, which are the 7 churches. Okay. And I'd give it up, but it's, please go find it. If you want, and you just want to, J.J. Wentworth, you want it now, go see Jim Brown and look through his teachings at Grace and Truth Ministries, and he'll tell you the 7 things. You can look it up. These are, remember, you have a lot of tools, okay? So it's just one of those things that we got to, don't show your whole card, whole hand. And I'm not trying to hide anything like that. I'm telling you, there are 7 things. And if you read these things, go see Jim Brown, and you will find that he has, he goes over what he says it a lot too. Brother Jim Brown says it a lot, but he doesn't always reveal. I kind of get that from Brother Jim Brown. Okay. He does a lot of the times he says about the 7, but he won't go into the 7 things. So there are teachings that he will go into and tell you, but they're very limited. And so I guess because Brother Jim Brown does that, it's kind of like my 2 that I'm following Brother Jim Brown's. I mirror. Okay, well, believe no man, Jen, but I guarantee you don't need to study anything else. You can come over here for celestial bis knowledge teachings. Brother Jim doesn't have the I don't like his 23.5 degree tilt. Everything else, though, is 100%. I mean, 99.9999999. Okay, nobody's perfect. Only Father is sovereign and above law and the Creator. But Jim Brown is a walking lexicon, a concordance. He goes by these interlinear Textus Receptus, what I study out of here and what I refer. Everybody, remember, I tell everybody, stay out of these other texts, stay out of the rejected texts, stay out of any volume that is not the 12th century canonized. And I know that has issues, but until you can build your base on the rock, don't build your house on sinking sand. He said, I am the Petra. He's the snare that lifts us out of here. If you don't get your prize, your treasure fixed to you, you're going to leave these earthly treasures here. When you get like a snare, you came in head first, you're going to leave by your feet. If he's the snare that lifts us out of here. He said, I'm the Petra, but he also said he was the snare. You're going to leave your treasure on this rock. So it will either come out of your pockets or already spent it, and your prize is Christ. So I don't want to lead you. Remember, the second coming of Christ, that's what I'm showing you here, is the second coming in the celestial firmament. When they asked Christ, about what would be, remember, his apostles asked him, what would be the sign of the second coming of Christ? And his words to them were, be sure no man deceive you. So we're supposed to, Jen, discern all things through your spiritual calculator. Make sure it's adding up exactly hados. It has to be in the same, not a variant, same, right? Not a change, not a jot, not even a fraction off. Please be careful of that. Okay. So I like that you don't want trash, and I can give you the BIS knowledge, how to narrow it down. And the best thing you can do is slow down and start studying one word at a time. And then the second thing is learn how to unlearn and relearn. And that's what Brother Jim Brown is, the hands down. There's nobody better on this rock that does it better than Brother Jim. He'll help you to unlearn and relearn things that you knew you thought you'd like, whoa, I know that's right, because he just gave me the whole history and he went through all the verbiage, whether it was a predicate or an adjective or a noun or, he remembers stuff in school. I didn't listen in school. I didn't learn anything. You know what I'm saying? Oh, all glory to Father. Father makes me do it, Jen. It's not me. My life's over, man. I already bid bounty. I already had a kid. I already got married once. My life has been, it's an absolute nightmare today. It's horrible, but yet I'm blessed at the same time. It's serious. It's like a double-edged sword. You go down one way, the other way but don't worry. I'll walk in the shadow of the valley of death. So I will fear no evil, for the Lord are with me. So it is him, it is I am, it is Shiloh that I love, and I'm in love with the word, and I love revelation, because it's the day we live in. It's a time, it's a sorrows period that takes time, and everybody wants everything to be the end of the world. So it's Father birthed me to do this. There's no other. I don't serve any other purpose. My son is in his 20s and then 25 or whatever, and he's missing, and I'm trying to find whatever. If you've been following the ministry at all, you know what's going on with that. My daughter, but um, potentially even murder, but I can't do anything because Father won't let me get anywhere with it. I've tried reporting them dead and potentially my daughter, raped or murdered, and the cops won't do anything. So I am thankful that I have faith like Daniel, and I feel like I am in that dead alliance, that they're trying to eat me. And every time I go to one of these court appearances, I rely on the book of Luke, you be without counsel, and they'll throw you in front of their magistrates and their judges and their synagogues and their men in their black robes. Do not worry what your answer will be. I will tell you what to say. So he always covers me, and I'm always this close to being thrown in jail. For like the last time was I got threatened to be thrown in jail for saying that, the Josephine, I'd reported my son to the Josephine County murdered, and I got called nutty and speaking gibberish. So, you know, uh, in or out or Five Guys. Oh man, I used to have an In-N-Out burger tattooed right there. I know you probably won't see it, but there was an In-N-Out burger tattooed right. Get the light on this fish scale. I made him leave a couple of the scales that said In-N-Out burger right there. I've had, you don't know how many free double doubles I've had. Yeah, we just got to put it in Father's hands. So it's okay. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. I don't care what happens, Jen. There's nothing that can happen. Father, I'm not saying that it wouldn't surprise me, but there's nothing he's gonna do that's I'm gonna be like, wow. And a lot of the times when something really weird and wacky and wild happens, I kind of get ahead of time, like, oh, well, this is not going to turn out like I think. Watch, I kind of have a handle on what I think will, but sometimes, and like last time I nailed it, the last time I went in, because now I have, I feel it's fine. It's fine. I feel like I should have maybe taken the money that I paid the ministry off with, got the attorney, and I could have done this, but it's okay. Anything could happen to me at any time. Now the ministry can serve whether I'm here or not. It will continue to serve. I know it. I was working my tail off today on that outdoor above ground. I still have a below ground garden that's being built out here. But this ministry, even though it is an online ministry, we really don't have bodies here yet. I know they will come. People will reap this benefits. The world's not going to come to end tomorrow or the next day or even next week or next month or next year. I think we have many years until we reach that end of the thing. The world always ended as we knew it back during the beginning of the COVID, which started this new age anyways. Not new age, but the new age of air. And we're not in the age of water, deception anymore, right? We're in the age of understanding. The veil is being lifted as we speak. That's what happens when, you pull off the cover, people start seeing, it's like the Wizard of Oz. They pull that curtain back and you see who's pushing the buttons. And wait a minute, I'm not fearing this man on the big screen. It's just some little troll back there trying to scare me. Right? So here we are in the Wizard of Oz land, the straw man and the scarecrow. That's I just need a little dab oil, the tin man, and I'll spring in action, right? And then the cowardly lion, right? Who didn't speak up and didn't say a word, right? And then remember, If I only had a brain, right? The straw man. So here we are living that, we're here. So, um, well, it was hard for me for decades. I struggled too, honestly, Jen, so much, and something kept drawing to me. I was like, and I don't say that I don't love the other books. I mean, I love all the apostles' writings, because all Matthew, Peter, Mark, Luke, especially Paul, saw all his Ephesians, Thessalonians, Corinthians, Colossians, all those writings are the gospel. Okay. But the beautiful thing about the book of Revelation is it scares people a lot. And I think that's why it's hard for our brain. And you might disagree with me, but when you read what's in there, it seems so far beyond even something that Father, it sounds almost like, because I don't do none of that stuff like Dungeons and Dragons, or it mentions drag, or like Lord of the Rings or so. And it's not, I've never watched either of that. I don't do any of that, but I know what it is. Right. See, right. So that's our minds like, holy crap, is that what you got? Because I remember when I was, teenager reading Revelation, I was like, oh my God, what the hell? And then, I won't go into, like I said, the book of I Am Revelation. I'll go off on one subject and I'll get off and I'll just start teaching on another. But I want to finish this Revelation 12 because it's so beautiful to know that Christ was visited by John, or visited John at the island of Patmos, and he gave us this book of this revelation, of these markers, and of this time of the beast, of New Mystery Babylon, the time of sorrows, the time of this continuing intensification, where mountains will be moved, and the sea will be, the skies will roll back like a scroll, the pit, all these things are just like, but guess what? It's already here. We're already in the book of Revelation. Don't be afraid. You're already made it 4 years plus 5 years into this new age, which is the age where the cover. Revelation means uh, revelation means to lift off, to lift off the cover, or to remove the veil, to reveal. Revelation is to reveal. We all have these revelations. Okay, it is the book of Revelation, not revelations, but there are many revelations within that book, and it should do that. Revelation is the whole book. It really is. And I know that might not make sense until you truly understand the book, because it is mirroring all of everything that's ever happening, and it's coming to a final trump. It's coming to that last shofar, that seventh, ram's horn will sound. He'll put one foot on the land, one foot on the sea, and said, time is no more. And when your brain figures that out, it's mind numbing. So when we pull off the lies of what we think is time, and we start understanding more of this book, what it is, Revelation isn't scary. Revelation is exciting. Revelation is time to that word is aletheia. Watch these lies just being peeled off left and right. It's like, they used to be like, well, there's a bunch of these Masons and stuff, and they meet in California, Bohemia, and they burn big, fire and statues of Moloch, and now they're like, hey, we're meeting in Davos, Switzerland. They're not even hiding this anymore. What used to be a secret society is just out in the open now. They're really not trying to hide it. If you look right now, Jen, everything is revelation. It's all put right in. Musk came out and said that Thump went to the island. He's an island boy, like I've been telling you guys in here for years. Sometimes when I reveal the revelation, I'm pulling off the cover to reveal the aletheia. It's like a wave of like sorrows, because there is a point, there's an apex, like a crowning moment, like 40 weeks, there was a crowning moment where there's a birth. Sometimes it takes that birth to have that final revelation, if you will. That is the word apocalypse. Okay, apocalypse is the same exact word. It doesn't mean anything else. Apocalypse is revelation. So We are in the apocalypse right now. We've already seen the first rider of Revelation, the one on the white house. I mean, on the white horse, right? One that brings the disease, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. Remember, $2.2 trillion in warp speed, right? Apollyon, Satan, 9/11. They have a king over them. Revelation 9/11. King is the angel of the sun god birthed in the middle of the winter on New Year's. Jesus Christ. Baby manger Jesus. Right? So to be a witness where John was given this revelation of this book, I want you to wrap your brain around this real quick, Jen. Thousands, 2,600 plus years ago, Christ, my love, Shiloh, visited John. Remember, not the Baptists. They didn't know what to do with John, right? A little crazy John, right? Not John the Baptist. And so they put him out on the islands, out in the gold mines in Patmos, where Christ visited. Obviously, he was kept alive because that's Father did that to make sure this revelation, this book would be given to him, not the book, but this message that's in this book. So 2,600 years ago, he spoke of this celestial marker of the second coming. First, he said it would be the second coming, remember, would be there would be signs in the stars and moon, but it would be in the stars. His second coming would be in the stars. Okay, so everybody, they do all these celestial events like, oh my God, it's the end of the world. No, these are celestial firmament markers. Okay, like example, following the Revelation 12 sign, we saw Revelation 13, where it talks about the Draco's tail being above the ecliptic plane, where its tail would cast a third of the stars to this rock. And its tail was sticking above, its head was down here, and its tail was up here. So if you look at this slice right here, if you have the horizon right here, and you looked out the night sky, a third, and its tail would cast a third of the star. It's Armageddon! We're all gonna die! You see, I'm like, you guys, it's talking about the star, and you can actually get a, like a protractor, like do measurements, and could get, like you can measure that third of that slice of the whole horizon, right? Up to, not horizon, but horizon. That 1/3 was where Draco's tail. Remember? And then there'll be another sign in the heavens, a great red dragon, right? With 7 heads and 10 horns. It talks about that dragon on Revelation 9:23, right? Not Revelation 9:23. On 9:23 of 2017, Jupiter exited the belly of the Virgin on 9/23, 2017, after 40 weeks in the belly of the Virgin. Now, look, it said in Revelation 12, John was visited by Christ, and he said to be a great sign in the firmament. The Virgin, Virgo, right? The Virgin constellation. She would be crowned with this. She would have a clothed, right? Crowned and clothed, moon at her feet, sun. She'd be clothed with the sun, the moon at her feet, right? With Jupiter would enter into her belly, and she would have a crown of 12 stars. Leo making 9, 3 wandering stars, Venus, Mars, and Mercury, which don't stay on the ecliptic plane. Like the sun goes up and down, we stay on the ecliptic plane, okay? Venus, Mars, and Mercury wander up and down. They stood still, not for 4 days, not for 4 weeks, but for 40 weeks. And on 9/23, 40 weeks to the day after being, now look, Jupiter too, it moved around in the constellation of the belly of the Virgin, but it never exited. It came close, but it stayed in her belly. For Jupiter to do that, to move opposition, remember I told you it was when it moved opposition that the Magi or the wise men saw and followed it and continued watching it. That's odd for Jupiter to move in that window, if you will. Like, I don't want to bring up Enoch, but okay. But anyways, so I want you to fathom this. These stars didn't just stand still for 4 hours, like some eclipse, 4 days, 4 weeks, but 40 weeks, when it says that she will have a crown of 12 stars upon her head, 9, 10, 11, 12. And on 40 weeks to the day, 9/23, Jupiter exits out of the belly of the Virgin. That's this star marker right here that I have on my body. Okay. Now listen, Christ spoke of this, Jen, 2,600 years ago. He spoke of this message. He visited John at the island of Patmos, and he gave him this star firmament marker. Again, this took the largest star in our solar system, the sun. It took the moon. It took 3 wandering stars, 2 major constellations, and not just one day event or for just a couple minutes. This took 40 weeks, and it could have come out weeks earlier. And because women have pre-birth, most women, some women go a little long and some go. It's kind of silly how they do that to women, how they pick their birth date and, of when they're supposed to have this child. And a lot of the times it doesn't happen on that date. I mean, it has a lot to do with a lot of other things. There are variables, but I think it's absolutely, amazing that it didn't take, a day longer or a day, shorter, but 40 weeks, which is the exact gestation time to birth a child of a human being. So this is the birth of Christ in the celestial firmament. A lot of people say that this Revelation 12 sign has happened in other mechanics, but there is no other way to put this Revelation 12 sign with the 3 wandering stars for 40 weeks. Do you understand? Some of these signs, they say that it's a moment in time. It's a flash in the pan. This took 40 weeks. Venus, Mars, Venus, Mercury, and Mars stood still, stopped on the ecliptic plane. You see what I'm saying? This is Christ. You know what I'm saying? That's right. He gave this sign. And now I want you to think about something, Jen. Christ 2,600 years ago. Okay, I don't have it. I've got some stuff on top of it. In that book, he spoke of this sign. Probably the most beautiful sign to ever happen in the firmament. And it happened when we were alive. I know we're in the book of Revelation. That happened before the new age started. We were in the age of deception, water. Now we're in the age of air, Aries. Fire was the age, right? Before we came into water. Now we're in the age of Aquarius, where the veil has been lifted. Yeah, we're far. We're far from the end, Jenna. We're not close to the end. We're not close to the end. Just so you know, we're not at the end. We're not even close to the end yet. Because if you understand what it says, again, it says there'd be wars, and there always has been wars, rumors of wars, famine of the word, pestilence, the word becomes disease too, not just on this rock, right? There'll be earthquakes. Earth is the rule, not under your feet, but there'll be earthquakes in diverse places, right? This is not the end. This is what the book tells us, but this is the beginning of sorrows, and that's tribulations, where that is the ellipsis, that word where we go through a wave of an increasing. If you've ever, no, we're in the book of Revelation, but what people want is a quick fix, like some quick Jesus, like, oh, it's going to happen. Bombs fall in my backyard. Now I can do something, get up off my 4th point of contact and do something about it. No. So, okay. So, Jen, imagine that this is that generation. So we know we are the remnant, brothers, sisters, because we are in that generation. I can also tell you with the circuit of Jupiter into the Aries. Always be wary. That's fine. Discern all things, Arthur. Okay? Discern all things. Believe no man. He says, be sure no man deceive you at the second coming of Christ. There we go. Sign of Jonah. Hallelujah. That evil and adulterous generation will look for a sign. The only sign they'll be given is a sign of Jonah. And I gave that sign out before these signs even happened in the firmament. As far as remember the eclipse that happened on April 8th, 2024, right? that completed that Jonah sign, the Alice sign, right? Went through 11 Ninevehs. Remember, I'm the only man on this rock that has the great red dragon eclipse tattooed on my body of 2017. There's not another man that has that eclipse on his body. There's not another man that has the Revelation 12 sign. I don't know how many people have the Star of David or the Star of Bethlehem. I don't care. This is what Father birthed me to do. So I didn't do this for no reason. I could have been doing a lot of other things with my life. I have I'm a very diverse dude, complex, and so I'm not simple man. So, well, what is going to happen, Jenna, is not a one-time event. So there's no one-time event. That's what you need to understand. There's no one event. Please go study Informed Christians. Go see Daniel Vallis for the celestial firmament markers. As he says, this is a tapestry of events over time as we trek through these star markers. There will become an ending point, but you don't want the end to come. Be blessed that you can still be prepared. You can still move around the cabin. The captain does not put on the fasten seatbelt sign. You go still get TP for your bunghole. Go get some wipes. I like wipes. I'm a dude. I got a hairy butt. I don't mean to go there, but I like my little, creature comforts. Go get the things you want right now. This is nobody standing on an X right now. They freak out if you bought a couple extra rolls. Daniel Vallis at Informed Christians. I apologize. So go see Daniel Vallis at Informed Christians. He is he's another Magi, brothers and sisters. He is a Magi. Magi is us that were birthed here to give you this celestial firmament markers. The gospel is written in the stars, brothers and sisters. I just gave you the revelation of John at the island of Patmos, where Christ gave him as a messenger that Revelation 12 sign. And we saw it in our lifetimes, brothers and sisters. That is just, you should be able to die in peace right now. And I'm saying, he says, those who say peace, do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division. I'm just saying that to let your heart. You were a wit and you're not. You didn't, but guess what? You were, and now you can go back and watch all the work that I've done, watch the work that Danny Vallis has done. There's just a couple of us that have done this, brothers and sisters. We are literally days away from these tattoos that I have on my body. And it's not the end of the world. Just so you know, I marked these things because I want Father to know that. And look up. Draw nigh. I want to make sure he knows that I was looking up. But we started this journey in 2014, brothers and sisters. Obviously, if I have these tetrad blood moons, I don't know if there was a super moon. I don't know if you remember any of this. I had been on this. I'm a Magi. I have to do this. Father makes me do this. Look at all this, work that I've got done here. It's thousands, how much time I put my, to make sure that I can fellowship with my brother with using this book that I have, this canvas, if you will. Use paper. It's my paper. I use this as my book. My able to help. Vampire wants. Oh, we're asking some. Lucifer, you're an idiot. Lucifer, this is your very last chance to define and to tell everybody, why do you come in here with your stupid name? Don't ever come back in here. There's no such thing as, it's Informed Christians, as Lucifer. So stop it. I rebuke your name. You're childish. You're one of the most childish people to walk this rock ever. 666. You've already been here for that. Nobody cares about your stupid vampire jokes. This ain't some stand-up comedy show, okay? Take your Eddie Murphy delirious and go take your G.I. Joe got stuck in the water and then a big brown shark came and, whatever, Jaws, and take your Jaws and go flap your Jaws somewhere else. I don't want him in here. There's no such thing as Lucifer. You're an idiot. Lucifer's like George Jetson, like Bart Simpson, like Beavis and Butthead. Go butt your head somewhere else with somebody else, okay? You're a goat, not the greatest of all time. You're a vessel of wrath, fitted for destruction. I've seen you in here now enough to know that. Your name is idiocracy. It's childish. There's no such thing as Lucifer. You're as childish as all these people who call themselves Luciferian. Lucifer is not ever written in the scripture. So you have a name that's like Chewbacca or something. You're an idiot. And I've tried to help you with your name and you don't care. You just keep coming in here and you say stupid things like whatever the hell you said. I didn't even read it. Stop being an idiot and coming in my chat or I'm going to ban you. And I've never permanently banned anybody. Your name is stupid. You'll know them by their fruit. You don't even know what 666 equals. Every time I've asked you, you've never been able to even answer it, and even been given the answer in here. So take your stupid name. It's, what is it? Nice. The light bearer. Venus is the morning star, you idiot, not Lucifer. So I rebuke you. Don't come in here. Just click off of here. Don't come in here, or every time I see you in here, I won't even give anybody a chance to even try to teach off you anymore. Your name is the stupidest name probably on the internet. You do have far superior, probably the stupidest name on the internet. Lucifer, there's no such thing, and 666 is the number of man, not the beast. And that's what you are. You are traditions of men. You're a Jezebel. Who in the hell would pick a word Lucifer when Lucifer doesn't exist? So take you and your whole genre of idiot followers that follow Lucifer when there is no such thing as Lucifer. Think about how stupid of a world you live in right now, brothers and sisters. Lucifer is never written in the text like the word planet. I'm sure this Lucifer 666 thinks he lives on a planet. He or she, I don't care. Jezebel is what they are. But anybody disagree? Venus is the morning star. So I'm offended by your idiocracy. Not Lucifer. So does anybody want to make a comment about why people call them Luciferian when that was never even written in scripture like the word planet? There's no such thing as a planet. Planets don't exist. Like Lucifer doesn't exist. But people walk around and say, I'm a Luciferian and I'm a... Lucifer is not Satan. Lucifer is Chewbacca. Maybe Han Solo. Just some made-up character. Star Trek. Spock. Nanu. Mork. Shazbot. Anybody disagree? That's the stupidest thing ever. A bunch of people walk around thinking they're Luciferian when there's not even... That's like the Easter Bunny. You might as well be the Easter Bunny there, Lucifer. You're an idiot. Don't ever come back here ever again. Just click off here. Your name is stupid. Change it. I wouldn't actually ask. My dad told me it's wrong to change anybody, but your name is so stupid. It's the stupidest name, I think, on the internet. I've seen some really stupid names. People come in here with some of the foolish names, but so I just want to point that out. It's not written one time. Like, it does never say one world order or one world religion or one world currency. It doesn't say that. But you can hear people say that every stinking day. They say it every day. Huh? They think God's in the sky. Christ is inside of you, brothers and sisters. The kingdom of heaven is within. Father is inside you. You got to have one day a year with Father behind the veil, and you didn't even get to visit with Father. Now he's inside of you, and he wrote that bride, the covenant of this New Testament on your heart. So just seek, knock, and sup, and he will reveal these things to you. Okay? But it's not me. It'll be the word. So give all glory to Shiloh. You want to make a donation? Come back and make a comment. You can donate by give it a thumbs up. You can leave a comment after. That's a way to donate. If you want, there's Bitcoin. I have a CashApp Bitcoin. There's Super Chat. I don't like Super Chat because they take 30% of your hard-earned money. But there's PayPal and there's CashApp in the description. But don't tithe anything to this ministry unless you have abundance, please. We're working on trying to actually purchase another ministry. No, I would never take donation for money. Nope. No, I might be able to, you can get a hold of me and just give you something for charity, be charitable. I'm right here. You can just donate, like I said, but no, I wouldn't do that. No, that would be like, you've turned my father's house into a den of thieves. I don't do it for profit. I don't have anything to gain here. I work all for the ministry, 100%. I paid off everything. I just took $15,000 that I was going to keep myself from going to jail and prison so that I can stay out here. Instead of ministering to a couple dudes behind bars, I can stay out here with this worldwide ministry. And because Christ got thrown in jail for standing up to the law. Now, I don't have a record, but they're trying to go after me for trying to help my son. So wait, I got to get up here, guys. I have some ladies out there that I get laid every day. They lay me about 8 eggs. So if you give me a minute, I've got to cool. Well, no worries. Stay in here, and then you can answer questions, and I'll try to get to here because I do answer questions. This whole ministry is built off of the subscriber base for fellowship. So, I mean, I could come in here and give you guys lessons and whiteboard lessons, but I do have more. I like the ministry when we're fellowshipping with each other. It's not about me, and it's not always about the lesson. I've talked about this before. When I watch a blog or a blogger or something like that, or go watching something, read an article or reading some kind of, you know, sermon or something, I go through the comment section, and I find more value most of the time through the comment sections with people who are bringing up something that somebody who was talking about it didn't see, a different side. And it's like, wow, I never would have caught that. Man, I'm glad I went through the comment section, and here's a link, and they've got down a whole nother rabbit hole. It's a study like, woo, the best part of this section is the comment section, and you guys are that. Never forget that as part of this ministry. You guys are we really are, this is Brett, you guys are the fish, the meat. Obviously I'm feeding you meat, but keep feeding other people. That's what this ministry is about. Iron sharpens iron. It's not a church, okay, where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my name. That's you. He's inside of you, but he is here with us. I mean, if this is it's a classroom, we're supposed to be studying. We're supposed to reproof the word with each other. We're supposed to be studying it together. So that's what we do here. So I'm the fish. I am the meat. That's right. Just be charitable with this, brothers, sisters. Give it away. Give it away. Give it away. Give it away. Give it away now. All right, let me go let my ladies inside. They yeah, our that's what I'm saying. When we go back, remember, it says in the book of Timothy, brothers, sisters, we're supposed to add to our faith. By adding to our faith, we sup with those that have been refined and are still willing to. An ass cannot be learned. An ass cannot study. An ass cannot learn it. They're a mule. They're stubbornness, and they have an unwillingness to learn. Don't hang out with people who are low energy and act like an ass. Find people that love this word and that can be reproved with the word. They use the word against each other. Hey, you got that wrong. This is what the word says. Here's where it says. Here's where it says. That's what we do. That's what fellowship is about. That's what that, again, is adding to your faith. So, all right, I got to get these ladies up before it gets dark out there. Oh, my goodness, it's almost already dark. Crap. It doesn't look dark from here. Let's go out and we'll go look at the sunset. We'll take you guys. You guys want to go see the ladies? Go see the ladies. It was a dark and stormy night. We were all sitting around. Oh, we got a little bit of a sunset going here tonight. Look at that blue in that sky. Oh, stupid stripes. Dang. All right, we got to get these ladies out here. We'll go to the... There. Let's double check. We got no ladies in here, right? No, we get that all shut up there earlier. All right, this is the Rancho Pollo where our ladies are at. This is the front of the Rancho Pollo here. One of our repurposed buildings out here in the high desert. We're out here at Silver Rock Ranch. Yep, we got them all put up there. So there's the Table Rock over there. We got a little bit of a sunset going over there. Not super chilly, awesome tonight, but the sunsets out here will melt your mind sometimes. No, but all right, anyways, was coming out here, make sure these ladies get put up. All right, that's shut up there. All right, they're all in their nesting box. It's a shot of the cabin there. That's where we do all our live streams. You see me in there streaming from right there. So There's the doggone saloon right there. Shot of the rusty dragon over there. The rusty butterflies in the back. So we'll go back. Woo, I got a short sleeve shirt on. And here's my kitten boy. My best kitten boy that I love. Are you eating the diamond lamb and rice? Oh, that's the best, huh? That is the best kitten food that there ever did was. My best, biggest boy that I love. Where's your sissy? Where's Juniper girl? Where's your girl? All right, let's flip this around here. Go back inside. You puppies want to go outside? Come on, master boy. Come on, Bubbo. Come on, Bode. Bubbo. Outside. Yatter boy, come. Good boy. Good boy. Got a helicopter hanging up there. It's getting a little chilly out there. Woo-hoo-hoo. Man, oh man. In the desert, it's getting a little chilly out here. Oh, no, I'm not near the ocean. I don't want to be near the ocean. Not yet. I got to at least be 100 miles from the ocean. Do you know that 90% of the populace in the world lives within 100 miles of the coastline? Well, ports and harbors and trade and, well, a constant supply of protein, iodine, fish. So, bread and fish, brothers, sisters, bread and fish. As a matter of fact, I need to cook some dinner. What time is it? 9 o'clock. What am I going to make for dinner? I think I want some cabbage. I bought some cabbage. I've been having some of this cabbage fix. I don't know why I've been eating as much cabbage as I have, but I've been trying not to eat any bread, no more bread. I'm trying to cut bread out of my diet. The only thing I would eat is a tortilla if I eat anything. No more bread. No more carbs. Nice. Oregon's a beautiful state. We got all 4 climates, type seasons in this state. We've got just about this. It's just gorgeous. There's all the states are really, there's beauty in each state. If you ever find that this world is too much, turn your internet off, brothers, sisters. Turn your TV off for a while. It's garbage. The world is garbage. It is. The world sucks. It's terrible. It's horrible. Don't fool yourself. This world is a wreck. But when you go out in the ether and you go out in Father's nature and you go out near a waterfall or something, there's nobody around. This place is amazing and it's beautiful and it's wonderful. So when you get too much of this TV and internet, man, turn it off for a while and go be with Father. Go somewhere where there's nobody, and you'll see Father's still there. There's beauty all over. But Oregon is just an amazing state where you can find the beauty in a lot of places. There's just so much nature left here. That's just beautiful. Like I said, there's Northern California, Washington. They have a very similar kind of but we're kind of in the middle, of Washington, and so kind of in that prime spot there. But anyways, I don't want to keep you guys waiting unless you just want to chillax here for a minute. I'm not doing anything else. I've already done all my work today. I've been working on the. I've got a feet cut out for me. I'm gonna have to get Kevin to help me on this. I've got a really large window. It's like a window for like a business type of window. It's a big, you can put it in a house, but it's a big window and it's got a smaller window on top of it. And I was wanting to I built a, well, it doesn't look like a greenhouse, but it's a greenhouse made out of all glass. I'd gotten a set of cooler doors, like, chrome, the big 3 cooler doors. If you walked into a big, cooler door with a triple door glass cooler door, they spring open and then they kind of have a magnetic shut. I got a set of those and I built a greenhouse, above ground greenhouse out of those doors. And then I had 2 big, like big double sliding door glass doors that I used on the back, and then I've got those sit this way, and then I built a frame around it. Now I have to build a front for it, which I think I'm going to put a wood stove. I've been trying to kick around in my head on how or just build a like an oven into the wall, build a stove right into the wall. I mean, I can build whatever, but I've been thinking about maybe not putting the wood stove. I've got a couple wood stoves that I can try to tuck, build into the wall. What I'm trying to do is make it so that I can, if I have an overnight where it's kind of cold, I think it might a wood stove be even better than, because I was thinking I'd still put propane in there and put like like a little My Buddy heater in there and put it on low or something. But propane runs woods abundant, like I said. I mean, the woods are right here. I don't have any trees on the property that I live on, but there used to be trees all over this, but they cut them all down. All the farmers did. But there's trees right here. Um, you can walk to the tree line over on Table Rock, or about 15 minutes I could be in the woods, getting wood. So I've been thinking about building a wood stove into the wall, so that I can keep the garden warm, or at least, from freezing overnight. As long as stuff didn't freeze, it'd be all right, So you might want to, I've been a little hesitant to show it because it's my ladies. Whatever. I don't care. I showed the one lady online, but it's where I have my garden. For now, it's just the 4, you're allowed to grow 4 plants in Oregon, cannabis, and I use it as medicine. And I haven't grown any. I used to be a medicinal cannabis grower, and it's been a long time since I've grown, years. And so these already, one fell down and one of them got fried, but they bounced back and they're doing really good. But they're not going to last forever. I mean, they'll come and go here in another month, but I want to grow vegetables out there. I want to be able to continue to grow because I want to stop eating starches and pastas and eating bread. Unless I make the bread, unless I make my own, or I'm able to get access to some pastas, that's not what this, genetically modified wheat and everything's modified genetically now. So I'm going back to a meat diet, it's not hard to make. If you look, dude, there's lots of really good bread recipes, simple bread recipes, like simple recipes too. Look at Amish bread. Look up some of these Amish bread recipes. They're really simple, not difficult, and it's something we just don't do it, and we should. We're sold on convenience, man. A piece of loaf of bread should start getting mold, in a week. Now you can set the bread up there for weeks and it don't get moldy. I found some tortillas I always put my tortillas because they're flat, up on top of the refrigerator. And I found some Don Pancho tortillas that were 9 months old. I opened them up and ate them. They were no different than I had another batch of, I was like, pulled out and I don't. It'd been a long time since I pulled. I don't normally pull my fridge out of it at least once every 6 months, but I'm like, it'd been a minute, and a few extra months went by, and I pulled it out, and there was a bag. I wonder what, like, did I leave those at the store or something? Like, where did those tortillas go? I don't know what happened, but it was in there. I was growing to a tortilla. That's a penicillin. That's a good one, Thomas. It is. I mean, they're feeding us just food flavored poison. So I want to get back to, and I've been figuring out like something's been and I know I got grenaded in the face and I had a concussion. Nice. And I suffered a stroke out here and my eyes all messed up and my vision and my hearing's all screwed up from getting grenaded. But I just been lacking, guys, and I haven't been. It's not the motivation. I'm plenty motivated, but it's like my body doesn't have the energy. And I know I'm not 20, but I'm in shape, man. I'll work a 20-year-old into the ground. I don't slow down. I'm gonna be one of these people. I'm gonna be 70, and I'm gonna be freaking ripped when I'm 70. I'm not gonna slow down. I don't have body fat like that. I'm just have a I keep myself, and I didn't take very good care of myself when I was younger. Not that I wasn't in shape, but I just really beat myself up really hard and eat very good. So I need to take care of myself, you know. But I've been lacking, and I figured what it is. I am not eating enough red meat because my whole life I ate more red meat than anything else. I mean, I go to a buffet, I'll eat 5 plates of meat. I eat vegetables. I can get vegetables at home. Well, I eat desserts. I can get desserts at I don't eat, you know, but I get plates of meat. And go to the buffet, man. Holy crap, you know. But I'm not eating. Nice. So I want to get back to eating more red meat, and I bet you I'll feel better. You know what I'm saying? I bet you I'll feel better. I just, man, I'll tell you what. God, I used to eat so much red meat, and then I'd really cut back and stuff. And so I'm not really eating anything but. Thanks for coming in. Uh, but I want to get back to eating some more red meat, you know, and more than I do. And normally I lack red meat. I eat more beans with the protein. But I need them fatty acids. I need that brain food. You know what I'm saying? So, anyways, I've been doing good because I still have tons of it and stuff, but I'm just not eating it. I'm just choosing not to eat it. You know, I'll save it for later or whatever. But I want not to eat any more pasta. I mean, if I do, it's just a little bit, and I just don't want to. And I don't eat a lot of pasta like I used to eat a lot of pasta with everything. I eat pasta with everything. I always cook pasta, bread. I was raised on the food pyramid, so we had to have all the food groups. You know, the starch, the meat, the bread, all it all, the vegetable. We had. That's the way I grew up. So I don't want no more starches. I don't want any more bread. I love pasta, but I want to stick to eating meat and vegetables. So I think that's why I've been eating more cabbage and things like that, vegetables, because I don't eat enough vegetables, but my body's starting to tell me I need to eat more. You know, that's why I got to get this garden done, guys, because the cannabis ain't gonna be in there, in a couple months, and I can grow, stuff alongside of it. It's not that big. It's probably, I think it was 6 by 8 or something. So it's not a huge. Oh, it's got to be bigger than that. It's probably 8 by 10 or something like that. I'd have to go measure it, but I want to continue to grow inside of that outdoor garden year round. So I made it out of really, like I said, cooler doors, and I made it out of those two um, sliding doors, and I put a frame um, around it, really thick frame. I'll have to go out and show it to you guys or something if you're subscribed to the channel. Come back. I don't mind showing cannabis online. It's not like, but anyways, uh, I'm really trying to get the best idea on how to put this front wall in there. And the other thing that I've got to do is I have a window that's huge. It's a big picture window. I mean, it's big. It's taller. It's probably 8 feet. The window is 8 feet tall, and there's another window on top of it. It's big. It's all in its case, feet across, so I don't have enough to do the whole thing. But that would be a good chunk of that to let light in from the roof on top, because I was going to put corrugated roofing on it. I just don't have the funds to do it right now. I just chunked up $15,000 for that attorney, so my funds are just gone. I just don't have, and I haven't been able to sell anything, so I got to use what I got. I called or I looked on Home Depot online, and I think they're about $15 to $20 a sheet. I mean, I'd like to do with that because it'd just be all one roof for the poly, that poly corrugated roofing, the clear or the smoked or they have green too, I think. But I thought I had a piece or two, but I guess I don't. And then I figured out that I did have a couple, but I used enough money I think it'd probably be $100 or something in roofing. I just don't have it right now, so. Um, I think I'm going to use that window, which would be nice too. But I'd like it just to be all one uniform. The building is so nice what I've done with it, but that's okay. You're not going to really see that up on the lid anyways, unless you walk back away from it. Probably you might not even see it up there. I'm not sure if we'll see it up there. But I don't know. Like I said, I priced out that poly roofing at Home Depot, and grain bread, sprouted grain bread. Great. Yeah, I've done. Well, I'm not sure for the exact, but I have had. I've tried some of the grain breads. You boys are spoiled. Come on, baby. All right. Okay, you guys, let me get something to eat here. You guys want to just hang out for a few? I got to get. It'd probably take me 10 or 15 minutes. I actually cook dinner here, so because I won't keep you waiting. If you're not, I can come back up a little later or something. It's 9:11. If not, I'll just keep the stream going. So I've only been up for a couple hours. So I'm upstream for 10 hours. Nice. Outstanding. Good stuff, Jen. Good stuff. Yeah, we got to try to. Our body's a temple. I mean, it's not what goes in us that defiles us, it's what comes out of us. But we do need to try to take care of our temple. We're supposed to endure to the end to be saved. So you would need to not try to just, eat food flavored poison all the time. Guilty. So, all right. I want to make some dinner. You guys chillax there if you want. No, should be too long. I've been a line cook, so I can cook pretty quickly. Oh, would you stay up there, light, please? How come you stayed up there last time? I'm not staying up there. Stay up there. There we go. Oop, there it is. Oh yes, more red meat. More red meat. No, Tuggy. This is not for you. This is for the dad. This is for the dad. You guys already had your lamb and rice. You guys eat better than I do. You guys eat better than I do. Where's that meat? Oh, yeah. Some pepper. Pepper. Larry's. Some garlic. No conversation with the baby for that part. Let's get this pan hot. Let's get the pan hot. Drop it like it's hot. Pocket like it's hot. Well, let's put some onion in there. There we go. Ants, what are you licking on the floor there? It's over there. All right, there we go. So the cover on that. Excuse me, Mr. Pants. You got the boy? All right, we'll cut some cabbage up here. Cabbage. put the cover on that. All right, we're cooking on the front burner now. Yeah, I'm cooking some. I got some really good. It's not million cow burger. It's from we've got a good distributor of meat here in the valley, and so cooking that with some cabbage. So give me a minute. Let me get this finished cooked here, and we'll sit down and we'll have ourselves another conversation. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. Right. We're gonna turn that down a little bit. Turn that down a little bit. It's getting a little hot there. Smell that. We're getting there. We're getting there. Got to get that cabbage cooked off enough. Where did... There it is. I think that's good for now. Good enough. We got 2 meals here, didn't we? That's all right. I don't think we're going to eat this all in one meal. No, sir. It's on. Gas is on. Alrighty then. Had to make some dinner here. We got some sausage and some, or some, no, I don't need sausage, some carne, some beef, and some cabbage. Where is my fork? Yeah. Thank you. Well, thank you, Father, for good food, for good meat. I need more red meat. So. I'm eating a lot of cabbage. Oh, that goes good together. Beef and cabbage. All those two complement each other. That beef is good meat. So too. That's excellent. I put garlic, pepper, a little bit of seasoning salt, a little bit of Himalayan pink salt, and some beef bouillon on the meats. That's not green, pink slime. I don't know what they call that. I can't eat that stuff from the store. That's gross. The cabbage got a little bit of snap. Steak, yeah, I had about a tri-tip and ate that yesterday. I think I've got one more. I think it's just a like a round steak is all it is, but I'll make it good. Well, that's nice. Oh, fresh fruits and vegetables a mile up the road, man. I'll be on that. I'll be on that. You like cabbage instead of lettuce, you know. I mean, lettuce has its place on some things, but even on tacos, if you're going to do some kind of lettuce, cabbage is better. What a blessing that is. I hope someday to accrue to abundance of fruits and vegetables as well. Good, organic. Because I stay away from a lot of the stuff at the store. That stuff is not organic. It's, you know, like I said, they all look the same color, the same size when it comes to fruits and vegetables. That's crazy. Genetically modified fruits and vegetables, you know, almost all that stuff from the stores. Disgusting. Yeah, I don't eat hot dogs, Jen. I don't eat hot dogs. No. I'm trying to think the last time I ate a hot dog. Been a lot of years since I've eaten a hot dog. Been a long time since I've eaten a lot of things, though, too. Yeah. I don't eat pork. Yeah, I don't eat a beef hot dog either. Maybe maybe a Hebrew national, but they're more like a sausage, beef sausage, like a beef kielbasa than a hot dog, because they got pieces of like meat in the Hebrew national. But not really like a hot dog. It's more like a sausage. Mm. My son used to like the cheapest ones. The Bar S hot dogs, those are the worst. Anytime I try to buy him another kind of hot dog, he wouldn't like them. It's like, those aren't the same. I don't want those. I'll eat them, but they're not. I don't like those. Try to get him off them Bar S hot dogs, man. Those things are the, oh my goodness. Yeah. The hot dogs are, yeah, that's wrong. That's disgusting. Uh-oh. Where'd he go? There you go. I grew up eating, my dad is Swiss. My grandpa was Swiss. Well, we were up eating bratwurst. I don't know if you know what bratwurst are. Like, they're like a white, not like the. Yeah, I don't eat pork, Jen. It's not because we're under some. Remember, you can eat anything under this covenant, Jen. You can. You're not going to get in the graces of Father by eating or not eating pork. Just so you know. But if you go back and you look at the dietary laws and you just look at them as like a health guide, let me put it very simple. Father doesn't want us to eat anything that eats another animal, because then you could eat dead flesh in a dead carcass. Or he doesn't want anything that eats poop, like filter feeders. That's your dietary laws in a nutshell. As far as your meats, choose the cud, split hoof, if it eats something that's dead, another animal, a canine, a carnivore. He didn't really want us to eat carnivores. Think about what I'm saying. An animal could eat dead flesh. But the pork is the worst. There's probably nothing worse you can put in your body than pork. Now, wheat, barley, rye, and oats that are genetically modified, if you have a gluten intolerance, that'll mess with your villi lining in your lower intestine and kill them off. But not everybody has a gluten intolerance. So, but the dietary laws too on like shellfish, and it has to have scales because bottom feeders are scaleless, like catfish and fish that feed up off the bottom, halibut, things like that, or filter feeders. Shark's good. I've had sharks, real good. If cooked, prepared right, shark's excellent. Shark steak, oh yeah. But I don't eat seafood either. I've had seafood since Fukushima. I think it was last year. I forced myself to eat a can of tuna fish. Tuna fish, because I thought I was going to die if I ate fish again. Just the thought of it made me almost sick. I don't really eat chicken anymore unless I grow it myself. I really steer clear of chicken too. Anything that's not on the bone is probably grown in a laboratory now. And I don't even know this stuff on the bone is getting, I don't know, even Kevin has been mentioning, and then this chicken on the bone is starting to change too. So basically, I eat red meat. No. But again, if you look at those dietary laws, and the Berkey water is better than all of it together every single time. Because of Fukushima. Because they're not going to fix Fukushima. And I just make a stand against it. Now, if I went back to the ocean and caught it myself out of the ocean, I'd eat it. But I'm not going to eat. I sold seafood for a long time. So I sold meat for more than 10 years of my life. Lots of, almost a brokerage wholesaler. So I wouldn't sell you a couple of steaks. I'd sell you half a cow. The whole cow if you got room. And I also sold gold medallion pork and all free range chicken and trackable and traceable Angus and all wild caught seafood. So, but I've seen what's happened in the seafood industry, and you do not want to know exactly, because people are so used to this corn fed and grain fed cow. Cows never ate grain or corn. People don't even like the taste of corn or grass fed beef because they're not used to it. I sold meat for 10 years. That's the only complaints I'd ever get was on the grass fed beef. And I tried. It's excellent. They're just not used to it. They're used to that pump meat, that no roll, that I don't eat good quality beef. Meat, the fat you should be able to eat. Should not turn to that hard, gray, gristly, whatever the hell that is. You spit it out on your. That's modified. There's more modifications. They rush that stuff to market. They finish it with corn to soften up that hardness, and that gives it that yellowish tint, you know, to a little bit of or does it really harden chicken when they feed chicken corn like that. They pump them full of those steroids. That yellow fat's supposed to be white. Another indicator that chicken's been pumped full of genetically modified food and steroids. They say they're not, but yes, they are. That chicken looked like it do nothing but lift weights. Chicken breast like this thick. Like a turkey breast. All right, have a good one, Linda. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate, always good to have you here. Just kind of hanging out here. Good to the last drop. Remember that? Maxwell House? Oh, set that up there on the mat. Starting to cool off, man. Holy smokes. I better get some firewood here soon. Screw blued and tattooed. All right, I'll throw on my, here we are in the desert. It's supposed to be in the dog days of summer and it's freaking getting cold. No, they don't. No, food has just become basically poison. And we just get used to it. You know, we just like it. We like our food flavored poison. All our dyes. How's it going, lady in red? Just sitting in here, just got done eating some cabbage and some single cow burger, not million cow or 1,000 cow burger. It was outstanding. Leave it alone. Uh-oh. I lost her. Yeah, I've been on this cabbage kick. I've been eating lots of cabbage. Just don't want to eat crap. And I gotta eat better, man. I gotta stop eating so much crap. And I eat better than most people. I know I know a lot of people just eat whatever, you know. But I've gone where I'm cutting out the carbs. So no more pasta or no more bread for me. So my diet's getting very limited. So I need to go back to eat more meat. More meat. More red meat, because I don't eat chicken or I don't eat pork or I don't eat seafood. So. Oh yeah, orange juice too. That's disgusting. What they've done to the orange juice industry. How about some Tang, Jen? How about a glass of Tang? How about a glass of Tang? Remember Miss Lugner from that was on Saturday Night Live. Mrs. Lugner. I'll get some more of those toothpick thingies. Where to go? Well, I think about time for a BH after dinner mint now. Oh. A BH, a Bravo Hotel. Oh my goodness. What a day. So, Sunny D, there you go. That's the same thing. Tang, Sunny D. Oh. Nice. So I'm building a garden, that outdoor garden. And it's turning out excellent. It really is turning out really nice. I'm really happy with how it's turning out. But the orangutan, baby, the orangutan. Yeah, they used to be kind of related to space. Remember, they supposedly took Tang to space or something like that. I think it was on the manifesto when we went to the studio. And they filmed the lunar landing. Ask Stanley Kubrick, he knows. So. Man, this right eye today has just been. I was just sitting there yesterday and I was looking, I tried to look at the thing and my eye flicked and it just hasn't been the same. I've got something happened. I've got like a shiny spot in it now instead of not instead, and to the left of the black blobs or whatever, the sand and the hair, but it just won't seem to go away. Keep thinking that's something in my eye, so I apologize. I want to get it out of there. So yeah, this is not, obviously these aren't floaters because the grenade to the face, it's whatever's going on with that eye is, I don't know. I don't know where it appeared. I was sitting there looking up at the top of the, where the roof line was at, and something was like my eye just, it's like my eye blinked. It was like, what the heck was that? And then since then, I thought, I have this, wherever those little hairs and dots, there's like this shiny, glowing, whatever spot next to it. So I don't know what it is. It just bothers me now. Sometimes when I was looking down at the screen and I want to, like, if you have like just like something in your eye, it's like a goop in your eye or something like that. You know what I'm saying? When your eye gets, feels like it's not dry, but it's like a little sticky or something like that. When your eye gets like that, that's what it feels like. Like there's something, not scratch, because that's not, but like you got like a little something on your eye, on your eyelid, and you can like see it, and you like, if you blink your eye a few times, you can normally get it to go away. You know what I'm talking about? So it's weird because it keeps, sometimes it's starting to get like a starburst around it or whatever it is, but but it's weird. I just don't know what's going on with it. It just starts. You know what I'm saying? These things with this eye, I'm going to have to go eventually to an optometrist, but I can't go in America because they'll Joan Rivers me. No, it's that time of night where the lungs are going to start doing their things too. Oh, must be getting around 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, yep. Oh, man. Hey, at least it's a regular thing, something to kind of get used to it. Oh, man. Drink some water here. Drink some water. I can't wait to get out of this body and get a new body. I don't have no body. When I got no body, I get free of this meat suit. Speaking of meat. So, oh man. Oh, come on, lungs, don't do it. I can feel this every time. Go all day, be good, and then towards the end of the night, man, they just start getting. Oh, in the morning. Oh, there's some sciatica, boys. Oh yeah. Well, we're just feeling it all over. Man, I don't want to be 20 years old. No, I don't. No, I don't. I'm just kidding. Don't be 20. I don't want to be 20. Oh, I don't want to be 20. No, I don't want to start over at 20. Nice. Good to hear. You haven't heard from my attorney, but that's all right. I know I won't waste his time and he won't waste mine. So, oh man. All right, but anyways, the garden's turning out excellent. It really is turning out really nice. I've got one more corner that I need to marry up on that corner. And again, I think I'm going to put that huge, massive window on top of the roof line if it's long enough. If it fits, I'm going to put it up there. And so the ladies are doing really well. A little dusty, but from being down on the ground. I think I might try to set some pallets in there. But maybe once I get the lid on it and it won't be quite so dusty because it's kind of a little silty out back where that spot where it's at, where they're sitting at. So yeah, it's nice to be able to have some ladies again, you know. Haven't been able to grow any medicine in years, or just didn't want to, just didn't have, just been too many other things. But I know, like tonight, it's already getting cold, man. It's freaking cold out there. I went outside and it's cold. So I better get myself some fire. Whoa, my God, this freaking thing is. Oh, that's cool. Also, it was a cool morning. Huh. All right, speaking of glass, hold on. we're gonna use my glass to transfer some medicinals. Oh my goodness. No. No, I don't. I need to get down there, and I don't know. I haven't sold anything in a while, so I've just been a little broke, and it's not like me to not have, but I just shoved out so much towards the whatever, everything. But I've been meaning to go get some alcohol to make some tincture for the mullein, because I need to pick that mullein. It's perfect right now. It's the perfect time. I need to use some mullein, and I'd be all, I won't use it unless it's like 100% natural. It's just my thing. It's like I've been trying to convince Kevin, because he uses a lot of creams and stuff. He suffers from the Morgellons, and I tried to tell him the other day. I'm like, dude, I don't know how you put all that stuff on your body. All those, man. If it's not man-made, or if it's man-made, I don't want it on me. If it has any, I mean, it's bad enough I got to eat crap that I don't want to put anything on me that's man-made. It's I'm just weird like that. So um, if it's man-made, I don't touch it. I don't want it anywhere near me. I don't want it in my body. I don't want it on my body. I don't want it around me. I'm trying to switch over and figure out, and I need to do that too. Quit being. Sometimes it's hard to switch, become creatures of habit, but they have like a salt. Yeah, I just know. Like I said, if it's anything, I'm just seriously. I'm bad like that. I really am. If it's not natural, or I'm saying if it isn't something that's not organic, I just, my body tells me no. My mind tells me no. So really, mm, I don't know why I'm like that. Why everything has to be, a lot more organic in my lifestyle. I told you I want to get to as close as I can to organic, as close as I can. I feel a little better. Oh man, that's helping already. You know, cutting back carbs and cutting back, bread already. I'm starting to feel a little better. Eating a little more vegetables. I've been eating a lot of cabbage. I don't know why, but uh, outstanding. Yeah. Oh, well, I'm thankful to have the cannabis. Have that. Thankful to have access to this mullein. I want to get this. Get this mullein tincture done. I know I can steep it for now and make tea with it, but it's one of the better plants for respiratory. If you look it up, I believe it has one of the. Yeah. Oh yeah. Better stop, huh? Isn't that crazy? Yeah. Better. All right. Anyways, butterflies and puppies and kitties. We'll just talk about nothing. We'll get a whole bunch of subscribers that we don't want to be here, anyways. Aren't you glad we don't have some huge channel with a bunch of idiots hanging out? Thank you, Father, for keeping this channel under wraps. Under wraps. Yeah, it's nails and McDonald's and corporatocracy and America. Everything's awesome when you're part of the team. Team America. Yeah, you be careful about the medicinals. It's the can and see her. That's what they don't want you talking about, too, lady in red, is what it is. Just so you know, because I went through it and I looked. I refined it. You can see her. Charlie Alpha Nomango or November no, November Echo Romeo. Oh no, Charlie Echo Romeo. My bad. So that's what they don't want you talking about. That's what we got the strike for. Kicking the can down the road. Can you see her? I can speak around it probably, but they could do that too. So be careful because we're already on the list. I believe our heart is wrong with some tank. Yeah, yeah. We went to the moon, man. We went to the moon. I'm gonna go to the moon, man. You want a trip to the moon? I'll give you a trip to the moon. Maybe we'll do some little terpenes. Should we do some terpenes? Yeah, I think we should do some terpenes. Terpenes. Hallelujah. Thank you, Goku. We're not perfect here in any way, but we're just trying to make it to the end. We got to endure to the end. He said, endure to the end to be saved. So we got to go through these ellipsis, long days, long suffering, but we'll make it if we're single in the eye. Keep it full of light. Don't mix it with dark. And so it's nice to have fellowship because everybody seems to be doing the world right now. The world's so important and it's crazy. The world out there is just a nutty place. But there's a constant that's always beautiful, and that's Father and His Word. And that's everything else seems to be a lie, you know? So it is. It's again, you can find Father if you'll just turn this thing off sometimes, and just go out into nature and throw a fishing pole in the water or something, go take the kids for, somewhere out and go see a waterfall or something like that. So, but it's both crazy and beautiful at the same time. And we're here as a witness to an amazing time. I mean, I used to think I was born too late, and now I know exactly why I'm here. I'm seriously, because I live an older lifestyle. I'm a minimalist. I live, in build cabins, and the property looks like more like a John Wayne movie set than a kind of. It's got that look. If you've seen it on the live streams, it just is. Um, but we're birthed for this time. Some of us are definitely meant to. Uh, yeah, it's okay to like I said, to keep. Don't take your head completely out of the. You know, you got skin in the game. No matter what, you still got flesh on your bones. So, but it's good to check out for a while and enjoy the grandkids, the nieces, the just you know. There you go. You want to find Father. Go hang out with some, and not in some sick Donald Trump kind of way, or Joe Biden or one of these other freaks that are out there that think it's okay to be Mohammed, but go see some innocents and children, and that will make you humble you real quick. Some of the young ones make you think, boy, I need my brain to be like that. He said we must be innocent as a child. Remember, he said, bring that child up to me. And he said, you must be innocent as a child to return to the Father. So can you play with sticks and chase your shadow for an hour and laugh and giggle and not think about bills and your wife and your job and your clock and your car payments or whatever, and just be like innocent, like this world doesn't matter. There's nothing in this world that's so dominant that I just, oh my God, like a child doesn't care. Like I said, plays with draws and the dirt and plays with mud and jumps in puddles and plays in the rain. That's how we're supposed to be, brothers and sisters. Hot is on fire, or innocent as a child. One or the other. That's why I'm hot. I'm not innocent. I mean, I don't care about this world. I'm trying to be, not, but Father gave me a mad passion for this word. So he said, if you're lukewarm, I'll vomit you from my mouth. So that's why I said about being single earlier. Little leaven leavens the whole lump. You ever seen what leaven does to yeast? See how it spreads? It dominates, it overtakes, and it causes it to rise. So, all right. I appreciate people who appreciate the ministry. Like I said, this is not like any other YouTube channel. I know that. I've never been on any other live or any other channel live, on YouTube or any other chat that's like this chat here. So, or like this channel. So thanks for being a part of it, because it's not just me. I bounce off of the chat. So people can't keep up in here, because I'll start talking about something and then I'll, bounce off something of the chat. A lot of the times I go back to what I was talking about. They just don't have the attention span. Most people are like a 30-second generation. Well, 90 seconds. They're burrito generation. It's my burrito and I want it now, right? J.G. Wentworth, it's my money, but I call it the microwave. So, it used to take 3 days to make a burrito. By the time the cheese, the whole, the burrito, the shell, you soak the beans, right? You had to, take a few days to put those content. Now they get it in 90 seconds. They want it now. They're so quick to the burrito Jesus. There we go. This is the first. We said it here today. Sometimes we'll just come up with something on the fly, organic. But I need a 90-second quick fix Jesus. Give me a 30 seconds is what most people. And they go opaque. You start seeing these lines in the back of my head from the boards, because they become, Ruach Hokadesh. There's no truth. There's no Holy Spirit. There's no ghost in them. They're gone. Stay on my toes. I get turned to a ghost. All right. We're going to have a little terpenes for the... I'm trying to get this... I'm trying to hold back this and not cough. It's coming. It's doing whatever it's going to do. It's all right. I'm not going to live in these lungs forever. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Stoner. Yeah, just be a soldier of God. You know what I'm saying? Fight as part as this, me too. I'll try to, that's why I don't mean to go there, but that's why I threw up the money to the gold and silver, because, man, I'd be in jail right now. You know what I'm saying? I'd be in jail. For sure, I'd be in jail. And what good would those precious metals be doing me if I was in jail? I couldn't be here, Yeah, you don't have to donate. Don't worry about it. But seriously, I mean, there's links in the description, but you don't have to. It's not... Just being part of the ministry is tithing the time. I'll always say that at the end of the streams. Tithing your time is more valuable. You can't print time. You can't make it. You can't get it back when you spend it here. You know what I'm saying? So, but there are links. I mean, and I only want people who have abundance, so don't worry about it. If it's, like I said, if there's somebody local to you that you can help, or definitely help yourself. But there are, if you want to, if you have abundance, I paid the ministry off, so I don't have the bill of this. I paid the other property off. I'm eating jail food right now, guys. I feel blessed to be here with you. Seriously, if you witnessed, they were trying to throw me in jail, guys. They wanted to throw me in a cage and shut me up, so I wouldn't be here. So putting up those $15,000 of precious metals that was supposed to go to buy the other ministry to help myself doesn't make me feel like I'm helping myself, because I'm here with you guys, and I would be... you don't think I'd be ministering to dudes in jail? I would. You know what I'm saying? I don't stop who I am. I'm in this person wherever I go, day and night, wherever. Only when I sleep am I not, but I'm always who I am. I'm never going to stop being this person. I've been this. My son told me that. He's like, Dad, all you do is Jesus. All you do is Christ. You got to do something else in your life. You haven't been fishing in 10 years. You've never even been to the dunes out here in this valley. I still haven't been to the dude. He's like, but it's because Father has me serving the ministry, brothers and sisters. I serve the ministry. This is what I'm here to do. I already lived my life. My son has grown. The only reason why I'm doing this, thing with Elijah is because he needs somebody to advocate for him. You know what I'm saying? I don't thank you for the blessings. Whoever, like I said, Father is in control here. He knows what he's doing. I know my son, he knows me pretty well. He's the only person, that on this rock that, I've connected with other than here at the ministry. I can't stop doing what I'm doing because I have a son. I got married once. I've lived a blessed life. I've got to have abundance, although it's been quite the struggle, you know. It is what it is, you know. It is what it is. It's not something that I'm so blessed to have this ministry. That's all I know. And for people who come here and frequent this place adds to, a life that it is abundance. You know what I'm saying? It's abundance for me. Father has already given me blessing. And so I need to share what I have. That's why I've dedicated the rest of my life until I die. And I've already been walking with Father, and He's with me always, and will never leave me in Christ. But I don't have anything else to do. I don't have a bucket list. You know, um, if Father wants something in my life, he'll put it there for me. I can't. I've tried. If you've been a witness, I tried to help my son out, and I ended up, he could be dead right now, and so could my daughter. And I'm hoping it wasn't me. If you've been following this long enough, I'm hoping it wasn't me that ended up. The SWAT team came out here because they were here at this house. What if that ended up being the death of them because of me? Remember, I told Marshall, I said, one day, Marshall, I'm going to find out if you took that silver or not. You had it the whole time, and you said Adriana has it, but I'm just going to get my dog and go. And I think that gave him the motive. You know what I'm saying? Um, but it is what it is. If Elijah's alive, then I know Father's with him. But if he's suffering, I hope he's leaning on Father. I'm suffering right now too, but I'm still blessed at the same time. So maybe he's in the same position. I know we were all grenaded. I didn't know that. I didn't know that everybody got grenaded. I never thought they would have grenaded my daughter. So that's why I have a deep concern for her, and I do appreciate, and I apologize sometimes this ministry, but if not, I only stood in front of that to help him. I was already trying to go to Ecuador and get out of here. I was going to start in Mexico, but I want to share the gospel where people are heavily, predominantly Catholic. It's hard to teach Jesus to people who are Catholic, brothers and sisters. I've already talked about this with my son long before when he was a teenager. I mean, even before he was ever a teenager, I was preparing him for this. When you turn 18, I'm gone. I'll be like the wind. We'll let the wind blow me. And wherever it takes me, that's where Father will land me. I won't worry about what I will eat. Be like a bird in the field. As long as I have the gospel, and I'll have covering. I'll have a roof over my head. That is my covering. That is my shelter. And although I wouldn't go try to lean on anybody, I know Father would bless me. So anything you give to this ministry, I appreciate it, because this is my life. I don't have a life, I have my dogs and stuff, but this is what Father wants for me. And I feel blessed to have this because other than this thing that's going on with my son, I don't have anything else, guys. I don't have anything else I'm doing. I got nothing else going. I don't have any friends. I don't have any family. I don't got anybody. Remember, I don't get paid. I don't have for benefits from anybody or got child support or get Social Security, or Father makes me work for everything I have to do. So I know how hard it is to work and to gain even a dime, because I work for everything I have. I don't get anything. I'm a veteran, a United States Army veteran. I served this country. I served this Constitution, and they don't give me anything. I fought Social Security for 7 years after fighting people for nearly 7 to 10 years and told them no. And then they finally convinced me. And once I fought it and got a trial, they denied me. And I was a single parent at the time. That could have used that check, but I didn't want the check. I only wanted what I paid in the system. So I don't like taking from anybody because, once again, I don't want to be on the other end to where I take anything from anybody that needs it, and when I've already been given abundance in my life. So please don't give anything to this ministry if you can help somebody closer to you or yourself first, because we are getting, there's the money inflation creation machine called the Fed, and that's illegal. That's not constitutional. All the money is supposed to be silver and gold by the Treasury, minted, not in paper payments with interest. That's illegal. That's not constitutional. So that's why Father chose me to do what I do and who I am. I didn't ask for this. He made me. He brought me to him. I had a desire. It's because he made me do it. That's why I said I was preparing my son when he was 8, 9, and 10 years old, telling him, I'm only your dad. I'm not your father. Although I just got you into a situation, I know that it's, you think everything's going to get better, but what if it's not and I die tomorrow? Are you ready? Are you ready to be without dad? I'm just your dad. I'm not going to be there holding your hand when you die. You need to be ready for that today. Well, you're putting too much in that young kid's head. I wouldn't. Why would you talk to him about that? Don't tell me how to raise my kid, and I won't tell you how to raise yours. So all I can do is hang on with my son that, he used to be a moderator in here. He loves the word. I know he does. He talks about it a lot. Not as much as me, but he's not afraid to talk about it at all anywhere. He'll go anywhere and talk about it. There's nowhere he'll be quiet about it. I can tell you that. And so I hope that no matter where he's at, that he's with Adriana, and that I've had to face the fact that maybe they're mad at me, both of them. I don't know how. They were supposed to be moving here. That's why I'm still holding on to that Bowen's property, because he was going to move here onto the property 3 miles down the road and build a house. And he was bringing, property from his property over here. And so it's not so much my son that hurts me on this, it's Adriana. But I know that Elijah reads the word with her, and I know that they're equally yoked. So I'm sure he supped with her. If he lied with her, then they've sat down with the word. I know that. I told you that they, she's a good woman. I've never seen her collarbone or her ankles. She's very conservative and works hard, and she's a good lady. Like I said, to have to deal with my son, I'm like, wow, the apple don't fall from the tree, lady. It don't fall far. I know that. So if you have to deal with him, it's probably like dealing with me. You had to deal with me for 18 years. Imagine that. And now you get to deal with him. Good thing there's no such thing as luck. So maybe they both hate me. maybe something's changed. People change. Things change, brothers and sisters. Because that's the only other thing I can think of is why would my son and not contact me if he's not dead? If he's still alive somewhere? Is he with Adriana, my daughter? Are they, or if they're both alive, are they suffering right now? How as a dad do you uh thank you so much, blessings. You know what I do is I have to be honest with you, say get a mistake. I'm low on dog food. I've never been to where I don't have an extra bag of dog food. I don't think ever. And I am on my last bag of dog food. I think I got been there once before, but I've raised dogs, so I just filled it up. So I'll have probably another week. But I got to drive, a couple hours to get dog food. So um, I appreciate it, and I get them lamb and rice. They eat better than me. But I think that food we should all get on. Maybe start eating that diamond lamb and rice. I've read the ingredients. It's my animals are all I had, guys. Was hanging with the dead. He's my boys. So, no, I appreciate it. He told us to be good stewards of this rock, and we have dominion. And one of these things that they say, dog is a man's best friend. So we're supposed to treat. I love my kitties too. We're supposed to be good, stewards. And I love these animals because you guys see. They suffered too, guys, and that's why I can't go to jail, guys. I got to keep myself out of jail. Let's say that too. You know what I'm saying? Whatever's happening with Elijah's happened with Elijah. If he doesn't want to talk to me again, that's okay. I'm okay with that. Um, but it doesn't make any sense. I'll tell you that at all. Just at all, at all, at all. It's such a. I just because if he's mad at me, how come somebody just can't let me know, like, so I can know he's alive instead of getting threatened to be thrown into jail for saying that he could be dead. I get threatened. I've been threatened on multiple occasions to be thrown in jail because I'm reporting my son missing, potentially murdered, and my daughter. I don't understand this life sometimes at all. It seems like, I got my stuff together, but I don't have that. That's father doing that. There's no way. How do you get threatened to be thrown in jail by reporting your son murdered? And you give all the motive to the cops and you report the motive and everything. You basically are reporting the murder. Instead, they say they're going to throw you in jail. So cool. Okay. I don't know. Where would he be? So I don't know, Russ. I just don't know, brother. I don't know. Makes no sense. So I just, like I said, as a dad, this whole thing to me, he has a father and he knows that. And hopefully he's not suffering. He's clinging to that like faith, like, Daniel in the lion's den. I feel like I'm there now, but is he, how does a dad who did all this to help his son out just walk away? How, the whole thing was to try to help him out. Nothing's changed. He knew he could have left at any time. He could have got the car keys. It's not like, he knew where they're at. It wasn't like it was, I just took them from him, and you know, you're not going anywhere. We're going to get this taken care of. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so it's just hard to let go of the fact that he might be suffering somewhere. And, but I have to mention, that is what it is, and I'll have to let that go. But I need to keep myself out of jail for my animals too, because they suffer. I know. Again, the last time I went to jail for 3 days, that's what it was. I'm not trying to go there. I'm saying it's a pretty deep case. It goes back deeper years. This case is pretty old, but it's because I protested the sheriff's department and I'm boisterous and I'm a constitutionalist, but I didn't commit any crimes. I didn't, like I said, even I mean, I don't want to give up all what this attorney's doing on the case, but because they say criminal conspiracy, that's why they threatened to throw me in jail, Ross. That's why they threatened to throw me in jail, because I'd have that no contact order. Now they wouldn't go get my son. They denied me a call for service. That's illegal. That's illegal. That's a whole separate lawsuit. I reported my son murdered, my son, my daughter, the location, motive. Here's 40 pounds of silver. Here's gold. Here's my passport. And they still, they said, we're going to throw you in jail. You were a witness. I showed you the last time the Josephine County judge, I said my son and daughter could be murdered. He told me I was nutty and I was speaking gibberish and threatened to throw me in jail. He was going to come where I was at and throw me in jail for mentioning my son being dead or potentially murdered in his county. If I didn't have faith, I wouldn't even know how to handle this. So, yes, says you'd be persecuted for my Shem's sake. Absolutely. So, I know if Father wants me in jail, I'll be in jail. So, no matter what, guys, there's nothing I can stop doing in my life. Obviously, it's going to, but I do need to keep myself out of jail. So I'm glad that I took the precious metals, because if I'm in jail, the precious metals aren't going to do anything for me. You know what I'm saying? I already purchased this ministry. I should, you know, before I buy that one, I've got a lot of stuff going here still, but it was about food down there. It wasn't about running away. It was about food. Remember, tithing food. That's what this ministry is about. The word and tithing food. So, again, I know Elijah is right where Father wants him to be, or it would be different, you know. So, but, you know, it's just hard as a dad. As a dad, I was a single parent for, you know, nearly half of his, you know, life, you know, when he was, before he became an adult, you know. Um, well, yeah, half longer. So all I know how to do is be a dad when it comes to him, you know, and as a parent. I mean, I have my life, but all my son knows is this. Dad, all dad does is talks about the word. This is what dad does. Oh, we do things. We play football. You know, we do all other things, but this is what we do. This dominates our life. And he's known that it always dominates our life. It doesn't get old. We never, ever stop talking about it. We always, Father finds the time. So I'm sure he's doing that. I would do it no matter where Father puts me. I told you, if he puts me behind the bars with a bunch of stinky dudes, I'm going to share the word. But I have animals out here that have suffered. And if you've gone and watched the, you know, the videos, they suffered too. And that, I can't let them suffer. So I'm thankful that Father gave me um, the blessings to be able to be with my animals right now. Because the last time they arrested me and took me to jail off that bogus charges, they, you know, two more charges, and then, you know, they took my Second Amendment right away from me and took my weapons, so I can't even protect my animals out here or myself. If somebody just wanted to come run roughshod on me, I just go ahead, take it. I ain't gonna Father fight all my battles. So, uh, again, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, a captain, you know, can't sleep at night knowing that his, you know, ship's got a pinhole leak in it. So I'm just trying to seal this one last. I need some kind of closure, if you will, on this case, if that makes sense, you know, and that's all I'm trying to do. So I never, ever in my life would have thought that when, you know, we were doing that, that 15 months later that I would not have gotten anything done, and that my son could end up being dead and gone and my daughter because of it. So I'm glad I have this ministry, something to do, because if he's gone, I mean, he ain't suffering. He ain't have to be a witness to this, place that we live that's hard to be a witness to, because he had his eye single. He didn't, I think my son, I don't know how he does it. He doesn't care about the world. He don't love the world. I'm like, Elijah, how could you do this? You got a woman, you got a beautiful wife, and all this, and when I'm talking about things, and when we're not, and it's just me and him, we talk, and he don't care about his wife like that. He loves her. He loves the word. He loves that woman. He does, but he don't care about her like that. He loves the word way more than he loves her. And I'm like, dude, how do you do that? You got it made, dude. You're freaking got it made. You have a beautiful woman who supports you and puts up with your ways, and she likes who you are, and you're hard to deal with. You're a good man, but you're like me. You're a lot of dude, man. You're an intense guy. And I don't see how she deals with you, you know. Not me. I didn't have no problems, but I know who you are as a man, man to man, and so that's why it just kind of a bummer on this that, you know, um, that she had to suffer because of this too. Where was she involved in this at all? But that's how she's yoked to him. She would go through it. And that's why, like I said, there's times I look back now and go, man, I'm so glad I don't have a wife. Although I get lonesome, I would love to have a partner, somebody to help me make this place and be my teammate, be my, woman was made for man. But I'm so glad because look, she suffered. And then I'd have the same things as my dogs have suffered. You don't think if I had a wife, she'd be having to deal with this crap? She'd probably be out of her mind right now, So I feel so blessed, I'm saying sometimes that Father keeps me separate and I don't have to deal with anybody else. And maybe this is his way to, you know, I don't know. Just be so weird to think that I would, like I said, that my son is gone and because of this and this was the end. I stood up for him. We got SWAT raided and he ended up getting out of jail or whatever, but they ended up getting, the whole thing is just really hard to swallow. You know what I'm saying? Um, but I'm just that captain, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not the captain of the ship, just a captain that knows that there's still some kind of pinhole leak in this. And it's a gaping hole, if you will. And so it's just, I feel like I've been taking, treading water, just throwing out every bucket that I can here, guys, trying to keep this ship, afloat, so I apologize. I get a little overboard here sometimes. I feel like I'm sinking, and I'm trying to keep this ministry going and I'm trying to keep my animals happy and I'm trying to keep building around here so I don't sit around and when I'm not here and because I get all mad at myself if I'm not super hard on myself kind of person. I have to, you know what I'm saying? Um, just do something. I can't sit around here and have this blessing of this ministry and all like, oh, nobody's going to come. So I'm just going to stop doing anything out here. I still have responsibilities. I'm off grid, so I can't let my animals suffer. And if I feel like crap, then you don't think my animals feel that. So I don't want to feel like that. And that's why I'm thankful that I have faith. And every AM I get up and I feel blessed. And I've been changing that daily and feeling better about that no matter what. I mean, I don't want my animals to suffer. Like I said, last time I got put in jail for 3 days and Kevin told me they didn't do good while you were gone, Tracy. And I didn't have anybody report back to me last time like that. Remember, Tango got taken for me for a long time, and it took begging and literally just, what I told you that I should report, I should have taken pictures of him, so I could have had that for court against Marshall. what he did was animal cruelty to my dog, and not giving him back to me beat me up terribly. I don't know why Father did that, so I'm not mad at Marshall. I don't care. Marshall has made his own bed. You know what I'm saying? So I have no, it is what it is. But I want to thank you, brothers and sisters, for being here for me. I'll let this go. But I just, like I said, I need some closure when it comes to Elijah and Adrian, and I hope that they're not suffering. And if they're living their life, I don't know how they could be. Well, I know Adriana's charges has dropped, but Elijah's still looking over his shoulder and still has pending charges against him. So he didn't get him take a deal. And some people said, well, he took a deal and now he can't talk to you. No, there's still pending charges in an open warrant for his arrest. So it's hard to imagine that my son is sitting there looking over his shoulder when he did everything he was supposed to do times two. He did it twice, not just once, but twice he did it. And they still tried to throw him in prison. So I don't have regrets. If he's gone, he's gone. If he's here, I hope he's in somewhere where he's not looking over his shoulder, somewhere I don't see how he could, though, having a warrant for your arrest and knowing the last time that you dealt with the police, they shot you, grenaded you and grenaded your wife. And I don't know if he's even ever seen the live stream, guys. I don't have any idea of anything that's going on with him. So I appreciate you filling that void for me, because there's been a massive void in my life because I don't have anybody but Elijah Werner. I told you I don't have friends. I don't have family. I have my son. So, and he didn't even live with me. So I was supposed to be coming to live with me. So it's just like slapping me in the face. That's what Father did to me. He put me right there, and we went, and then he just rug pulled me and couldn't smack me any harder. And then here I am 15 months later getting slapped every day. So, but that's my walk, not yours. Don't worry. We all get a different beating. It must beat me because he must love me. So that's how Father works. He beats the ones that he loves. So, don't worry about it. This is my life. I live this every day. I got to worry about, my son, but put it in Father's hands and have faith. I do this. I fight this battle every single day of my life now. So I feel blessed. Like I said, I really wanted to take that $15,000 of precious metals, and I took a massive hit on it. I did not get what I had in it and what I put, what I know it will be. And it's okay. I have to keep myself out of jail so that I can continue to fight for my son if he's alive, fight for my daughter, and these animals. Like I told you, I was only gone for 3 days last time, and Kevin said that they get depressed. They've been around me a lot, and I've lived in the country a lot with them, so they're used to this lifestyle. It's me. It's like my son said, Dad, if you didn't have those dogs, you realize how you could be anywhere in this world right now. Why won't you just get rid of the dogs? I know you love them, Dad. I'm not saying that because I love them too, Dad, but you want to go? It's those dogs that are holding you back. You're crazy, Dad. Without those dogs, you could be doing anything you wanted. All these things you say you could be doing, and, with the ministry. And so that's where he's the one who told me when I had all the, that 40 pounds of silver and the gold that supposedly bailed him out, uh, he told me to take it, go on the road. Stop trying to help me, Dad. Stop trying to fix my problems. I know I love you, Dad, but you said, and when I turned 18, you're going to put a backpack on and you were going to let the wind blow you. And now you have enough money to take and get that Toyota Tacoma that you want, and at least start in the U.S. and you get down to Mexico. You can get you have the money right now to go right now. Dad, buy the truck. I know you. When I showed him the precious metals, he's like freaked out about having gold. I'm like, you got to diversify. He's like, Dad, I know you're trying to save that for me. I know you're going to take a certain portion of it and pay off the land. I know that, but the rest of it's for me. I know you won't take it. I have precious metals, Dad. got my own silver. I can't believe you have gold, but please, Dad, just get that double cab. I know you've been talking about it online a lot. I've been watching. I'm your moderator, and you want the double cab so the dogs aren't breathing down your neck. It makes sense. Now get the truck and go. You want to get all those books for the archive, get in the truck and leave. Go now. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't. And I said, Elijah, that's not your decision. I appreciate it. I love you, son, but I get to make that decision. So would he be dead? Would he be alive right now? If I just wouldn't went on the road, would they put him in jail and he already would have got out or something? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, guys. So I know I'm here. I know it's been 15 months since, this ministry was SWAT raided, and I haven't really gotten anywhere. I've only gone backwards, and it's cost me 40 pounds of silver, all my gold, this ministry's still wrecked. It's going to be cold, guys. And I did 7 cords of wood in this cabin last winter, and I don't have a single cord right now. Not one. I know. I'm kind of a little freaked about that because it's cold out there right now. I mean, I put on a sweatshirt and sweatpants, and I'm not prepared for no winter. I'm not. Spent way too much time in the ministry, but that's okay. And that's my fault because, I just wasn't doing these things on the outside. So if Father would let me sell something, but he won't let me sell anything. So remember, I always have lots of things for sale. So it's not like I don't try to make money. I get shut off. My postings go up for 6 hours at the most, as long as I can keep my postings up for now. So I can't even make my way on the marketplace. But it's all right. Father always provides. He always does. So that's why I'm so blessed that the ministry was paid off. You know what I'm saying? I was paying on 65 acres of land out here, guys. That's a lot of land payment money for people. It's for somebody who doesn't have any income coming in from the veterans, from the VA, no benefits, no child support passed. I didn't get into dime when I was a single parent. Social Security, nothing. I got to work, and I'm out in the middle of nowhere trying to sell things on the internet. I can't sell $50 things. Cost people $50 worth of gas to get here for most places, anywhere they come. So $100 when you go back. So, but anyways, much blessings. It is what it is. I can't change it, guys. All I can do is let Father put it in his hands and just keep faith. It's all I have is faith. All I have is the word and you guys. So, because I don't have anything other than that. I told you I don't have that life. You guys all have lives. I don't have a life. I have the ministry. So I have the word. That's my life. So I have a life. It's the word. So this is why I suffer so much, because the word is what gets me in all this trouble. In my service to other people. I love serving other people. I joined the military at 17 years old. Don't tell me not to serve people. Okay. But I appreciate all the people who have been, like sending you guys here, having Kevin, next door, just, a lot of the times, but that's how some of Father just designed us to be a certain way. So I didn't get shorted. No matter what happens, if my son's alive, he's dead, no matter what happens, it's all going to be okay. Everything all right. Everything will be good. Everything will be good in the end. He saves the best for last. He always does. Your treasure awaits you, brothers, sisters. He is your prize. My son is not my prize. I don't love my son more than I love the word, and he knows that. I don't love anything in this world. I don't love the ministry more than I love the word. I love the word. That's why I come here, is to share it with you guys. I have to be charitable. That's what agape is. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not boast. It is meek. But most of all, it's charitable. And charity doesn't mean money. And charity doesn't mean this big dream I have about tithing food. Charity is the word. Being charitable is sharing this light with others, like being a team player. If you've ever been part of a team, you don't get all the glory. You got to suck it up for the team. So Father, Son, Holy Spirit, Ruach HaKodesh, he's this part of this. He knows what he's doing. You know what I'm saying? Um, so thanks for being part of this team with me, being a soldier of God, you know, putting him first, you know. Do not quit your post until properly relieved. Well, you know, you have to endure to the end. So just because my DD 14 says honorable discharge doesn't mean I stop serving. So service to self or service to other beings. There's only two kinds of people on this rock, brothers and sisters. You'll know them by their fruit. Do not judge them by their cover. They might look like that. They might say that. A lot of people say things, but they don't do it. People put legs on that faith, though, right? Girded in my service, like a soldier, he's going to move out and draw fire. He's not going to say anything about it. Not going to question the master. Not going to question the commander. He's not going to question that authority. Know your role and shut your hole, right? For those that understand, you know, some of us are a little more militant, if you will, and we don't mean to be this way. Father just makes us this way. Our current plus going to take all the flash down. Just plastic words, biological machine. Yeah, there you go. Well, you're supposed to die daily. They're stoned to flesh, so you're correct. Death to self, correct? You're already supposed to be born from above, not again. Daily, endure to the end. Take up your cross daily. Deny yourself daily, and follow after me daily. So that's right. This temporary meat suit is not your eternal resting place. The resting place is the Hokodesh. It's actually the tabernacle. It's Father. Remember, I'm going to go to my Father's houses. Well, it's a house. It's a place of many mansions, and I'll prepare a place. Come back and receive you. Oh, there comes in Linda right on time. Thanks for coming back. But that's, you know, that's this temple. He's right here. He's not somewhere in the sky. He didn't go anywhere. He's here. He's with you now. That's right. The kingdom of heaven is within. So if you cut off the outer man, in the end, Christ in you, your treasure awaits you, brothers and sisters. He is your prize. I hope you're supposed to be running to him. You understand? You're supposed to be running to him. This isn't some sit down Jesus. He said, take up your cross. That means you get up off your fourth point of contact, and you move out and you draw fire. You hear me? You understand what I'm saying? If you're a soldier, that's what you're going to do. You don't question your commander. So he commands us, if we love him, 2 John and 6 is to walk and follow in his commandments. That's how you love Father, and I love Father. You know what I'm saying? There we go. Get off that fourth point of contact and get up off and get them feet pounding, soldier. Just quit taking up my real estate and move out. You know, as you were, carry on. Up, out, peace. All right. Anyways, brother, sister, no, I do appreciate, you know, my son was around me, so he knows that. You know, he knows this too. So I have to be settled in the word and know that Father has a plan for all of us, and any one of us that's blessed to get out of here and get out of this meat suit, you know, is a blessing. Celebrate, edify, glorify. You know, they celebrated death, not mourned. We're not even supposed to be mourning. You know, we're supposed to not celebrate birth. And people celebrate birth and mourn death. They got it all backwards in this world. So I'm glad I've got my hand on the word, you know, and he has his hand on me, and we, you know, he sups with me. And, you know, like I said, somebody's got your back. He's got my 6, you know. And even though it doesn't feel like it, I use that footsteps often, which isn't biblical, but it's a reference that, you know, it's like a soldier that's going to, oh, why did you leave me? Why did you bail on me? Why are you not helping me, Father? I need you right now. No, I was carrying you. I didn't leave you anywhere. I was carrying you the whole time. What are you talking about? You only see one footprint, a set of footprints in the sand. You think I bailed on you? Yeah, right. You were my rucksack, you know? So, yeah, and that's how we're charitable, though. You know what I'm saying, Goku? That's how we're charitable. We're charitable with the word. So be charitable with that, brothers and sisters. And that's why I come in here and tithe this word. How can I have all this loving for this word and not share it with others? So what? It doesn't resonate with most people. He said, many are called, but only gods are chosen. I know most people don't love these truths. They want some easy Jesus. Sit down. He's a get up, take up, and march every day Jesus. He's a stand up Jesus, not a sit down Jesus. He's not. He's not a church pew, sit down. He's take up your cross, endure to the end. If you want to be saved, I will straighten out every person that has hurt you. I will heal you. I will pick you up, carry you from the beginning point, the word sozo, that is the word salvation, and carry you to an ending point and heal. Anybody who screwed you, I will straighten that out. I will fight all your battles, right? That's what I fight, serving this beast system, knowing that I serve the military industrial complex, that I was a part of this police state, police world, this pay with our US dollar or we'll drop freedom bombs on you, democracy bombs on you. That's where you guys know I fight that battle every day in this chat. And I'm not afraid to show that. He said, wrestle not against flesh and blood. So I'm not going to deny what Father did in my life. I didn't ask for that. He made me that person. I was being told not to try to figure out the world. So I became an investigator. I was told I couldn't need to stop serving everybody else and worry about my own problems. Even my own dad told me he would kill me if I joined the military, but he died at 16 and I joined the military at 17. I didn't listen to what the world told me. I listened to what that still voice inside my head told me to do from the time I was young. Like I said, you guys might have me wrong, but all I've ever wanted to do was die. I never wanted to be here. I wasn't supposed to be here, but Father made me be here to serve, not me, to serve, wrestle not against flesh, and so I can't help but still want to serve my son if I think he's hurting somewhere when he could be kidnapped and being held for ransom. I'm going to try to serve. Nobody's going to tell me I'm his dad. I don't love him more, but I still have a service to the fact that I'm his dad. You don't quit on something until it's done. You got to endure to the end if you want so it's just that same mentality, brothers, sisters. I can't help it. I just can't help who I am. Father made this vessel, and it just makes me, like I said, I don't even want to be here. I don't. 100% already told you. Oh, I just love the thought of dying and getting rid of this meat suit because it's not who I am. I am who I was before I ever cave into this. Tracy is not my name. Tracy is not who I am. I won't be Tracy after I die. So who in the hell were you there at the birth of my parents there when they were hippies? Were you a witness? So how the hell do you know my name is Tracy? Can you prove that in a court? I'm a prior police officer. I'm talking about how do you know I'm Tracy? Get over. You couldn't prove it in the court. I ain't Tracy. I am who I am. Who he made me. That's who I am. I won't be Tracy after I'm gone. Nobody's going to care about Tracy after I'm gone. There'll be no obituary for me. Nobody will show up to my whatever. I don't have anybody, brothers and sisters. And if my son is gone, so what? I'd probably be the only person who'd show up. But hey, guess what? I have this ministry while I'm here and I ain't going to piss off what I have. So I want you to know that I feel blessed every day to come in here and share these gospel with you. And hopefully you've been able to glean from the best as I've been able to glean from you guys. And we get to share and refine this ministry day after day, week after week, month after month, and now year after year. It's not something that's just come and gone like a flash in a pan. You know what I'm saying? So thank you, Father, for this ministry. There's not another ministry on YouTube like it. Although Grace and Truth Ministries, That's a set apart ministry as well. I don't want to say that this ministry is anything like Grace and Truth, although the gospel base is here. You know what I'm saying? So if you're one of those who you understand how I'm feeling, you probably have a similar feeling. It's like, yeah, I don't feel like I belong in this world. It's called set apart. Set apart is what it is. I'm not saying I'm special. It's just set apart. Be in it, but be not of it. Oh, you're over there. Yes, that's me. Over there, you're the black sheep of the family. Yes, that's us, brothers and sisters. That's what this is. This is a black sheep production, broadcast. We sow seeds of light in this dark world, like a light in a harbor, to be a beacon because people lose their way. And he is the way, correct? He is the way. I am the Hados. He said, I am the Hados. That means to be in the same narrow way. So he said, purify yourself, narrow, as he purified himself. Deny yourself daily, take up your cross daily, and follow after me. If you shall be my disciple, take up your cross, follow after me. So a disciple, like a soldier, is going to understand the command and be able to execute the command he's given. You got it. To be a disciple, you got to be crucified. You got to be taking up your cross. Have you ever carried a weight? That's what he carried, was a yoke. He didn't carry a cross. Remember, Christ didn't. Nobody was hung from crosses. That's the unk. Get it straight. That's not. Okay. Take up your cross, brothers, sisters, is a idiom. Nobody carried crosses. They were pegged or stalked to a stake or a yoke. All glory to the Father. Thanks for coming in, Dragon. So we all carry that weight, brothers, sisters. I hope you understand Christ was a man of sorrows, a man of very few possessions, but a man who carried a lot of weight of the world. He was torn by what they had done to his Father's word. He is Father in flesh, but it was the agape that they were shredding. And he came back to fulfill that and make a covenant. And remember, if you covet another man's wife, that is adultery. He started making amendments in the flesh to that old, and even fulfilling all these traditions and celebrations that before he even passed. And they hung him on a tree like a contract, like a piece of paper, a bride contract. He hung in flesh to fulfill those laws of flesh, like two witnesses declared a contract written on paper, a literal binding, remember? If you covet, not a physical, but now a spiritual contract. That's why he was hung, brothers, sisters, why he hung, and they called him Nazareth, right? Jesus of Nazareth, which was from the north. It was like the ghetto, like the funky ghetto, right? Nothing could be like the dumps, like Watts, like, Compton, Chicago, whatever. Nothing good, they said, could come of Nazareth. Do you understand why he allowed and said certain things, and some things he didn't say at all? So some things are left unsaid better, and there are times he said, if you deny me in front of your friends and your family and your social media platform in this modern day, I'll deny you in front of my Father. So don't deny this. And I'm pretty certain no matter where my son, no matter where he's at, if he's still alive, he's sharing the word because he loves that word. And so I'm thankful to have it, and I'm thankful to share it with you guys, and I'm thankful to even, been here, even though there was many times in my life when I was young and I said, man, I don't need to be here. I don't resonate here. I'm not one of these people. Why am I so different than everybody else? Why do I have two brothers that look just like me, but I don't want to be either of them? I don't like either of them. I don't hate them, but I don't like the way they are. They're not bad, but I don't want to be them. Everybody wants me to be them, and then they meet me and go, wow, you're not like either of your brothers. Yeah, that's right. Stop calling me them. I had to answer by my brother's name because we were 11 months apart. My younger brother had to answer by my name. You know, it's been quite the different, walk, you know what I'm saying, um, on this rock. But we all have a uniqueness about us, brothers and sisters. I've tried to pound that into your head on this ministry. Father didn't do anything by chance. There's no such thing as free will. There's no such thing as luck. Do you understand? We all have been given a unique gift, if you will, a blessing. And whatever it is, this is what he asked for me. I didn't ask this. He calls on to me. I love him. I walk and follow in his commandments. I do what I'm told. I know I lead, follow, or get the fuck out of my way is how it's put in the military, okay? There's leaders. Not everybody in the military is a leader. They're not. That's like one of those things. Many are called, but few are chosen. You can get there, but you're not a leader. A true leader, you'll know them almost like Christ said, by their fruit. I mean, there's like a lieutenant, he thinks he's a leader, but he ain't got no boots on the ground. He ain't got the experience. You learn from taking licks like a diamond, brothers, sisters. Every time you get faceted lick, you have another place, space, time to show, place to shine and show like, you know what I'm saying? Uh, there you go. Non-commissioned officers. These guys are battle hardened. You got some butter bar coming in trying to tell you what to do. He's going to get the whole platoon killed. You need somebody who's got experience, stripes, chevrons, and rockers. He said, follow after me. Are you earning your stripes? Huh? You know what that means? I hope they're lashing you. The world lashes out at you. He said, follow after me. Does anybody want to throw you in prison? Hang you from a tree, put holes in you because you're not going by their corporation, their beast, their military time, right? Machine, stealing people's hard earned cash. So, you know what I'm saying? But obviously, again, Father did this to us, brothers, sisters. Each one of us have a uniqueness about us. Please use whatever it is. Every one of us gets a different measure. He pours out a different measure on a just measure is what he says. It's not the same. It's just in each one of us because not every one of us get the same measure. Okay? Like I said, there's leaders, people who can lead the flock. That's a shepherd or a dog. Like the shepherd, there are followers. That's the sheep, right? And there's people who don't belong in the sheep. That's the wolf, brothers, sisters, anywhere near the flock. And some of us are a little militant and we guard, like he said, guard my commandments. If you love me, you will guard my commandments. You know what I'm saying? Well, I understand that. I do. I've already been blessed now. You understand? I've already been blessed. I already have been treasure beyond something you couldn't put in no shredder into a safe. Not the kind of cheddar you can measure if you know what I'm saying. It's not. I've been given abundance. Not just survive but thrive. I am blessed. I'm out here on a beautiful piece of land, and although I'm in pain, my pain is because I can't share it with anybody else. My life is so backwards. Everything in my life is completely backwards, but so it should work out that way. The best is always last. You must be as esteemed as the potter's clay, turn their works upside down. So that's what I do. I know that they want me to give it all here, spend all my treasure on this rock and do something stupid or try to lash out or let God, get far from me. And then I think I can steer the ship and I'll wreck it like Titanic every time I try to take, if you're there's times where you know how to stand down. If somebody's a better leader than you, then you stand down, follow. And Father's the commander of the ship. So every time I grab the wheel, I crash it like the Titanic, Oh, well, thank you, Father, his Father does this, you know what I'm saying? It's a wild channel, let you know that, but we're real here. We're as real as it gets here at High Desert Faith and Truth. We love the word, and we're not afraid to show we're not a religious channel. He doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. The body is the temple, and he reigns within the heart of the bride. You know what I'm saying? So we thank Shiloh, the one who's going to come back and redeem his bride, those that didn't stray, those that didn't go out and stray from the flock. those that didn't cause the flock or the sheep to scatter. That's the word scorpizo, or teacher or prophet or false teacher or false prophet. The false prophet is the scorpizo. Remember, he said, I am the horizo. I am the one that divides. Do not think that I come to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division that will divide. I come to separate a son from his father, right? A mother from her daughter, a mother-in-law from her mother-in-law. A man's enemies be the ones of his own household. You are your biggest enemy. Go, I am my own worst nightmare. We, by idolatry, blot our names out of that book of life by self-will, doing our own, not doing Father's. 2 John and 6, walking and following in his commandments. So if we love him, we won't go after the world. We'll be in it, but we'll be not of it. We'll stay in the word, not of the world. So it's a fine line that we walk, and most people can't walk that rock that we're on here without falling unto the flesh, traditions of men. That's why Paul told us, wrestle not against flesh. Paul knew it. I love Paul's writings. I'm so blessed to have, the gospel on my heart. And the more and more I sup with it, the more and more Father reveals these things to me. And they're already there, brothers, sisters. That's what maybe you hadn't come to the understanding, this knowledge yet, that, that tree of life, that the word is on your heart. That's why he says, seek and you shall find. Ask. It's talking about the word. It's not talking about anything of this world. Nothing does it mean when it says seek. Ask does it mean anything. That's idolatry. It's talking about knock and I will come sup with you. And that's what I'm giving you, is this meat. Okay, like it says in the book of Malachi, give a man 10% of your earnings. And I'm not asking you for your money. I'm asking you for your time, your tithe of time. So when you have that, that is what I'd ask you to be charitable. As I was saying to you earlier, he said, don't hide that light in a basket. Let him beat you. Let him lick you. You know what I'm saying? With those facets like a diamond, it gives you more faces to shine. Facets, you get struck and it hurts, but it comes to a plane in space to where now you've been given another place to allow your right on this rock. So you get better like wine with age, right? Like good aged wine or a mead, right? Or, right? It takes time. Everything Father does is going to take time. It's not going to come easy. If it's easy, that is the world. You're having your treasure now. You must endure to the end. Receive your kingdom of heaven is within, and it reigns after this flesh. So thank you, Father, for that. Most people aren't going to understand that. They're going to say, well, you only live once, right? Hey, yeah, right. Okay, whatever. So, but yeah, I'm going to leave all my treasure here, and that's okay. Don't try to change somebody from a goat to a sheep. It's not possible. If you see somebody in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. So, yes, you guys are blessed. You know that too. Like I said, this ministry is taking time, and look at where it's at. If you have not been here for, just a minute, you might not know, but if you've been here now year after, you've seen Father as his hand on this ministry. It's not me. I only come on here because Father makes me do it. I come in here sometimes because I have a subject or something and I want to share something, because I told you I have to be charitable and things like that, but Father makes me do it. I told you there's times I come in here and I got that monkey on my back, man. I'm all set up, ready to go, and I get, I'm sup with Father, and all of a sudden, bam! It's like something shuts me down, and it's that. Like I said, this is not. I don't know. Like I said, I just feel blessed to be here, brothers, sisters, because there's times that I should have come on here and I didn't, and sometimes I feel like I've fallen short of this ministry too. But then there's times when I'm in here and I'll come and put 12-hour days in here, 13, 15-hour days for the ministry. I know I don't get paid to be here, and it's not like I'm pulling a salary or anything like that. Brother Jim brings in $1 million. And I think our channel is even bigger than his now. I went and look. I think I'm not sure. I don't. It doesn't really matter. But he brings in $1 million a year. He's got 5 people on salary, including himself. I'm gonna get this civil lawsuit taken care of because with that SWAT raid, and I'm gonna pay off Brother Jim's ministry with, I'm saying, allow him to buy a building, so he doesn't have to rent that classroom anymore. And he's always wanted to build some kind of apartment. I was thought about moving out there. Remember, I applied for a job, and those people are so nice back in Tennessee. God, people are so nice back there. Uh, it, anyways, but and then I'm going to give him, the money to build that fourplex, whatever he wants to build. I want to give him the money, and I know he can take care of it because he is a good steward of his money. I've seen him, I've watched him, decades. He's been doing it for, was it 40 years he's got studying on me. I've only been, 30 plus hard years of cracking the book. I mean, like not giving up, never stopping, taking no for an answer, like trading time for knowledge instead of going and chasing tail and boobies and money and fame and fortune. I chase the word because Father made me and shaped me by that. So blessings, to even come in here and share. But I know that Brother Jim, if I had abundance, that would be the first thing that I would do is pay off the ministry over there because he has a classroom and it's like $3,000 a month that he pays for that classroom. It's like, I don't know, sometimes I'll run short on it, but like renting out like in a building, like a place to do meetings and stuff. That's what he rents out. It's a classroom. And because he's right near Nashville in Hendersonville, it's expensive right there. So the classroom cost him $3,000 a month. You know what I'm saying? So I cannot wait to get that paid off for him if Father would bless me. Um, and then obviously I can do the things here. So Brother Jim, he gives out CDs, and see, that's where a big chunk of his ministry comes from. The money they send out thousands of CDs. I can't imagine tens of thousands throughout the year, and they don't charge anything. They'll send you 2 or 3 a month. Just go over there, ask, get a hold of Brother Mike, call the 1-800 number. They'll start sending you CDs. And that's charity right there. Brother Jim has cemented a legacy because they're going to keep giving away those CDs. I don't have a legacy like that, brothers and sisters. I'm not giving away CDs. Actually, I'm going to try to give away food, and you have to eat it. Now, it might last for 25 years, but his food is obviously the CDs. But here, all blessings, brothers and sisters. I don't know, somebody else gave me a thank you so much. Blessings too, guys. But one day here, hopefully, if you've been following this ministry for a while, you'll see that I did take and spend that money, which was in precious metals, that I was going to purchase the farm down in Ecuador, and yes, all glory. I'm gonna probably put it towards the ministry. I don't really, but I really hope that you'll stay with me long enough, and if Father would allow me, now I've spent the money in the from the uh oh, we were just talking about all the blessings, talk about all the blessings out here at the ministry and how blessed it is. That hope we can see Father push us through to create this South American ministry down there where we can tithe food. And it's going to take a little time, but I'm hoping that I feel like it's possible. Otherwise, I wouldn't even put the effort towards. I really wouldn't, Father. Sometimes I get a lot of wild ideas. I'm a guy that's self-made, so I've had lots of businesses and been self-employed, own my own businesses, things like that. I'm a self-made guy. I don't need to be told to get up and go to work or whatever. I'm my own boss. You know what I'm saying? Nobody tells me what to do. I'm sick of coming into work. I call in and say, "Hey, boss, I'm sick of looking at your face. You know that? So I'm not coming into work. You make me sick." All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good day. You know, if I got to take the day off, and sometimes I got to do that because you know what I'm saying. Sometimes I'll come in here and we'll do this ministry for 12 or 15 or 16 hours, and no work gets done here at the ministry, but the work gets done online for the ministry. So, but we're gonna make this happen, guys. I feel like it's Father has allowed me to take the precious metals and put them towards the ministry. Um, and no matter what happens, they're not gonna. Okay, look, here's the worst case scenario. I go to trial. I go to trial, and they're gonna give me the mandatory minimum. I go to jail for a couple years or something. I don't know. It's not the end of the world, guys. So it's, you know what I'm saying? With this attorney, they're not going to be able to throw me under the bus like they were trying to do. They're just not going to get away with that. So um, I feel like the attorney that was hired, obviously he's a very expensive attorney. He's $500 an hour, guys. He's not a cheap attorney. He's coming all the way from Eugene, Oregon. Okay. Which is a long way away. It's an 8-hour drive to go, you know. So, yeah. Oh yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that. Go, I do. I'll go where if that's where he wants me to be. I'm be my pleasure. You know, last time I had was locked up in jail, there was 6 of us in there, 6 of us in there, and there was 5 guys humming on the gospel. There really was. You know, I was one of them. There was one over there sitting on the bed, but he wasn't quiet, but he was listening. But everybody else was just humming on the gospel. I'm there with my piece of paper, and I got my prison pen. You know what I'm saying? They got it's all on camera. His father is my witness. I don't stop when I go in there. So I'm willing to spend the rest of my life in prison if that's where Father wants me. But I got dogs that kind of need me in the ministry that so but wherever Father chooses me to serve, and I'll be with that's who I would be. I'd be fine because of the people who need it in there. How many people have been wrongly convicted about ready to throw their whole life away because they don't realize, you know what I'm saying? Uh, yeah, he'll be so. But whether Father wants me, I'm gonna go. I'll do whatever. There's nothing in my life. I don't need to do anything. I don't. I got dogs. That's about it. I need to, you know, Tango. he's he's like a teenager now, nearly 13 years old. I mean, it's my life, you know what I'm saying? And the dogs have a responsibility. This dog got reincarnated in a new body. So yeah, there you go. So you see what I'm saying? Like my son told me, Dad, you can go anywhere you want. Just okay, get the Tacoma, buy the double cabin, go on the road. But now I got to take care of him. He's my first priority. Elijah is, you know what I'm saying, as far as he came from I'm his maker. Father created him, but I made him. So I gotta he's just gonna I was a single dad. I don't know how to do anything other than be a dad. I just don't. Nicole is in here. She's my friend for, you know, I got I wouldn't know I wouldn't have my dog if it wasn't for Nicole. Okay. And here in the chat. Nicole's the only person I took that I unfriended everybody on Facebook except for Nicole. Seriously, guys, everybody got unfriended on Facebook. Anybody that put anything about celebrating holidays, birthday, Halloween, Christmas, I was like, I'm done with this. We have the interweb now, but Sister Nicole loves the word, and you know, some people don't judge them by their cover; you'll know them by their fruit. And she, as I am, a work in progress. She's a work in progress, and so am I. But she knows she's been a witness. Yeah, she took one of the dogs that I bred out here. She got one of the dogs from um, yeah, she did. That's pretty awesome. She got a dog from, you know, I got a dog from her, and um, with her and her ex-husband, uh, and he's my life. I just love this dog so much. So I have a big responsibility to him. You know what I'm saying? And he's never cheated on me, although I had been married. And my wife got pregnant with some other man's kid. So I had that happen to me. That wasn't fun. Wow. Um, and he's never uh, cheated on me. He's never lied to me ever one single time. You know how many people have lied to me? Seems like everybody I know eventually, not everybody, but some, like they'll lie to me, um, or they'll steal from me. People like to steal everything I have, including my own family will steal everything I own. Um, but this dog here has never done none of that. So I love this dog so much. Never lied, cheated, or stole anything but my heart. So gotta love my puppies. So no, I mean, but Nicole, I mean, because I said it lightly. Elijah's married to Adriana, and they're not married on paper. Okay, I'm old school. Okay, if you were my wife, I laid with you, or well, if I lay with you, you become my wife. That's how I work. Remember, how many women have you seen me around? You know, since you've known me, I don't. I've had women around, but I don't have many, right? I don't spread myself around. So if I'm going to be with somebody and I'm going to lie with somebody, I consider that my wife. I treat them like my wife. So that's the only reason I said husband, because you were, you know what I'm saying? If that makes sense, right? So, you know what I'm saying, sister? But, anyways, I did just let you know about Sister Nicole. She loves the word, um, and she knows who I am about being a dad. She was a witness when I was taking care of my son that all I know how to do is be a dad. I don't know how to do anything else but be a dad. I was always a parent when she knew me. I was a single parent, and I lived on property where Nicole lived too, on the farm. So she's been be able to see around me and seen me in action, like who I am, not just always here or there, come and go. We know. I mean, we've lived on the same property. She's got to see me when I lived in the bus, when I had the old prison bus. That thing was awesome. I should have never sold that, but that's okay. But yes, no, I'll never ever forget. That's on my heart forever. I'm never gonna ever forget living out on the farm, Tango. Uh, your kids, the dogs, even you know your ex's parents and stuff. It was all, um, yep, in the army tent, and I brought the army tent out here, and lived in the army tent, and then we lived in. Remember, for a minute, I was building that food cart, and I let Elijah live in the food cart for a minute. You know, that's when the bus was gone. We're getting the brakes done on the bus, right? All the airlines, and the bus left, guys, and I had a food cart that I was building. So we moved inside the food cart on the farm, and we lived in the red. It looked like a barn, kind of like so. Heck yeah, I remember good times, man. Heck yeah. No, Father has beat me, guys, but I've had good times too. My life, I'm still getting beat, but I still get good times. I am absolutely blessed and being beat daily, just so you know. Nothing in my life is simple. Uh, that's so amazing. See, listen to this, brothers, sisters. This is what I'm talking about. Remember the food cart? I said, yeah. She said, all the kids I used to bring on the property as well. Yep. And I'm actually, if she's a foster parent, uh, to two of those kids that she's talking about now, guys. See, I'm saying she's an amazing lady. You'll know them by their fruit. So she loves the word, and we have supped with the word often, and I'm glad that I didn't just something Father told me. It wasn't me. Father said, no, Tracy, she's a work, and she's still trying to make her way to this, place. We all walk the path in a different, don't put that time. Don't put her on a time clock. You put everybody else on a time clock. Don't put her on a time clock. Some of us take longer, like salvation, like baptism, like repentance. It's all a process. So, and I'm glad that I did, because she was, like I said, I say I don't have friends, but I do. Sister Nicole is my friend, and I've known her because she's my friend and my sister in Christ, more than anything. I mean, we have a friendship, but it's been more developed through both of us have a similar desire to serve others. She's a service to other being, and to serve the Lord, serve our master. Our master is Father, and she doesn't deny it, and that's something I like being around, or would associate myself with people who aren't afraid to deny Christ, no matter where they're at. I've never. It's just been part of who I am. Father makes me who I am, and my love for the Word is something that's going to just keep growing in me. And I see that as long as I've known her, it just keeps more and more and more and more. So I think Go said it, hungry, always hungry for the Word. It's like a quench, a thirst that you can never quench. You could just never seem to get enough. It's like, I need more of that, and like I said, you push your life around, like, how do I get, okay, I'm going to move these things around so I can have more of that in my life. Wow, that feels right. That's a good fit, so, well, I ate that. I made dinner. That's outstanding. Father will provide. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. you know, um, so no, I made some cabbage and some steak. Well, some meat. There's actually some more in there. That was pretty darn good. But actually, I said I was gonna use some of my medicine here, but I'm building this beautiful greenhouse out there, and I've got some pretty big, those couple boards today. I was dragging some boards from the other side of the property. That one board was whatever, but I had to get nice. What I'm doing, Nicole, is I'm going back to um, what I did is I cooked the burger first, right? I cooked the burger, and it's not 1,000 cal burger; it's single cal burger, right? It's from I get good meat, and I used to be the meat man, so I don't want no crappy meat. But yes, stay away from them if you can. Listen to your body, Nicole. You know that. Listen to your body. Your body will tell you what you need. Listen to your body. Um, they used to say people, think with their stomach. So, but I'm cutting out the carbs, so no more pasta for me, and no more bread. The only bread I've decided to eat is tortillas if I want to have tacos, but otherwise I'm not going to eat any more bread or any more pasta. Um, and I want to get more red meat going in my body, because I don't eat pork, or I don't eat seafood, or I don't eat chicken unless I raise my own chicken. But I made some cabbage, and I took the beef though, and I cooked that burger, and then there's not a whole lot of grease from the burger because it's good burger, and then I cooked off the cabbage with the drippings from the cabbage from the meat, the drippings from the meat, and then I covered it. It steamed off, and then I stirred it and stirred it, and yeah. I'm not eating enough red meat, man. I'm telling you, I'm not eating enough red meat. But I'm gonna, like I say, because that's what I was I ate red meat for most of my life. I was, eat whatever I wanted. My dad told me that if you're starving, you up bad, right? I'm like, so, because I've been starved, I've been malnourished in my life, bad, really bad malnourished and stuff. But So I always had that mentality that, I'm not going to ever starve because my dad was right. I was like, damn, that makes so much sense. And I used to tell people that. Uh, I said, and I share that, and if you think about it, kind of, sort of speak, if you're starving, you really up bad. You screwed up, you know, you did something wrong. Yourself mistake. Okay, well, no, yeah, I hear you. I will. They got actually, because I got a tri-tip the other day and yesterday. It was so good. I made it last all day long, guys. Something that I don't do, and I probably shouldn't eat online. I was thinking about this when I do this earlier, but I don't chew my food because I'm a soldier. Go. I don't eat my food. Hurry up and eat it now, and burp it up and taste it later, soldier. Move out, and draw a fire, right? People ask me, dude, I remember when I got out of the military, like, holy, whoa, dude, slow down. Like, you don't realize it after you get out of the military. You've been in the military long enough that you walk twice as fast. They're like, dude, slow down. I'm like, what do you mean? Lift, right? People walk with me like, dude, I have never been anybody who walks as fast as you do. You walk like you're running. I'm like, no, I'm not. Like, yes, I'm, oh, damn, slow down. Right. But the same way about food, guys, uh, veterans, we eat it like, whatever, like it's in the field or whatever. You got it, even in basic trading, they'll do the shuffle on you if they want to put you on a table and you know um, and you slide down the table, and when you get to the end, whatever you eat at by the time you're done, I mean, you shuffle. It's called a shuffle, and you move to the end of the table. You clear off whatever you knock it off into the trash. You learn how to eat your food really quick. And I don't chew my food very well. And I know that I don't, and I should, because that helps your gut bacteria. That helps a lot. Chew your food better, guys. I am horrible, 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 horrible about that. Okay. I am, and I can't help it because I'm a veteran, just the way I am. And so I made that steak the other guy's day, and it wasn't a huge steak. I mean, it was a tri-tip. It was probably, but it was thick. It was like this thick. It was a tri-tip. That steak lasted me all day long. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So uh, I chewed up that steak, guys, and I got full off the steak because I chewed it up. I mean, I chewed the steak into, like, I chew it a couple, swallow it, get the juice out of it, get a couple chows on it, get a couple chewing around so don't choke me, and swallow the damn thing. I got gut bacteria. I got stomach acids. Don't do that, guys. So, and I'm bad about that when I'm online if I eat because I don't want to talk with my mouth full. But anyways, make a long story short, I need to eat better. You know what I'm saying? Because I ate that steak and it lasted me all day. All day. That steak I would have just eaten, and I'd eaten 3 more times. But I actually chewed my food, and that steak lasted me all day. So I get this. Oh my gosh, my back, man. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I'm just sore. I'm just sore. That's all. I'm just sore. I'm all right. Painless weakness trying to leave your body. Uh, so yeah, chew your food up better, guys, when you can. Seriously, it's so much better for your body. We don't, we just don't chew our food, especially meat, guys. I mean, be excessive about it. Uh, oh wow, we're losing Linda. What time is it? Oh wow, nice. It's 11:40. Heck yeah, we're putting in a longer stream today. We're putting in a longer stream a little bit. Let's get some more of this yummy. Let's get some more of this yummy terpenes. I don't use this stuff very often, but oh man, should have eaten a gummy, huh? I have some pineapple gummies that are so fabulous. I don't use them unless I'm in extreme pain. I don't just eat them to eat them or anything, but oh man, I could have used one of those gummies. I had to lift a couple of full stacks of boards around today to get, and they're real long. They're like 25-foot mill ends to get to some boards that were at the bottom that I wanted to get. It's just going for one board that happened, like down towards the bottom. But anyways, that cool, outstanding. You know me, I use it for medicine. You've seen how bad my back is. I've been so bad sometimes I got to crawl around like a freaking snail. And I actually found, I mean, I'm okay without cannabis, but it really helps slow down the nerve, and the receptors are telling my body to go have surgery, and that I get that sciatica pain and it doesn't want to stop. And it just helps slow it down. So the body slows down. It's like, okay, you're not going to have surgery. He keeps telling you, not going to, the body's good. I've tried to tell people that's a good thing. When your body is sending that nerve pain, it's doing the job. It's doing what it's supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? Oh, there's no worries about that. They don't care. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they don't care if you do it on the live. You can look at channels. That's all they do is sit there and puff on. I use it. Probably right there. So yeah, so like I said, they won't strike us for that. They won't get a strike. Get a strike for music, talking about the can, but so I normally keep it out of it. I don't give it crack or take something beautiful like God's medicine and hide that light in a basket. But yeah, we don't want to get strikes, but they won't strike us for that. I'm taking BHs right on the stream. Oh. But anyways, this garden is turning out. Yeah, people are, I've been saying I was going to take this pH for like an hour ago. So seriously, I'm just kind of pushing through it. I live with it every day, so it's not that bad. I actually feel pretty good. Like I said, it's just it's just that sciatica thing. I don't want it to, if that flares up, it can get worse. So it's kind of like preventive medicine, believe it or not, preventive maintenance. If you're a veteran, you know about preventive maintenance. You do things to keep your stuff from falling apart. And so if I can keep that nerve ending from getting irritated, it won't, it'll slow down and it won't try to send that sciatica pain and tell my body, you better hurry up and go get surgery. See, I broke my back more than once. I broke my back in the Army. I never even told. I never went to sick call. I didn't want to get medically discharged out of the military. So if you're a soldier, you'll suck it up. You'll drive on. You'll move out. As you were. So she's doing good. She's doing good. Both the kitties are doing good. She came in the house the other day. She hasn't been in the house in a long time. But so yeah, see, I broke my back in the service, and then I didn't say anything until I actually got in the first car accident and say, you know what I'm saying. So I'm like, I ain't getting medically discharged out of the military. All of that. I went in the military with scoliosis. I did. I joined the military and had scoliosis, and I figured out how to pass their test. So I went to somebody for some time, and they went to some physical therapy and did some, I don't, whatever. And they got me to be able to help correct, I had not extreme, but I had a pretty large case of scoliosis, but they taught me how to correct it, and I got around the physical. So I got around the physical, you know what I'm saying? And so people will wonder, well, how the hell did you hurt your back in the Army and not do anything? I didn't want to get kicked out of the military. I had scoliosis. The last thing I wanted to do is take an x-ray of my back. You know what I'm saying? They're like, what? You know, but I dealt with it. You know, it was hard in the military. I'm after putting on a rucksack with a broken back, and, you know, and it's my, you know, S1, the very first vertebrae that sits on your L5. I mean, that's that, you know, so it was hard, you know. I mean, my body was put to the test, let me tell you that. But it's amazing what your body can do if you just, I don't know, you get a soldier mentality, you just don't think about it, you know. Who's stronger, the mind or the body? A soldier's mind is stronger than his body, whether you understand. He could be super strong, you know what I'm saying? Super strong, you know what I'm saying? But if your mind is stronger than your body, then your body is second. Who's telling who what to do? See, so you'll know a true soldier. I mean, seriously, I've served with veterans. I had to remind people what we do and what we served and the thing, you know, like, and and the mind is much stronger than the body. Okay, let me tell you that. If your body is stronger than your mind, then you're not a soldier. You're not a soldier. So, to be a soldier, you have to be stronger in the mind, brothers, sisters, because you just have to tell your body to shut up, and you do it, whatever it is, and you don't. If you think in the military, you'll die. All I can tell you that. Soldiers don't get paid to think. Soldiers get paid to execute the mission. If that, so. That's just what a soldier does. A soldier doesn't question. A soldier's already done it so many times he can do it blindfolded. Drill, drill, just continual training. Always excellent training, Sergeant. Right? So, uh, so we're always, you know, I'm not here to meet the standard. I'm here to set the standard. Okay. Once a good soldier need a haircut, never. It's already done. So I wish I never would have been a military police, guys. That was the worst MOS I ever could have been. Nobody likes the MPs. So oh yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. People don't realize, like, well, how could a soldier do that? Because you fall under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. You understand? Your government property, move out. We'll talk about it in the rear. We'll talk about here, you know, in the field. So, but this is what he does to us, though, brothers, sisters. That's why I've been so blessed to be militant like this, because it makes me understand this agape that we must follow. We can't stray from this. You can't question Father. That's in the book of 2 John and 6. That's to love Father is to walk and follow in his commandments. So if you love Father, you'll do what you're told and you won't question him. And if he's beating you, you don't question why he's beating you. Pain is just weakness trying to leave your body. You understand that? That's all it is. Pain is temporary. So, yeah, like I said, like I said, the mental thing is harder than the physical, you know, for me personally. Like I said, I deal with the physical things, but I just don't like the fact that this system is, it's world ruling. You know what I'm saying? It's world ruling, and we police everybody, and we're supposed to be the freest nation. You understand, the freest nation, when we're out there dropping freedom and democracy bombs in 1,000 military bases, guys, 1,000. We co-op, you know, especially the MPs. We're the first ones in the battle, and we're the last ones to leave. We got more field missions than any other military skill identifier. You know, the most heavily armed four-man team in the military is the military police. So that's right. So it, you know, We take what Father gave us and we use that. And he said, come out of her, my people, come out of her. So we learn, and it shapes who we are, and I wouldn't change it. Now, although I might not ever be able to yoke with anybody because I'm a little too militant and I'm just, uh, uh, no, it wasn't for freedom. That's for sure. For sure. It was about banksters' wars, brothers and sisters. These were oil wars about serving men in ivory towers, putting out the most finest of the finest the nation has to offer. Battle dress uniform men and 18 to 30 years old go throw him out in the meat grinder. So these banksters could get rich. They sell bullets and band-aids, Rockefellers and Rothschilds, brothers and sisters. You know, Adolf was Time Magazine's Man of the Year 2 years in a row. you know, just like Warp Speed, elected twice. you know, uh, yep, all wars are banksters' wars. That's right. War doesn't decide who's right, it only decides who's left. They never did find any weapons of mass distraction or destruction, huh? Saddam, remember? He was a CIA operative. They've been working with our government, and then we turn our backs on people, kind of like Gaddafi, huh? Ask Gaddafi about all that, how that worked out. So this isn't something, brothers and sisters, that we should be proud of. Under this new covenant, it says, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So we shouldn't be outside our borders. We can have a national guard. We can protect our own borders, but 1,000 military bases in 180 countries, guys, that's Rome would have, and Rome was built. Yeah, we have stomped this in what, like 300 years, but that is expired now. Hope you understand that. Nobody's afraid of America anymore. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. Yep, old Billary, freaking Billary over there just went in and wiped. Do you guys ever see what South Africa looked like before Muammar Gaddafi had, before we went in there and drug him through the streets, literally stripped him naked, raped him, and drug him behind a vehicle to try to make an example out of him, like Goku said, what the Clinton said about what happened over there. He was growing sorghum on the interior, brothers, sisters, tapped into aquifer, bringing these desalination machines and bringing channeling water in from the ocean and all. I mean, all their um, Muammar Gaddafi was an absolute. I don't want to call him a saint, but the things he had done in that country and created, all their health care was paid for. Just go look up. Families when they were starting off, they were given. There was just please. I don't even want to go into it. I just went over it the other day, and it was just mind numbing on what he was creating. You know what I'm saying? Um, and they went in there and just destroyed it, brothers sisters, because he was going to pay for oil, right, with something other than the U.S. dollar, just like Saddam was going to pay for oil with the Iraqi, with the dinar. You know what I'm saying? And so we went in there. It was never any about weapons of mass destruction or anything. It was always about oil and our petrodollar. You understand? And making sure that this Bretton Woods agreement that we brokered us off, that nobody looks and tries to audit Fort Knox and look to see if it's in there. You know what I'm saying? and hey, what happened? Oh, well, we're going to audit Fort Knox. Whatever happened to that, huh? Oh, like he's going to audit the Fed and he's going to put Hillary Clinton in jail. Donald Trump is Hillary Clinton, in case you ain't figured it out. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? There we go. That's right. Thank you, Dark Side. Exactly. Exactly. Good stuff, man. With the gold, what's going to pay for with gold, with oil? Yep. There you go. And he didn't want that. Not this U.S. military industrial. Remember, Eisenhower warned us of the military industrial complex, right? Roger Waters called it the war machine. I call it the American military industrial war machine. You know, the United States Navy, the United States Army, the United States Marines, even the Coast Guard, all of this, uh, there we go. So, brothers, sisters, I want to let you know, though, okay, Nobody's afraid of America anymore. Nobody's afraid of this country anymore. We are a weak nation. We haven't won a battle since World War II. We didn't win Vietnam. We didn't win Iraq, or we pulled out of Afghanistan. Do you understand? We're not this country that everybody thinks. Nobody's afraid of this country anymore. People are standing up to this. If you stood up to us, we go drop freedom bombs on you. Remember? Democracy bombs. We've got all these BRICS nations: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, all the ones that have joined. I think all of those meetings are in Russia this year. That's 40% of the populace, infrastructure, superpowers, nuclear powers are all building now the largest infrastructure known to man, even larger than the Hadron Collider, not in our time. And not one single US dollar is being spent on it. You understand? So, yeah, whatever happened to Mr. Warp Speed? He's going to pull us out of Ukraine in 48 hours. Instead, you got the 48-hour jab. The mNRA jab. He took $500 billion. If you came in here every day, Goku, and I paid you $1 million, it'd take me 180,000 years to pay you back $500 billion. Huh? Yeah, that's insane, huh? So that's the kind of money they spent in 48 hours as soon as he came into office. Remember, Mr. Warp Speed? So he's going to pull us out of the Ukrainian city. He just sent another $1 billion over there. What do we spend? We give Israel like $3 billion a year or something. We give money to Iran and Israel. Yeah, Iran. You heard that right. We pay Iran and Israel. You guys are getting played, you know. Oh, some of you guys, you know what I'm saying? There you go. So the difference is, brothers, sisters, is nations used to be pretty afraid of us. Okay. I'm not going to lie to you. Having 1,000 military bases in 180 countries, and having, a heavy hand on the Navy is what's kept us going, brothers, sisters. Whether you understand or not, it's about supply chains as well. I told you 90% of the world's populace lives within 100 miles of the ocean coastline because of, obviously, ports and sea, that has to do with supply chains. So we've been able to control these supply chains, and we've done that through our United States Navy. Now the Marines and the Air Force, when we go bring people, Operation, Iraqi Freeze and Desert Storm, remember Desert Shock and all. Brothers, sisters, like I said, Afghanistan, we were involved in that for 20 flipping years. We were over in Afghanistan, and it was about black ops, brothers and sisters. Okay, black ops. Let me just put it that way. We won't go into it all. And then we've got all these private contractors, veterans like Goku or myself. They're going to pay us. We'll pay you 300 times as much, and you can use real gas-fired ARs this time, or whatever, So what we have is we have been able to control the oil supply chains, brothers, sisters, and that's not happening anymore. We are very close to them sinking that ship. Where is that out in the Mediterranean right now? Where would they have that ship? That ship's going to be decommissioned in like 2 or 3 years, brothers, sisters. They're going to blow it up. They're getting this all set up for another Pearl Harbor event so they can do their Nagasaki, Hiroshima. To do this World War II as World War III, and they're already doing these things as we speak. If you've not been following this channel, I'm the only one on the internet. There's not one other channel covering this 923, 1945, Executive Order 11004. They're doing this. They're already doing this, brothers, sisters. They're already street sweeping people off the streets, just like they did, and put people in internment camps during World War II. Both Jews and Americans were interned in America. So people have forgotten how this all works, but I haven't, because I'm not going to perish for lack of, tripping over the mistakes of past, keep committing these same, mistakes because we won't learn from our history. So nothing new under the sun. Oceans of oil. Understanding. Beyond the hashtag beyond the ice wall. That's in outer space, remember? Outer space. Behind the ice wall. Hashtag behind the ice wall. Careful. That's very hard for me people to comprehend space, right? Space balls, space bars. Mr. Warp Speed created a space balls or force. Remember? We already had a Star Wars with Reagan. Now we got a Starlink. Same thing, guys. So, anyways, remember? They're watching. They're always watching. They're watching. You know. So, all glory to Father. No, seriously, guys. This is why we have been able to control all these nations, brothers, sisters. We've had the largest navy, okay, of all the navies, and now China has the largest navy, guys. Just so you know. Now, some of that might be a little tofu construction, but we'll see. You know, unless you're battle hardened, you know, you got to remember we're a super wet behind the ears kind of nation. We've only been doing this for like what, 3 years or something, you know. Some of these countries that we are messing with have been around for thousands, you know, been biting for thousands of years. So uh, our reign is over, and we've been able to do it by having the reserve currency. We've been able to have what is called the central banks, or the inflation creation machine, as I call it. They just like a Gatling, you know, like a death machine. I think that's on one of those games, right? We just shoot out and we make people pay for the US dollar with oil with the US dollar. And we go in and we instill central banks, and then we inflate their currencies and rob all the resources using, you know, our militaries. So most people don't understand how this works and how the U.S. military industrial complex works, and how we've been able to keep oh yeah, no, they'll give you a crazy hard time taking money out of the bank. Yeah, right. You could stick it in there, but you ain't getting it out. U.S. Robot Show. Interesting. What a name. But brothers, sisters, we feed this system many ways. This beast system gets fed, obviously through the bond and the treasury, but it is through this inflation, you know, that we be able to create through this reserve currency. We have an 80-year shelf life. Remember who had the reserve currency before we had it in World War II? Does anybody remember who before we said put all your money, all your gold, right? Because that was, you know, in Fort Knox, and we'll guard all your gold with the baddest military ever in the world, with the U.S. Navy. We overthrew Germany, right? Hitler, right? All that. Remember Weimar, you know. Yep, that's right. And the bonds is through the labor, but what also has been able to do this is that reserve currency. These central banks, remember, print money with interest, and that's not constitutional. The money's supposed to be gold and silver. Like, is there silver here anywhere? There's a piece of silver. It's supposed to be silver and gold without interest, right? Are you a buffalo herder? You ever heard of buffaloes? I had to get rid of all my buffaloes, guys. What a bummer. Oh well, I was a buffalo herder, but I don't have them anymore. But so money's supposed to be gold and silver. So we have this inflation or creation machine that was called the reserve currency. There was a reserve currency that we took over, obviously, was from the UK, right? And the United Kingdom. And we have now took that over in 1945. Remember the end of the war? 1945? Correct? So from 1945 to 2025 is how many years? Cool. Outstanding. Yeah, I had gold and silver dark, but I had to get rid of them to get an attorney. Whatever. It's money well spent. I got to stay out of jail. Otherwise, I can't be in here. I'd be eating prison food right now or jail food. I don't know if I'd be in prison, but yeah, it's a trade-off. So I'm okay with that. I'd rather, wouldn't do me any good to have, a bunch of gold and silver be sitting in a jail. I could be here with you guys tonight. So all glory to Shiloh. Thank you for they sold Christ for 30 pieces of silver. This is the first money in Scripture. Remember the silver and so. And there you are. The dark side of the moon. And then the dam breaks open many years from soon. I'll see you on the dark side of the moon. And when the damn band starts playing different tunes. Oh. Look at that. Asking you shall receive, knock, and I will come sup with you. That's not what it's talking about. It's talking about the word, brothers, sisters. Not talking about dark side of the moon. Roger Waters and his. Is there anybody out there? Just not if you can hear me. Is there anyone home? Okay. Now, I'll be feeling down. I can ease your pain, get you on your feet again. I like me some Pink Floyd. So, Roger Waters is obviously someone that's was highly influenced. He writes about scripture. They're starting to get it, aren't they, Lady in Red? It's like, It's like they've been listening to Pastor Revelation and maybe some Adapt 2030 and, maybe Dutch Sense. Might be talking about that a little bit on this platform, Forever and a Countryman, and even Bend Over Harley Halo Davidson, Yes, I love me some Floyd. I think my favorite albums are obviously, gosh, man, I don't know. I like Momentary and Dark Side are probably my two top favorite. I do like The Wall, obviously, because that's just standalone. That's not. And we're in the wall right now, just so you know. We're in the wall right now. You little shit, you little. I hope they throw away the key. You should call me a little more often than you did. You had to go your own way. Have you broken up any homes lately? You guys remember, I love The Wall, man. That's like one of my top favorite movies ever. And you don't have to be doing any illicit things to be watching The Wall. So. Tear down the wall. And all my years of judging, I've never seen more. What's more deserving of the penalty of a law? I will say, since I claimed my national, looked into claiming a national. Have I? It's called becoming a state national, is what it's called. A state nationalist is when you contact the Secretary of State and you claim and take back your straw man. You take over power of attorney and you take back your right, and you don't get any benefits, and you are not part of this corporation. You become part of the original 13 nation states. It's called becoming a state nationalist. Nice. All right. Careful with that X. Sid. All right. Nice. Hey, another one, good one is Pink Floyd and Pompeii. Yeah, it really didn't, and neither did Rome. Rome never died. They got the Vatican, right? So, um, but yes, dark side. That's called state nationalists, and you can get back your rights, but you have to claim them through not sovereignty. Never be claimed sovereign. Sovereign means you're above the law, and cops have sovereign immunity. Or what is called, hold on one second. Okay. Oh man, I need to get a drink there. So, but there are ways. I don't do that because yeah, they have sovereign or qualified immunity, but they lose that. Doesn't mean they can break the law. Okay. It's called becoming a state nationalist, Goku. Or yeah, it's called becoming a state nationalist. And what has happened is before this was the 13 colonies. This is the Act of 1871, where they took and turned this over to a corporation. That's where you got your Washington District of Criminals. So what you can do is you claim your state rights back before this was turned over to a corporation. Okay. And this is totally possible. People do this. You got to know your rights. You know, you use your rights or you'll lose them. But most people have lost them because they've been given over to this corporation. So this is called being a state national, and it's legit. A lot of these people think, oh, I'm a sovereign citizen. No, you're not. You're an idiot. You're going to get yourself locked in jail. Because if you don't know what you're talking about, you're going to end up getting a lot. Now, I don't have to claim this because I am an organic. I claim color of law. I've been around here for millions of years, but I don't tell this to them, and I don't worry about it. I just don't, I don't have to. I just don't consent to their bull crap. I audit my public officials. I have audits. If you want to see me audit, I have a channel audit on this channel. Um, but claiming state nationalist claims the state rights. Remember the 13 original colonies, Jamestown, but this is giving you the ability to, well, you're not, yeah, the nation state, which is, right, this, remember, but this is not, remember, this is the republic, right? No, this is not the republic. So you're part of the republic. That's what you're gaining back, that constitutional republic right. So you gain right to become part of the republic, the nation state of the republic. Okay, not America, the corporation, but corporation. This is where they. Nationalists have protected private rights also to foreign sovereignty. Okay, so okay. Yeah, see, you guys look at this. It's not hard. I'm not going to go into all this, but it is legit. I wouldn't give you anything if it wasn't 100% legit. Seriously, like legit. And that doesn't mean that a cop still won't shoot you dead. These cops are cops. They're pigs. They're commerce cops. There's no crimes being committed in this country. Remember 1871? They added a bunch of revised statutes. Revised statutes were not adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate, which means they're repugnant. Some kind of court that's constitutional. All crimes are crimes of commerce, and commerce is a term. Crimes are a term of account. So these are because they're charging people under what is known as Title 18 statutes. These were all added. Didn't go through our judicial process. The Congress makes the laws, right? like Congress makes tariffs. Presidents don't make tariffs. Presidents don't make tariffs. You're an idiot. You don't know the Constitution. That doesn't mean they're not doing these illegal executive orders either that are not constitutional. Okay, but it is constitutional because this was a constitutional republic, and I personally, again, I don't have to worry about claiming any of these rights because I have natural rights, laws of the land. Thanks for coming in, G. Good to see you. Organic rights. These are called color of law or Black's law. Okay, but don't go to there. You don't know these things because uh, you're not an organic man of the land and soil. You don't know what. I'm just who I am. I didn't ask to be this person. Okay, Father didn't make me a pig in the army and be. I was SWAT certified. Instead, I got swatted by trying to use the SWAT team for the town and that I was in. I asked them to call the SWAT team to protect the businesses. They brought a SWAT team against me. 25 guys with guns, armed to the teeth, come here and to get to me to shut the, but it didn't work. Oh, wow. I don't have no battery, huh? You're plugging in. Plugging in. I better get off here before too long. I didn't even know I was not plugged in. Will it plug in? Oh, all right, plugged in. So, claiming state nationalists is the best thing you can do, because that is something you can learn how to do. Don't try to claim organic rights or anything. You're going to get shot or thrown in jail. Okay, don't claim sovereignty. Sovereign means you're above the law. You're not above the law. Okay. You can look into state nationalist or nationalist rights where it's a process, but you can do this. And if they trample on your rights, brothers, sisters, you can find these people. Use the Treasury calculator of 1983 at 1,049 a minute, and they will settle these lawsuits because you can take your rights back, but you have to be educated. You can't just act like you know what you're doing out there. Go look at my audits. Like I said, the audit that I did online, okay, of the local Lake County. You got to know what you're saying, or these people will shoot you. They're armed, they got guns, and you're public enemy number one. They're not there to serve you. They're there to serve the military industrial complex Bond B system known as the government. They don't serve the people. The governments aren't here to serve you. In case you hadn't figured that out, they throw the finest of our finest into the war machine and grind them up like they're meat. Do you understand? This is what they do. And they don't care now if they're women in America. They're drafting women in America. We get in one more military operation, they're going to draft our women, brothers and sisters. I hope these American people understand. You know what I'm saying? And Goku is a veteran, and I'm telling you, I've talked about this before. I worked with the first female sniper in the military. Okay, on the front lines, I'm not saying women can't serve during war, but you don't put women in a foxhole. Now, they have women in Ukraine, and they killed all that whole generation of Ukrainians are gone with the US dollar, are gone. Do you understand? Are gone because they throw their women in the meat grinder over there. Now they're going to draft American women. And, like I said, if Goku has been a soldier and he knows when somebody's trying to split your grape, or split your wig, pop your grape, take your head off, and somebody's got your six, you don't care about the shape of their eyes or how much melanin in their skin. You don't see race when you're in the military. You don't see color. When somebody's got your six and when you're in a foxhole, you don't care. You don't see race. You don't see color. You know they got your six, right? So it's different though. But when you put a woman in a foxhole with me during war, all I'm going to be thinking about is her foxhole. And that's probably why those Ukrainians didn't venture to real, and they're getting their ass stomped over there in Ukraine. The whole Ukrainian generation is unalived because you don't put women in a foxhole. You understand? When you're thinking about war, you're going to be, hey, honey, I think instead of shooting one off here, I'm going to rub one off here. You cover me, and I'm going to throw you a bang. But you see what I'm saying? So we don't put women in a foxhole, guys. I'm not saying that women couldn't serve in the capacity. They're strong. Like I said, women will dislodge a near watermelon out of a crack in their body and leak 9 quarts of oil and still function properly. That's badass. That's hardcore. That's a high pain tolerance. Don't think that women aren't strong. Although they have a different physical PT, Papa Tango physical training standard for your, mile and a half or your push-ups or sit-ups, but your testing, they have different frames, but they are hardcore. You know what I'm saying? There you go. So it's not that they couldn't serve, brothers, sisters, but a man will insert himself inside of any hole he can find in a woman. He will. Men are savages like that. Don't think women don't want the D either, but, they look... Most women will let you try to put it in there, but most don't. They're in the war and stuff. Nobody's going to want, and that's going to happen anyways, is all I'm trying to say. So it doesn't necessarily have to be frontline grunts. You don't have to be 300 pounds. I know guys that are 300 pounds that are dead weight. Couldn't fight themselves out of a paper bag. Forgot that we don't fight for freedom. We fight for the right for people to choose. To remind veterans that I serve what the hell we do. You know what I'm saying? What the hell it is that there's a mission, some general orders behind what we're taking is, but no, I hear, you know what I'm saying? I got you, you know what I'm saying? But there's women that can do that. I've seen women that can, though, that make a man look like he's nothing. Seriously. You know what I'm saying? There's soldiers that it's like legs. They're just legs. They're just fodder. They're pawns, for the war machine. The government loves sending those dirt bags into it makes it hard on everybody's job. One weak link in the chain and the whole chain comes apart. So I've had to deal with it. You know what I'm talking about. But anyways, again, let me just put it to you this way, guys. I served, if you want to look her up, her name was Sergeant Beanock. Okay. She was hardcore. She was sniper certified SWAT. She did all special reaction team. We drug her around. He's right. But she wasn't a weak link in the chain. We did drag her, but she wasn't a weak link. That's all I can tell you. You know what I'm saying? She wasn't weak, and she did get drug around a little bit, if that makes sense. But she wasn't weak. She didn't break. But you don't put a woman in the foxhole with a man because he can overpower a woman just by almost like what, Goku's saying, by strength. Just a different frame, a different size. There's a reason why a woman has a different military standard, PT standard in the military than a guy has, than a male, because we're built differently. So I just want to say that I hate this country so much. We have the weakest men that there ever was. And I'm just disgusted all of the veterans that are in this country that aren't speaking up about that. These are the voice of this country. We got a lot of veterans in America. We are the war machine. So please speak up about that. You guys, we go to one more war. They're going to send these women to war, and they're not going to care. They're going to put them in the foxholes, and a lot of things are going to happen to our ladies. Not just when we put them into war. It's going to be their own people doing it to them as well. You guys forget that veterans go off the war and rape women and other children in other countries, and nothing ever gets spoken about it here. You know what I'm saying? They don't. There's things that people do over there. You don't think that these guys don't do things to these women over there? I'm not talking the ones that are putting war in Ukraine. I'm talking about like Iraq and Iran and Kuwait and, all these things. You don't ever hear nothing of that. You just see what you see on television. What you see on television is not what happens overseas, brothers, sisters. You got a whole different... Yeah, we went to the moon, right? Okay, whatever. So, anyways... just please be aware of that. I'm tired of being alive, knowing that they're going to send U.S. women to war. because I feel like the U.S. women are stronger than the U.S. men right now, or at least mentally stronger. You know, physically, I know they're strong. I'm not saying they're not, but she doing freaking going to the gym and eating hummus and shit, man. I'm telling you, hold on back. So, but she be working out, man, eating. She got a better diet than you. She don't eat drink energy drinks and eat all that crap. So, women are hardcore, guys, and love them. I love women, but we don't send our women to war. Our sisters, never do we send our women to war. Not on the front lines. Okay, I'm not going to be all right that. So, um, yeah, it's a man's world, but remember, Father made woman for man. We're a team, so women are amazing, and without them, we just be a bunch of jerk offs. I just made that up on the top of my head. That was on the fly because I'm a veteran. Think on your feet, tap dance, if you will. A good soldier can do that. Remember, adapt and overcome, soldier. uh, yep. We get, like I said, I thank Father so much for making woman. Um, Women are amazing because of their emotion. That's why they were told not to speak in the church. Well, they want anybody speaking up. Women speak are emotional. Men are more rational. Not that, men can't be emotional. I'm in touch with my feminine side. Doesn't mean that I'm, going to put on Mrs. Potato Head's lips or something. I'm just, I'm emotional too, but I can also be rational. So men tend to be a little bit more rational. And so I thank the women for having such amazing emotion because they bring a side to this world that we wouldn't. Guys, we just, like I said, we'd be a bunch of thugs, just whatever. Imagine a woman. Hey, to remember what Andrew Dice Clay said? How you to go to the beach and take a look at another man's hairy butt and say, "Oh, I'm not leaving the beach until I get that." I don't. That would never happen with me. I don't care how long I was here. Ain't gonna do it. So some people might like the taste of a dick in their mouth. I ain't even want to try it once, never. So no thanks. You can take your no thank you bite, but I ain't even trying it. So whatever. Don't make me try it. I don't want it. No big Bob. None of that. So we got to go there for a minute, but just thank you for the ladies though, because they are such a blessing to this world. They truly are. I mean, without women, I don't think we would just be savages. Uh, you know what I'm saying? I mean, literally, it was just like we need them in this world. They bring in they bring the balance. Not even they're not creators, they're makers. They know they don't like that. I had to tell that to my son's um, mom. She got all pissed off. No, you're just a maker. You just made him. I made him. You didn't create him. So stop trying to take the damn credit. You know, Father made him. Oh, there's no God. Shut up. There's a God. You used to be a believer, but not, now you just don't put legs on your faith, So actually, you don't have any, but, uh, but yeah, your comment got modded for language, and I try not to be such a foul mouth. I'm trying to get better about that. I will. I will. All right. What time we got? We better call it the night here in about 20 more minutes, guys. So I better start my wrap up now because it'll take me a country minute. And I won't go straight to bed. I'm so bad about that. I'll sit here for another hour or two with Father and pray a little bit and sup with him and just have some moment of silence, if you will. It's good to have some. So quiet out here in the desert. It's always quiet. It's always quiet out here. Shh. It's always quiet. You're up to my silence. Oh, that's got some terpenes on it there. Oh my goodness. Nice. Yeah, I come from 5. I got 5. Got 3 brothers and a sister. Am I in bubble trouble? Oh, he's in bubble. He's on the bubble. He's terrible. Man, those terpenes are so good. Cold press is the way to go. I'm telling you. You guys know that glycol is like, it's got that same ingredient as bombing fluid. Basically, you know, like when you die, they fill you full of bombing fluid. There's people, that dragon pen, you know, with all those oils, the oil pens or whatever they are. It's one thing to use fathers, you know, but when you start adding man-made, no bueno. No bueno. No trabajar. Don't work for me. Doesn't work for me. Hooked on phonics work for me. I'm all right with the numbers. Oh, wait, that's letters. Yods. Not fractions or numbers. A jot or a fraction or a dot. So, all right, what's on your radar? Where are we going in the next month? Where do we see ourselves as a nation, as a corporation nation, or a corporation, as a corporation? Where's this going? Are we going to get out of Ukraine? Supposedly Trump said he's going to have a meeting with Putin, and I don't think that's going to happen. Do you realize the planning that it would take to have a meeting of 2 presidents? You know what I'm saying? Of 2 presidents to sit down and meet, the logistics it would take. They're not having a meeting, and if they do, it's probably going to be some AI show. Okay, I'm not sure if this is even. Why would Putin leave right now his country, you know, and put himself and make himself vulnerable right in the middle of this war when he's getting ready? Nice. Yeah, absolutely. 16 children. Wow. Yeah, no, that'd be crazy. Oh, yeah, you would. Yeah. Bring a whole new meaning to being a housewife, wouldn't it? Holy smokes. So it's like feeding an army. But yeah, we definitely have something on the horizon. I think Goku, I think you're wise enough, you know, as a veteran to prognosco means to have foreknowledge, like a 5D chess game. You know, this is war, if you will. What's Nate say? There's no such thing as military exercises or only World War III disguises. They put all these things when they do these. Look at all these drills that they're doing right now, all these different operations that they're having right now. They're putting all these things in place. Look at all of our, you know, military in the waters right now. Look how much of our Navy is sitting in different oceans right now. Um, and you know, Trump just outright comes out and says, you know, oh, we're sending, you know, nuclear subs into your waters. And Putin's like, well, I already got subs in your water, you know, so in your waters, which we know they've been coming off our coastlines for freaking decades, you know. Uh, so um, I think this, uh, because if anybody understood, like over in Ukraine, they unalived the whole Ukrainian generation. I mean, they're trying to change the inscription age. I think it's like they're kidnapping people off the streets, women too, 43 years old or something like that. They're starting to use drones. Now, remember, Trump said he didn't want drones, and he just sent in aircraft, manned aircraft. So it's getting quite obvious where this is headed. Um, Putin has been threatened nuclear over and over and over and over and over, and he obviously has not used any one of these threats that he said he would. So um, it's starting to look really super scripted for most people are starting to get it. You know what I'm saying? There you go. Lady in Red started to get it. We're starting to see what they're doing here. You know, there's a bigger agenda going on, a eugenics agenda going on here. They're about ready to do it in the US, guys. Okay. And they're about ready. And then where they're going to take this is robotics, guys, not AI. Stop it with your AI. You're an antichrist idiot. There's no such thing as AI. There is no such thing as AI. That the term is advanced, not artificial. Okay, advanced, yes, and not Agenda 2030. Agenda 2030 will be here and will still be under Agenda 2021, sustainable development toward the 21st century, not Agenda 2030. There is no Agenda 2030. It's always been, it always has been, and it always will be Agenda 2021. Sustainable development for the 21st century. You guys have forgotten. They keep moving the goalpost on you, and you'll let them. Not me, man. I'm a freaking elephant. I don't forget these things. I hold these time markers for a reason. People, why do you pay attention to this? Shut up. You're talking. I'm trying to pay attention. I can't concentrate. You're costing me my time here. So, no. But seriously, these things you should make time markers, like a grab bag, if you will. Like throw that in your little bag of tricks, if you will. Silly rabbit tricks are for kids. You know, they got the people celebrating the New Year's in the middle of the winter, April Fools. So don't be fooled. You know, it should be pretty obvious where we're at. Um, we are leaning towards what the book calls sorrows. So Goku's right. It's gonna get worse. Nothing's gonna get better. Not not where we're at now. Not where we're at now. Still getting roundhouse? No, I was just eating it. I haven't had any in a while because I've been just trying to change my diet. But maybe that's why I felt a little bit down too. I was eating a little bit too much of that processed food. Remember, I went on that kick for a while. I was like, well, I didn't eat all of it. Uh, there you go. That's going to be the best thing you can do. That's why I try to get people don't participate in this next, what's coming. But they're going to use where we're going now is going to be advanced intelligence, brothers, sisters. They've got armies, because they don't need the armies anymore. The average fighting the time on the battlefield is something like 3 minutes, brothers, sisters, with our tech that we have right now. For a man, like Goku's saying, a man with 300 pounds with, his ruck, if he's just whatever, I don't know, whatever, if he's a frontline soldier, he's got his weapon and he's got whatever, his Kevlar, his vest, his black, his bullet, 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes is the average fight, lifespan on the battlefield right now for a soldier with the tech that we have. Now, obviously they don't use, but our sisters, the future is number 5, alive. People think robots are alive. People think computers. I'm hearing it again today. I heard it again today. These things are learning. They're not supposed to be learning. No, they're not learning anything. They know what everybody knows. It's called metadata. It's called metadata. It's called hive mind. It knows what everybody knows. You guys, have you seen these robots? They got them on the streets now, guys. They're out there. They've done it. I'm not lagging. I'm always ahead of the times, remember? Yes, I am. I can't be a messenger. I can't be a watcher on the wall. I can't blow the shofar if it's already happening. The only way I can do it is to blow it early enough so you can get out of the way. Kind of like what Goku just said. Get some land. I don't care if you got kids or not. Get out of the city. Come here. I got property. If you want out, I've got options for you right now. Stop talking about it. Do it. Jump, for Christ's sake. Stop making, like I said, a veteran, if you think in war, you're dead. Veterans don't think, they react. You don't get paid to think, you get paid to... All right. Yeah, no, it already is. It is. It's like a skee ball game. They're just knocking everybody down. Just like pinball, like ding, reset. Oh, bring the population back down to what it the TED Talk say when Mr. Kill Bill Wide Broadway Gates say, oh, Father, forgive them for they know not what they do. And it's okay. It's all right. We're not going to get in the way of this. I tell people to get out of the way. Wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove, but they're going to get you to where you're at. But I don't think they're going to pick the low-hanging fruit first. And I do believe you'll have a certain amount of armor. If you armor up with the word of Father, no weapon formed against you will prosper. No fiery darts will penetrate your armor. So what we're going to see soon, brothers, sisters, is these robots. Don't fool yourself. Again, Elon Musk has got warehouses of these things, and I'm sure Trump's got them, and I'm sure Gates has got these things. This is where they're headed. Remember, they think they can make it through this next age because there is no flesh. There's no flesh. So they're going to ride out this time, try to uplink their, conscience to Starlink. Remember, this is what Musk is doing, brothers, sisters. This should make sense. Musk says he can upload your Jiminy Cricket, Starlink, or whatever, your conscience to the internet or web or whatever. They're trying to make it through this next age where there is no flesh. You know what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? They're going to have their golden robots, guys. Who do you think is going to be protecting these people? They don't need us anymore. There's nothing here. Humans have not stood up to these people enough for them to stop anymore. Although they'll keep them as a novelty. Oh, yes, you'll be like a keychain or something dangling on the side. You'll be a little pet. Put you in their little cages, stick you and tattoo you and give you a number and neuter you and be a little good, and you'll get fed. And they'll give you some basic income or whatever you want to call it, bread and circus. But this is the world that I see in the future because they put it in too much television. I've been reading these white papers before the interweb was ever invented by Al Gore, right? Get back in the closet, Al Gore. You children are never going to see snow again. All the polar bears are going to die. What an idiot. So, but anyways, let's remember, who do you think, well, there's no mark, okay, Goku? Mark is the word karak or character. The word sin means to be off the mark, okay? That's the word means to sin, but it's your character. So there's no physical mark. You know what I'm saying? There's no physical. I mean, I know what you're saying. You'd rather stand up 10-toed than die on your knees as a slave. I got you. But, can't serve two masters. So you're already doing it now. Just keep arming up. And you're not going to, your day of death's already written, remember? The best thing you can do is exactly what you're telling people just a minute ago. Get some rice and beans, move out to the country, dig a hole, put half of them somewhere else so you don't have to fight for them. Oh, you got me. Oh, I don't take my sin. Then go to the run to the woods and eat your beans. Whatever. Some of us are already at our bug out, so to speak. I got a shelter out here that took me 4 years to dig that hopefully if we get, could the wind blow for 2 years? I mean, 2 weeks for 200 miles an hour, maybe 3 weeks for 300 miles an hour hitting the side of your building stuff. Better have somewhere away from, I come from a land down under, like the Hopi, like the Ant people. People survive these cycles. Like a veteran knows he's going to do what he's have to adapt and overcome. So some of us will, most of us won't. Father doesn't end this cycle. We're not going to escape judgments, but we have to endure to the end to be saved. So we got to die trying. Just lay down like a like a turtle. Kick, honey. Flip over. Dog like a dog. Like, bark or bite or something. Like a turtle. Like any woman I ever know, she got her on her back. She was. So, yeah, you're not trying to save your life. You know what I'm saying? He who tries to, who is not willing to give his life for my Shem's sake is the promise of eternal destruction. He who is willing to give his life for my name's sake is the promise of eternal life with me. So that's Matthew 10:34 through 39. That's the backbone of this ministry. So we must endure to the end to be saved, and we must accept the fact that we must die. But he's already dead. Our dead, that's already written. You know, I think some of us have been so close to death so many times. Death doesn't. It's like death laughs at you. Oh, they will wish death will come upon them, but it shall not find them. So, oh darn it, we're already there. They'll wish death, but it will not flee them. So they'll be stuck in their meat suits. Oh, I think we're in that scripture right now. So sure, feeling an awful lot like that. But anyways, yes, exactly. We die to self, and we who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves daily. So the more we're willing to cut off self, the more Christ grows inside of us. Less of us and more of him, more Christ-like. So it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger from the inside out. We get this thin skin. When we get older, we're like, this world sucks. I don't care. There's just nothing here for me. You know? I don't want to go to the bar. I don't want to party. I don't want to get all hammered and get drunk. I don't want to, whatever. I'm just going to stay in the word. So, but yeah, there we go. Yep. Okadesh. So remember, he's the creator of all things. So all of us come from this corrupt dust, and we're going to go back to the dust. So, but while we're here, it says be good stewards, right? Remember, of this rock that we walk in. Our flesh is one of these, our body's a temple. So we got to try to take care of it and be one of those people, if nothing else, to be the last man standing, to be share the gospel when people need it the most. Imagine when this world sucks so bad and it's way bad, and you're just sharing the word. Like, it's all right. See, everything's going to be all right. Don't worry. This is already written. All things Father create. There's nothing that happened by chance here. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? What is coming, brothers, sisters? It's going to change so fast. You know what? It's going to happen overnight, like the COVID. I hope you're ready for that too. You know what I'm saying? They could do. Does anybody doubt that they couldn't bring like a 2.0 kind of a, you know, a, another bug or something, or bring the bug back, if you will, even if it was just something like that? Tomorrow you could wake up and we could do in the bug. People be putting the mask back on, they putting the X's back on the floor, all the screens back up, everybody marching to the same beat again. Did anybody doubt that they could do that overnight? I mean, they're already dripping us, and it's already happening. We're already here. You know, um, Goku said it. It's already here. We're already in World War III. You're already what? I don't know why people aren't knocking down my door to get here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I want to come live off grid. Heck yeah, you've been out there how long? You got chicken eggs and solar panels, and yeah, that's the life I want to live. But nobody ever does it. But seriously, for one day, yeah, we are now. That's what I'm saying. It's 100%. We're there, and this is a hot war now. I mean, we went and bombed the snot at Iran. Iran didn't bomb anybody. What the hell? What was that all about? You know. So this is a hot war. We're involved 100%. It was one thing when we were proxying and we were, just involved by, we provided satellite, you know. I mean, these are literally men that went over there, look all the money wasted. They sent the other B-2 bombers in the other direction. So, you know, uh, please be ready, please be ready. And, uh, you know, every time that the captain has not put on the fasten seatbelt sign, you're blessed. You can go get some extra supplies tomorrow. Would you do me a favor? Tomorrow, would you go get whatever it is that you, and this is food, strictly food, because your stomach is morale. Like they put rations and, you know, cold rations, meals ready to eat, that type of, and there's, like used to be I'm old school. They only had nine MREs. Yeah, they've got some pretty good ones now. But that they used to be a Tabasco bottle. Now I think it's like a packet, like mayonnaise. But there was always some kind of sweet, like a trail mix, or some M&Ms, or something in your ration, because uh, it's a morale booster. Okay, and morale is everything. When things are really hardcore, you need to have good, high protein, dense food, and you need to have uh, something to keep your morale up, something that's very comforting to you. So tomorrow, I want you to go get something that you like for you and your kids, your grandkids. The kids are going to probably show up at your door if something happens, and they're going to bring your grandkids. You know what they like, so go get that tomorrow, please, if you can. Not in a panic or haste. You know what I'm saying? Uh, do it. Um, because it's going to help you later. And this is things that your morale will be something when you're, again, in your hard times, especially for like the kiddos. When they have something familiar, it's going to help them keep their mind clear, from when they need to be thinking about something. You'll be able to much better have their intention instead of being scatterbrained. Seriously, sometimes separating their mind. Like, I don't like this, but like as a police officer, we used to carry, stuffed animals in the back of a vehicle or whatever in the trunk, and we'd run a situation. You give that in a bad situation. There's all this crap going around a child, and the child is just sitting there looking at this, you know, separating themselves. So that's kind of what that does. Kind of almost like a little pacifier for you, if you will, a little dopamine shot to bring you back in time, if you will. Not an atropine or a but hear me out. Please do it for you, because you, not that you deserve it, it will help your morale so you can live to fight another day. So that's a lot of things I hear people talk about preparedness. I'm one of the only people I continually been talking preparedness on this platform for almost a dozen years now. But get the things for you and your kiddos, and get some of those things that are not going to be easy to get. I think Nathan says, Nate from Canadian Prepper says, like one day will be like 40 days or something like that of trying to do. Once day X, the lights go out or whatever, the fasten seatbelt sign comes on, and you're not free to move out the cabin. You can go get teepee for your bunghole right now. So I'm gonna go get that bag of dog food. Go buy the bags are about $40 or $50 or something like that. But I do appreciate your contributions here. My animals are everything. Like I said, just laying right next to the dad, hanging with the dad. So, but anyways, please remember to just, like I said, when you get into hard times and you can put your mind on something that brings you back, it's like reminiscing, reminiscing, on something to take your mind off of it. That's what those little things do in a ration, guys. M&Ms. Oh man, I remember I had it. They help lift your morale if that's your thing. You know what I'm saying? Or if even if it's something else, maybe it's like Goku or Scrabble or something like that, or maybe a board game or something like that. But please really think about something and that you could help others though too right now, because they're going to struggle. And if you know what your kids like, if they come banging on your door, and they're grown adults, right? But if they come banging on your yeah, will you bring him into another time though, Goku, real quick, and then I gotta go. There will come a time, brothers, sisters, and Goku can be there if he's um where it's easier to stay alive right now. Not to take away from what he just said, because he's exactly 100% nailed it. It's much easier just to give up and end this life. It's harder to stay in this flesh. Truly is. Okay. But right now we live in a time, like I just said, the captain has not put the fasten seatbelt sign on. There's nobody banging down your door. Robots, DARPA dogs, Boston Dynamic robots banging down your door. Okay. The time that you see right now is it's easier to stay alive right now. I don't know if you've ever been like, I did a lot of Arctic training when I was in Alaska. The military put a ton of money in me and did a lot of things that I just don't want to talk about. But anyways, you know, when you put in, I'm just saying, for example, just putting like extreme weather conditions where you can die at any moment if you 20 minutes and you're, dead when it's 30 or 40 below zero, and Bolio range out in Greeley, Alaska, and doing, severe mountain Arctic training and doing all this special ops training or whatever, and where the climate can kill you, brothers, sisters. It's easier to die than it is to stay alive. Have you ever lived in an environment? You don't have to be a veteran or saying, but you ever lived in an environment? You ever lived in a time where it was, I grew up in Los Angeles, California, grew up on the streets where I was the minority. You know what I'm saying? Where it's easier to die than it is to stay alive. Uh, yeah, I know, but listen, Goku, I'm trying to give people an idea that not, because that is too, savages, as soon as people forget that most people have never gone a whole day without eating, and they miss one day, they're going to lose their head and not think about what their head anymore. They're going to be thinking about what their gut. It's not their head would be severed from their body. They just won't use it anymore. So you're 100% right. Okay. Just come into spring into action. What I'm saying. You ever lived in an environment where it's easier to die than it is to stay alive? Most people haven't. Most people have been never put into that situation. So this is that time right now, brothers, sisters, where it's easier to stay alive than it is to die. And I don't care what you say. I mean, the SWAT team's not here right now, and we're here on this live. So that's going to switch, though, brothers, sisters, and it might not be the end of the world for you. That's what you better start thinking about. That, and it's going to be for almost everybody on this rock, brothers, sisters. So if you've never been put in that situation where you got a monkey on your back the whole time, you better have somebody to have your six. And that's why you need this armor, because you ain't going to have anybody but that. I'm telling you, better get right with God. You better get right with the word. You better not think that anybody in this world, this kind of a prejudgment kind of deal where nobody's going to be there when you die. You understand? Be ready for that. Your only protection is the armor of God, and it's the word. Please read Matthew 10:34 through 39. Go back and read Ephesians 6 and 11. Read those two chapters over and over, and that'll give you what you need. There's daily bread. Read the Lord's Prayer. Those are all good scriptures that will help you with your walk and show you that you're on your own here. We're here to fellowship with our brothers and sisters, but people are going to become savages. Men are savages. Men are savages. Don't forget that, lady. Men are savages, okay? But try to remember that don't let that get you down to do something stupid when that time comes where it's easier to die than it is to stay alive. That's when you need to armor up and ask yourself every moment, what would Christ do in this situation? What would Jesus do? What would he do? And I'm supposed to be doing what he would do. What would I do? See, that's how I handle things when things get intense. People, wow, you do a lot better under pressure. Well, kind of designed for the moment. Some people run towards the chaos. Some people, will duck, but then run, Some people run away. That's okay. Not everybody's designed the same way. I guarantee if I was with Goku here and he was here and there was an explosion, he might beat me. I don't know. Sounds like he's a true soldier, The soldier going to run towards the chaos, not away from the chaos, brothers, sisters, whether you understand it or not, because they can't help it. And he's like, yep, can't help it. This is what we do. I might duck so I can live, right? heroes don't take bullets in the head. You can't be a hero unless you live to fight another day. So that's what I'm saying. So there you go. There you go. So you got what I'm saying. So right now, guys, please try to remember, I'm on this live stream with you guys. Nobody's beating down our door. No, the captain hasn't put in the fasten seatbelt sign. So go use the time that you have wisely. Be wise as a serpent, gentle as a dove. It's both men and women. We're both under the same covenant. Under the same covenant. We both have to do the same. Okay. If you have somebody to have your six, make sure they're in the Word. Don't sup with vipers. Don't cast your pearls before swine. Not in the mud. Okay. It's going to get thick. I mean, it's going to get where it's going to be easier to die than it is to stay alive. Brothers, just don't. That's when you need to calm down. Calm down. Get centered. Start thinking 360 degrees, not in a circle. Like, you need to start remembering that you have not just what's in front of you. You know what I'm saying? Remember, you have a left, you have a right, you have a six. You got what's behind you. You're not dead. You're alive, and you can make it. If you just slow down, time's going to seem like it's just flying by, but it's going to be stopped all at the same time. That's how it works. That's how war is. We're getting close to that. It's feeling awful reminiscent. The death is so thick in the air right now. I'm not talking about physical bodies. I can smell it. So I've tried to tell people that if you've been around enough death, you don't have to have a physical body to know it's coming. You can smell it when it's already in the air. And I'm not talking about the stench of a rotting corpse. So it should be in the air. You should smell it already. You shouldn't be like immune to it yet, because it's going to get worse. So don't become nose blind, brothers, sisters. Please, seriously, keep all your senses, all your wits, everything you can about. Remember, people survived during the Black Plague because they didn't succumb to disease, because they didn't let their immune system get compromised. Try not to put a bunch of crap in your body right now. Purify yourself as he purified himself. And I know we're all stuck on a lot of sugary things and baked goods and just easy dopamine dumps to make us feel good, like I was just telling you to go get. But that's a little bit. There's just a little bit of that, you know. There you go. Population density will be your number one killer, brothers, sisters. Outstanding. Goku, you got outstanding preparedness. You know, just hardcore stuff. Not anything people can understand. You know, oh yeah, the cities would be the death of you. If you watched enough movies, you'll know that. Stay broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, brothers sisters. Notice all these big cities. They've got the big interchangers in the broad way. That's the gate that leads to hell, the wide gate. I'm out in the country, out in the, I live at my bug out. Well, kind of, pretty close to. The woods are right there, but I've got, I've got pretty heavily invested in this spot. I'm out in the country where they got rifles and, you know, sniper rifles and backhoes. So broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. Narrow is the way in these little country roads that leads to the straight gate. So if you get to the country, the number one killer will be population density. So that means the more unprepared people you are around are going to be people that are going to be a threat to you. Not so much the government. I mean, they're going to do whatever they're going to do. You're not going to stop that. Law enforcement, I wouldn't even worry about them. They'll probably just go and tuck tail like they did during the COVID. Bunch of laydowns. Seriously, bunch of clown cops is all they are. But there are people, brothers, sisters. You, if you endure through this next, run, you'll be able to help people. And I don't know about you, as a service to other being, man, I am dying to use the preparedness that I have, that Father's given me for, my 50 plus years of being on this rock, to serve my last days out, serving him and his people, his flock. And that's everybody under this covenant. Love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself, brothers, sisters. So don't fall off the boat. Don't tip the boat, because you're getting rocky here. Let Father steer the ship. He's the commander. Stay anchored in faith. Let that faith keep you anchored. Please, seriously. Faith is our anchor, brothers, sisters. It truly what it is, but you got to put legs, Sometimes you got to be, he's steering it, but let it be the wind in your sail, Yep, exactly. So Edifying, guys. What a blessing. Thank you, Father. I was hoping before I come in here again to be another edifying message. So, um, do appreciate those that have the hearing ear and the eyes to see, and that's not many, brothers and sisters. Um, most people are in an alternative uh, kind of a reality right now, and failing to prepare is preparing to fail. So, if you want to see, you know, um, a failure. You see somebody just remember it says in the book, Psalms, the only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing. So good men, good women don't stand around. Remember, it's a stand up Jesus, not a sit down and do nothing. You got to put legs on faith, girded in my service, Maranatha. He said, until I return. Okay, so extra oil, that's that preparedness, and have let your lamps trim, because we don't know. This is a marathon that we're running here, brothers and sisters. We got to endure the end. And then if you ever run any kind of distance, or ruck marched, or been out there on the front, you got to put yourself out there. And I told you, your mind is telling your body what to do, not the body's telling the mind what to do. You're not a soldier. If you seriously, you put him, uh, um, if you put him at the top of your house, you won't go wrong. Put on that armor, the helmet of salvation, brothers, sisters, right? Right? Nice. So, and good stuff. Thank you for sharing. Again, Goku, appreciate, just assisting with good preparedness. It's better to have and not need, brothers, sisters, than need and not have. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but you can't change people that you love. It's, um, you know, it's just not something that, you can't turn a goat into a sheep, so don't even try, please. I mean, right now, if people aren't hungry for the word like you, and you know what I'm saying, you're not gonna, you love them, but you're not gonna be with them after you die. They're not gonna be there. You got to think about the people you're gonna be with after you die, your family. So that's who your eyes should be single. Okay. I'm not saying that you can't help family members. I didn't say that, but if they're not willing to change like an ass and stubborn, and then depart from them. If your father's a viper, right? No, that's your dad. If your dad's a viper, then don't hang around him. If your mom, you know, your family is your mother, which is your instruction, your father is the Most High, and your family is your brothers and sisters in the narrow way. That's who you're going to be with after this flesh. People think it says honor thy father or thy mother, and they think family, they think their nieces and aunts and uncles and nephews and moms and dad. That's not your family according to Christ. So keep your eyes single like that. You'll be all right. You can have sorrows for them, and you can love them, and you know what's coming. Their fate is sealed. They're bound by the law. They keep going by this law. Remember, the predestined, those aren't bound by the law or fate. He fulfilled it. They're destined. Their day at death's already written. So if you're dying to self and being born from above every single day, this is normal. We're going to make it through this. Our treasure awaits when we die. The kingdom of heaven is within. We have it to get to be with Father right now. We are the blessed, of the remnant that gets to be with Father every single day. And most people think they got to go to a church to find him, So, um, oh, look at this. Somebody's going to come try to spam the chat. You don't even know what Satan is, child. Go away, little child. Girl, don't go away mad, you little Jezebel. Uh, just go away. So, but okay, thank you, Shiloh, for the gospel. Thank you for the lesson here that we can all continue to learn from each other. The iron that sharpens the iron, the sword that cuts to the quick, not the feel good Jesus, but the do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division. Remember, that's the Christ that I love. So thanks for sharing your time, guys. And Goku, thanks for the ties, man. Appreciate it. I'm going to go get some dog food for the dogs, and I'll go get a burrito. Okay, seriously, look, man. A burrito is it went from $8 before the COVID to $10, and then he changed it to 10.50, and then it went to 12 or $12. And then when Kevin and I went there the other day, it went up to 13.50, and I said I can never buy another burrito again. I'm gonna buy a burrito, a carne asada burrito, when I go buy the dog some dog food. I'll buy a burrito, okay? I will, and I'll think about it, and I appreciate it, because but it's a big burrito. It is. It's like 2 meals, and I'll probably eat it all in one. I'll be a little gluttonous because I normally can save some, but it's gonna taste so good because I haven't. And I grew up in Los Angeles, so you know what I'm saying, I love taco, taqueria style, asada, and it's just excellent. Every time it's the same. So I'm gonna get a burrito, okay? Because I love those when I go into town, and I just haven't last few times going to town. I just can't do it. So what I get, and I didn't want to. I get don't yawn too often. Domino's. I think I got a pizza or something because it was like $7.99 or something for a steak pizza or whatever I got in there. But I don't want to eat bread anymore, so I'll eat the tortilla so I can stay in that. I'm trying to be bitter, not eat so much bread. I don't want the carbs. I don't want the sugars. I don't eat sugar anyway, so very little if I do. It's just a taste or whatever. Just a nibble is not gonna hurt me if I don't, pound down a whole candy bar or an extra large candy bar, $3.79, almost $4. I get a candy bar that lasts me months. It probably chocolate probably turned white before I'd eat it all. But oh, I do. Honestly, I don't. Do you have pets? Uh, do you have pets, Goku? Do you have any animals? I have cats and dogs, and I'm a dog breeder. I mean, I bred out dogs to, kind of earn a little in for farmers out here. And you seen the dog I have here. He's amazing. I only feed my animals the diamond, lamb, and rice. And I've been using this for as long as I can remember, 10, 12, this is all this dog's ever eaten. He's never been to the vet. He doesn't have any grain. He looks like he thinks he's a puppy. He plays all day with his brother, who's 5 now. But um, so that's why I go to get I can get it here, but it's like $50 a bag. But I'm a veteran, right? So I can go into pet supplies. And I was going to say to that too, if you're a vet, I like this Pet Supplies Plus because they stack my discounts. They'll send you coupons for the more you buy, and then they stack your veterans discounts. And if they had some random coupon too, they would put that. They'll stack coupons. So um, I appreciate it. Like I said, I'm going to go get them at least one bag of dog food. I'll just have to figure out how to come get some gas money to get in there. But I think I get some change over here, so I'll go put some money because that'll make worth it, and I won't have to drive to town, um, or I'll be able to go to town and get a burrito. That's the only 2 things I go to town. Before I go to town and make a list, because I don't like going to the cities, like you said, stay away from the cities. I'd make lists and I wouldn't get it done, or I would make a list, and and as long as I get my dog's dog food and get a burrito, I go home happy. I'm like, yeah, I got a burrito and I got the dog's food. I don't care. Oh, I was gonna go pick up this wood stove, or I was gonna go to Home Depot, or just whatever. I'll do it next time. I don't care. I just got a burrito and dog food. There's times, like I said, there's times I've even left. You know, didn't get the burrito. It's like, oh, I'm going home. I don't even want to be here in town. So good stuff. So appreciate it, guys. Thanks for your time. Blessings for spending all your time here. And remember, not everybody can bless others that way, but you can bless people with the charity of light, the horizo, his word. So I appreciate you guys. Your time is more valuable than any money, because we can make more money, but we can't even make up the time that you spent 6 hours in here. You're not making that up. You spent it, and you spend it here. Thank you. That's a blessing. It's more blessing of time than money. I could have chased money. My family has lots of money, but I chose time, and I traded time for knowledge. So I wouldn't trade that for the world. And I'm a trader, But so thank you for the blessings of those who can, but remember, it is not required to be a part of the ministry. You can come in here and hang out. But uh, I appreciate those who that help. And I'm telling you, like I said, normally I put that towards, but I'm lacking some dog food. And actually, I have a full bucket, so I could probably go. I get 2 5-gallon buckets basically out of that 40 pounds. If it's about 20 pounds of the diamond lamb and rice, and my cats and dogs eat it. Um, and I get 2 of those. So I just filled it up for the second time, but normally I have 1 or 2 bags extra. I don't like to go. I like to have 4 or 5 extra bags because during like the COVID, um, you can't go get dog food, and dog food's not getting any cheaper either. So, but I'm gonna buzz into town and go do that. I appreciate you helping me. Um, I was just a little worried when I was like, man, I'm down to my last bag of dog food today, and boy, I've been hearing not like that. And I was like, Father, why don't you let me sell anything? I have land for sale, motorcycle for sale. I got all this stuff for sale, nothing selling. Um, and so thanks for coming through. Coco, I really appreciate that because my animals mean everything to me. They're all I have here. I'm glad I got Kevin out here too. He's got some wonderful puppies over there. He's 20 acres over now on the other property, but um, didn't see him today. Whatever, he messaged me or whatnot a couple times. But all right, guys, I'm gonna go. I better get up in the morning and do some things out here. I got to finish that garden. I got to figure out how to push that really heavy roof up or that window up on the roof. I'll probably have to get a hold of Kevin to do that. So 43 likes. Wow. Blessings. 43 people heard the message. Heard the message. You guys are a blessing to the ministry. Thank you so much. I'll come back again, the Most High willing. And thank you for all your contributions, your good comments. This was an excellent live stream. We've had some good ones, some really good live streams. I appreciate it. But just real comfortable hanging out. I don't want to get all tense and worked up here, and a little bit of the settling with this thing with my son. Thank you for helping me work through that, guys. I don't know how I would even have my mentality, my mind on my shoulders right now without having you guys here. The dogs don't want to hear me talk about my son, and the walls, they don't listen to me very well. So thanks for being that ear and help me work through um, a very difficult time in my life. But it's tolerable with you guys here. It is. I don't think it would be without you. I don't know how I would even be able to tolerate it. So I love you, brothers, sisters, those that are in the narrow way. Much blessings. Pastor Revelation. Remember, we are in the book of Revelation, brothers, sisters. So welcome to being the remnant. That means sorrows, brothers, sisters. So nothing's going to get better from here like that. Plan on an increasing of intensity of things just getting worse and worse and worse. And as all those people out there just barely trying to survive, you can thrive in this environment, brothers, sisters. You can. It's possible. You can even have abundance, brothers, sisters. You could have abundance. Father will, he says, you love me. Your stores will be overflowing. Your bounty will bounty, right? It's possible. Remember, they had extra bread and extra fish. He'll put his people right where he wants them to be, brothers and sisters. That's why I encourage you when I was saying earlier before I go. Each one of us was given a uniqueness, kind of a gift, if you will, to use while we're here. I hope you've discovered what that is, and I hope you're using it. He says, have your loins girded in my service when I return. So I hope you're doing whatever it is that he needs you to be doing to fulfill this prophecies that he wrote about from the foundation of the world. We're all seeing these things come to pass. It's not luck. This is already written. Are you doing your part in this book, in the scriptures? I hope so. I hope for me too. I hope I am. That's what I pray that I'm not, brother, sister. God, I hope I'm not doing my will. I want to be doing his. So I hope that this is his will. Thy kingdom come, that will be done. Whoa.